when the mask fully slipped off. I thought Jon Stewart pinpointed part of its horror when he said that the thing that came through so clearly was how much of Trump and Bukele were enjoying themselves, each of them declaring that there was nothing they could do for Abrego Garcia. No way to allow him his day in court, no way to allow the American legal system to do its job, no way to assess whether he is a danger, no way to follow the clear order of the Supreme Court. And from their perspective, maybe they're right, because here's the scary thing that I think sits at least partially beneath their calculus. Politically, they cannot let Abrego Garcia out, nor any of the other people they sent to CCOT, without due process. Because what if he was released? What if he returned to the U.S.? What if he could tell his story? What if, as seems likely, he has been brutalized and tortured by Trump's Salvadoran henchmen? Well, he can't be allowed to tell the American people that. The article went on to say, we're only 100 days, we're not even 100 days in this administration, and we are already faced with this horror. And I can feel the desire to look away from it, even within myself. What all of this demands is too inconvenient, too disruptive. But Trump has said it all plainly and publicly. He intends to send those he hates to foreign prisons beyond the reach of U.S. law. He does not care. He will not seek to discover if those he sends into these foreign hells are guilty of what he claims, because this is not about their guilt. It is about his power. And if he is key, meaning Trump is capable of that, if he wants that, then what else is he capable of? What else does he want? And if the people who serve him are willing to give him that, to defend his right to do that, what else will they give him? What else will they defend? This is the emergency. Like it or not, it is here. A second piece from The Atlantic was titled, "A Loophole That Would Swallow the Constitution." If we want to preserve freedom, we better make sure that due process is vigorously defended and restored. By Jonathan Chair, he starts out by saying, if Donald Trump can disappear people to El Salvador without due process, he can do anything. Donald Trump's most frightening power grab was undertaken with an undertone of sinister jocularity. There was no column of tanks in the streets, no burning of the legislature. The president and his partner in despotism, President Bukele of El Salvador, were bantering amiably in the Oval Office in front of the press corps, mocking the American court system with evident delight. Trump's ploy is almost insultingly simple. He has seized the power to arrest any person and whisk them to Bukele's notorious terrorism confinement center, where they will be held indefinitely without trial. Once they are in Bukele's custody, Trump can deny them the protections of American law. His administration has admitted that one such prisoner, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was sent to El Salvador in error, but insists that it has no recourse. Trump, who has threatened the territorial integrity of multiple hemispheric neighbors, now claims that requesting the return of a prisoner he paid El Salvador to take would violate that country's sovereignty. Neither Trump nor Bukele bothered to make this absurd conceit appear plausible, even as Trump and his officials claim that only El Salvador has the power to free wrongfully imprisoned American residents. The United States is paying El Salvador to hold the prisoners. Naturally, Congress never appropriated such funds. Trump has already seized large swaths of the Congress's constitutionally mandated spending power for himself. That's a reference to what we call the power of the purse, the power vested in the Congress of the United States of America by our Constitution, that the author of this article, Jonathan Chait, is referring to. I don't have the power to return him to the United States, Trump said, not even attempting to maintain the pretense that the two countries were somehow at an impasse. He told his counterpart, "You are helping us out, and we appreciate it." Well, this article goes on, much like the first one, to note that when due process is abandoned, the freedom of all is endangered. Sure, it may be someone else today, but it might be, well, you or you or you tomorrow. And that's why we collectively have the responsibility to defend due process for every single person. The Trump administration's illiberalism has two main sources. One is the personality at the center of its cult. Donald Trump gravitates instinctively toward despots, sees the constraints that democracies place upon elected leaders as a form of weakness, and refuses to accept the legitimacy of any electoral or judicial proceeding that goes against him. His contempt for liberal democracy has been augmented by a growing school of post-liberal thought on the right, with liberal referring not to the American center-left, but to the broader philosophical tradition that emphasizes the state be governed by neutral rules that all sides agreed to abide by. Neutral rules all sides agreed to abide by. That's kind of a sense of how you organize everything about a government. Well, I think that the balance of this article and the showdown with the Supreme Court just reinforces the first article by Ezra Klein that really lays out in detail the lack of shame that the administration violated civil rights. Lack of shame that they did so, throwing people out of our country because they expressed a view on the Middle East that the Secretary of State didn't like. Lack of shame that they threw people into a notorious prison in El Salvador without a hearing, without even knowing for sure who they were or why they were sending them, leading to mistakes like this one. This leads us to Chapter 4, Subverting Democracy. I'm going to untie my shoelace because standing in one place for this much time, well, made my shoes a little tight. Oh, that feels a little better. In general, I don't recommend standing through the night and talking. Not a healthy pursuit. But I'm standing here to ring the alarm bells as loudly as I possibly can, using the privilege of serving in this chamber. You know, I never envisioned that I would have this opportunity in life. In fact, if you'd told me I'd be an early passenger to the moon colony, I would have considered that more likely than I'd be able to serve here in the Senate. And yet, here I am, sworn to uphold our Constitution, with an obligation to the constituents who sent me here to do all I can to protect our freedom and to raise the alarm when an authoritarian is destroying our democracy. The first hint that I might have some association with this chamber was when I was a sophomore in college, and someone mentioned that the possibility of internships here. And earlier I mentioned that one of the people I applied to was Hubert Humphrey, and that I was not accepted, nor by any of the other 4 Democrats, but I was accepted by Senator Hatfield. And I had a lot of respect for Senator Hatfield. Senator Hatfield had taken a courageous stand as a governor and as a U.S. Senator against the Vietnam War, at a time it was not popular to oppose the Vietnam War. He had been one of the first members of the armed services into Hiroshima following the nuclear bomb. He had seen the utter destruction. He had seen the shadow of a person emblazoned on a wall because the flash of the light is so bright that it changed the color of the wall around the silhouette of the individual. And he understood that many wars were fought for reasons that made no sense, and that you had to be very diligent in examining the arguments that a government might put forward for a war, something that I thought a lot about during that summer as his intern. I read the books he'd written, including one called Between a Rock and a Hard Place, as he wrestled with different moral challenges that we face and how to best use his public voice and his power in confronting those challenges. One of the things that he was deeply dedicated to was trying to reduce the risk of nuclear weapons. Out in the walk, if you go outside the doors of the Senate and you're staring at the Supreme Court, so you're going out these south doors and you take the curved path through the Capitol grounds towards the Russell Office Building, there's a tree, and it has a plaque on it, and it says a Hatfield Peace Tree. And this tree was planted by Senator Hatfield and Senator Kennedy. And the way that tree came to be there is that there was an intern named Sean O'Halloran. And since Hatfield liked to walk outside, he often would have the intern accompany him. I had this privilege when I was covering this floor for Senator Hatfield in 1976. But in I think it was 85, Sean O'Halloran was an intern, and when Senator Hatfield started talking about the trees, this intern said, "Senator Hatfield, you love these trees so much you should plant one." And he said, "Well, that will be your job as an intern." So I wrote to the intern prepared, and Hatfield sent a letter to the architect of the Capitol and said, "I want to plant a tree." But the tree he wanted to plant is referred to as a Dawn redwood. Now, the interest in this tree is that this tree grew all over the northwestern part of the United States, but it's been extinct for millions of years. But it was found growing in a valley in China. And so it was reimported back to the U.S. as one of these kind of discovered ancient species. Occasionally we read about some deep water fish washing up some ancient fish and discovering there's still something that exists we didn't know about. So here is just this one grove in China. And so that's the tree I want to plant. And the architect of the Capitol responded and said, "Well, the brothers who designed the landscape plan for the Capitol didn't have that tree in their plan, so sorry. And Hatfield responded and said, well, if they had known about the existence of the tree, maybe they would have included that tree. You know, it was considered extinct, so they didn't know about it, so maybe it should get a special exemption, be able to plant the tree. Well, eventually, Hatfield knocks on the door of the architect, takes him out, and says, here's where I want to plant the tree. And the architect says, okay. As they're preparing to plant the tree, his team sees Senator Kennedy. And so they go and get Senator Kennedy and say, hey, you may want to plant this tree with Senator Hatfield. And the two of them had worked so closely on the nuclear freeze movement, trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war in the world. The result of trying to reduce the risk of nuclear war had produced a lot of results in that decade of the 1980s. And Senator Kennedy said this should be known as the peace tree. And so the peace tree is out there as a memorial to the effort to reduce one of the major risks to humankind, nuclear war, but also as a memorial to a Democrat and Republican working closely together on a significant challenge. And that is a vision all of us should embrace, trying to find on each issue a partner across the aisle. Because we may disagree on 7 out of 10 things, but that means we agree on 3 out of 10. Why not work together on those 3 out of 10 issues? Well, I did end up, through this internship, coming here in 1976. It was our bicentennial summer, 200-year celebration. And oh my goodness, there was so much going on here. They had just opened the first part of the Metro underground system. It had only a couple stops from Union Station going north on the Red Line. And the Union Station itself, the train station, had been refurbished as a National Visitor Center. And so that was a center of activity. And the Capitol Mall, all summer long, had American Folklife Festival that was just booming. People coming from all over the country in the bicentennial year to come here to witness our Capitol and think about and celebrate our history. And the fireworks on the 4th of July that summer were like nothing you could ever imagine. I was watching them from the balcony of the Capitol Hill here. And then in the middle of it, this was back when I was in good shape and a good runner, I said, I want to run down and be right underneath the fireworks as they're going off. So I ran down to the Washington Monument, a couple miles down the mall, and laid on the ground and looked up at those fireworks. And it seemed America was on a course that year in which we were emerging from Watergate, we were emerging from the Vietnam War, we had just passed major provisions to try to clean up our air, clean up our water. These were done under the Nixon administration. Gerald Ford was president by virtue of Nixon's resignation. He was running for president for Jimmy Carter. And I recall being in an elevator with Senator Hatfield. The reason I saw a fair amount of him was I was assigned to cover this floor for the Tax Reform Act of 1976. And at that time, there was no television here in the chamber. There were often very long speeches, and Wayne Morris of Oregon particularly enjoyed doing long speeches, although he was no longer the senator at that moment. He had died in 1974 of a heart attack. But even without television, people came and delivered long statements that were often, they were printed in the Congressional Record, they were followed by people across the country. But because there was no television, and no fax machines had been invented, and no cell phones, each senator had somebody here monitoring the floor of the Senate. And then when the vote came, that area out there outside these doors on the southern side, where now reporters gather, you would have those individuals who represented the senators, standing, waiting for the senators as they came in to vote. And then you'd run up to the staff gallery to cover the next amendment. There were 125 votes on that Tax Reform Act. My mother stayed at home to help raise the kids. My dad was a mechanic. We had no particular political network. The idea of people serving here was that they would come, in my mind, from families with huge networks and huge wealth that would make it possible for them to be folks who serve here in the Senate. So I think about that, the total unlikeliness that I would end up here. The fact is that any number of spots, I could list a dozen of them, my life might have taken a slightly different turn, but one advocacy, one job, one opportunity led to another, and then I got angry about positions the incumbent was taking, promoting the Iraq War and promoting tax relief for the richest Americans, and just felt like democracy demanded a conversation. And a year and a half later, here I am. And it's incumbent on each of us who have the privilege to serve in this body, try to do the best damn job we can to defend the freedoms of the country. I was quite sure our debates would always just be about policies, about health care, about housing, about education, about investment in infrastructure, about the creation of good paying laws, about the environment, certainly about climate change, certainly about equality of opportunity for every American and ending discrimination. Policies I never thought would be in a moment where the President of the United States is engaged in a full-fledged authoritarian takeover, a dismantlement of the checks and balances of our Constitution. Yet that's where we are. And having the privilege to serve here and the responsibility to the Constitution that we take on when we come means that every one of us, all 100 of us, should be full-fledged advocates to end this authoritarian takeover. All 100 of us should be ringing the alarm bells in every way we possibly can. The American people get it. 7 million people turned out on Saturday in the largest demonstration to say, pay attention. There are no kings in America. Laws are not suggestions. And all of you we elected, get to work and save our republic. And we will, I believe, save our republic with the combined effort of a mobilized citizenry and mobilized champions here in the House and Senate. And I hope and pray those champions will come from both sides of the aisle, because saving our republic, defending our Constitution, should not be a partisan affair. We are now at the fourth time midnight has been struck in America. This time, midnight is arriving in Washington and Oregon and Nevada and California. And in another couple hours, Alaska and then Hawaii, which my team will track. So the reason I'm pausing at midnight is to remind folks that at moments of crisis in our country, folks have raised the alarm and people have listened and responded. And one of those moments memorialized by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's 1860 poem about Paul Revere's ride. And I really don't know how much of his story is fact and how much is myth, and I really don't care. It's a beautiful presentation of the importance of making the effort to defend our nation. In this case, actually pre-nation, since it was before 1776, I think 1775, but defend the colonies against the attack by the British. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. And I'm doing this particularly for the folks in Oregon and Washington and Nevada and California who are now reaching midnight, since this poem is about action at midnight. Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April, 75. Hardly a man now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from town to night, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, 2, if by sea, and I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and armed. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where, swinging wide at her moorings, lay the Somerset British man-of-war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend through alley and street wanders and watches with eager ears till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms, the tramp of feet, the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by trembling ladders steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and looked down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear like a sentinel's tread the watchful night wind as it went creeping from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dread and the dead. For suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his side a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing, a spark. Struck out by a steed flying, fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight, kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on a ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So, through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. That last stanza, through all of our history, to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the call to action, because we are threatened. And we are threatened now by the authoritarian takeover of President Trump of our Constitution. Chapter 4, Subverting Democracy. If you're just tuning in at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, this is a passage from How Democracies Die. 2 scholars who have studied how democracies die all around the world. They say, we think of democracies dying because of men with guns. And certainly there's been many military coups, and in many cases democracies have perished in that fashion. But he said that's rare. That's now rare. They say this is not the way democracies are dying now. They're now dying because elected leaders decide to take authoritarian powers onto themselves, and that they get away with it when they are aided by a rubber stamp legislature like we have right now, and by a Supreme Court that gives them more power like we have right now, and there's a well-planned, aggressive, authoritarian president like we have right now. We're 3 for 3, and that's why we're in the middle of this crisis for our republic, the most perilous moment for our nation, most perilous moment for our Constitution, most perilous moment for our republic since the Civil War. And 100 of us here in the Senate have the responsibility, because we are serving now, to take on this threat, to ring the alarm bells, and then take collective action. And taking action will require bipartisan work. So we need bipartisan bell ringing. We need bipartisan advocacy. We need bipartisan recognition that the problem exists in the first place. And it's not just a tiny problem. It's not a wrinkle to be ironed out. It goes to the very heart of our Constitution and our separation of powers. The authoritarian takeover is a knife at the heart of government of, by, and for the people. Chapter 4, Peru's Alberto Fujimori didn't plan to be a dictator. He didn't plan to be a president. A little-known university rector of Japanese descent, Fujimori had hoped to run for a Senate seat in 1990 in Peru. When no party would nominate him, he created his own and nominated himself. Short of funds, he threw his hat into the presidential race to attract publicity for his Senate campaign. But 1990 was a year of acute crisis. Peru's economy had collapsed into hyperinflation, and a Maoist guerrilla group called the Shining Path, whose brutal insurgency had killed tens of thousands of people since its launching in 1980, was closing in on Lima, the capital city. Peruvians were disgusted with the established parties. In protest, many of them turned to the political nobody whose campaign slogan was, "A president like you." Fujimori surged unexpectedly in the polls. He shocked Peru's political world by finishing second and qualifying for a runoff against Mario Vargas Llosa, the country's most prominent novelist. Peruvians admired Vargas Llosa, who would go on to win a Nobel Prize in Literature. Virtually the entire establishment, politicians, media, business leaders, backed Vargas Llosa. But ordinary Peruvians viewed him as too cozy with the elites, who seemed deaf to their concerns. Fujimori, whose populist discourse tapped into this anger, struck many as the only real option for change, and he won. It's one of the most unlikely presidential campaigns in the world, I think. A little-known university rector hopes to run for Senate seat, launches a presidential campaign to draw attention to his Senate race, and ends up as president of the nation. In his inaugural address, Fujimori warned that Peru faced the most profound crisis in its Republican history. The economy, he said, was on the brink of collapse, and Peruvian society had been broken apart by violence, corruption, terrorism, drug trafficking. Fujimori pledged to dig Peru out of the state that it's in and guide it to a better destiny. He was convinced that the country needed drastic economic reforms. They would have to step up the fight against terrorism, but only a vague idea of how to accomplish these things. He also faced daunting obstacles. As a political outsider, Fujimori had few friends among Peru's traditional power brokers. Opposition parties controlled Congress, and their appointees sat on the Supreme Court. The traditional media, most of which had backed Vargas Llosa, distrusted him. Fujimori had been unsparing in his attacks on the political elite, describing it as a corrupt oligarchy that was ruining the country. Now he found that those he'd attacked and defeated during the campaign still controlled many of the levers of power. He got off to a rocky start. Congress failed to pass any legislation during his first months in office. The courts did not seem up to the task of responding to the mounting terrorist threat. Fujimori not only lacked experience with the intricacies of legislative politics, he also lacked the patience for it. As one of his aides put it, Fujimori couldn't stand the idea of inviting the president of the Senate to the presidential palace every time he wanted Congress to approve a law. He preferred, and sometimes bragged, to govern Peru alone from his laptop. So the article, this chapter goes on with an extensive recap of Fujimori's rise to authoritarian status. Started with an election, ended up as an authoritarian. He started governing by decree. In November 1991, he sent a massive package of 126 decrees for congressional approval. The decrees were far-reaching. including anti-terrorism measures that threatened civil liberties, Congress demurred. Not only did it repeal or water down several of the most important decrees, it passed legislation curbing the president's power. The conflict escalated. Fujimori accused Congress of being controlled by drug traffickers. In response, the Senate passed a motion to vacate the presidency because of Fujimori's moral incapacity. The motion fell a few votes short in the Chamber of Deputies. The conflict had reached a point where one government official worried that either Congress would kill the president or the president would kill the Congress. The president killed Congress. On April 5th, 1992, Fujimori appeared on television and announced he was dissolving Congress and the Constitution. Less than 2 years after a surprising election, the long-shot outsider had become a tyrant. Although some elected demagogues take office with a blueprint for autocracy, many, such as Fujimori, do not. Democratic breakdown doesn't need a blueprint. Rather, as Peru's experience suggests, it can be the result of a sequence, unanticipated events, an escalating tit-for-tat between a demagogic, norm-breaking leader and a threatened political establishment. The process often begins with words. Demagogues attack their critics in harsh and provocative terms, as enemies, as subversives, as terrorists. When he first ran for president, Hugo Chavez described his opponents as rancid pigs and squalid oligarchs. As president, he called his critics enemies and traitors. Fujimori linked his opponents to terrorism and drug trafficking. And Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi attacked judges who ruled against him as communist. Journalists also became targets. Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa called the media a grave political enemy that has to be defeated. Turkey's Erdogan accused journalists of propagating terrorism. These attacks can be consequential. If the public comes to share the view that opponents are linked to terrorism and the media are spreading lies, it becomes easier to justify taking actions against them. And the assault rarely ends there. Though observers often assure us that demagogues are all talk and their words should not be taken too seriously, a look at demagogic leaders around the world suggests many of them do eventually cross the line from words to action. This is because a demagogue's initial rise to power tends to polarize society, creating a climate of panic, hostility, and mutual distrust. The new leader's threatening words often have a boomerang effect. If the media feels threatened, it may abandon restraint and professional standards in a desperate effort to weaken the government, and the opposition may conclude that for the good of the country, the government must be removed via extreme measures, impeachment, mass protest, even a coup. You know, when I read this, I think a little bit about Guatemala. In Guatemala, a couple years ago, they had a candidate who had been a professor, not very involved in politics, but decided to run for president. I believe his father had been a president. And he was 8th in the polls. But he talked about fighting for all the people of Guatemala, which included the indigenous population. And the indigenous population is often absolutely overlooked. And the government is often run by and for the non-indigenous population. And then some young folks proceeded to hear his talk about strengthening the country for all. They got very excited about him. And they started using modern social media. And in a few weeks' time, kind of reminds me a little bit of the response in Peru with Fujimori. He became just a phenomenon, and he took second place. And then there was a runoff with the establishment candidate, and he won But the establishment was so aggressive against him that they wanted to keep him out of power. And so he came up here to Washington, D.C. and met with a few of us. And after listening to him, and I said, you know, what would be the most helpful thing we could do to support democracy in Guatemala? And he said, well, of course, I'd appreciate your support, so on and so forth. I said, well, it sounds like you're worried that you may never even make it to be installed as president because of the opposition of the establishment and the potential effort to invalidate the election by the establishment. And he said, yes, that was his concern. And I said, what if a group of us go down to Guatemala before you're installed to just sow support for the democratic process? And he said that would be the single best thing you could do. And Senator Kane, Tim Kaine of Virginia, one of our best Spanish speakers and also chair at that time of the Latin American section of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I talked to the next day, and he liked the idea. And so we went. And two of the people we went with were Guatemalans who had been elected to Congress, to the House. And so that was pretty cool. I think we had a delegation of 6 members. And sure enough, while we are there, the Attorney General of Guatemala declares the elections to be null and void. We immediately held a press conference to say, by all the international standards, these elections were fair, and the United States stands strongly on the side of democracy. And then the outgoing president, and my memory is that the Guatemalan president had a term limit, so he was not running for re-election. The outgoing president, by the end of the day, said yes, he supported the peaceful transition and the respect for the elections. And the Europeans had weighed in. And what very much struck me is the difference between Guatemala 2 years ago and Guatemala when I passed through there as a student of foreign affairs back in the summer of 1980. In that summer, Guatemala was in a full-fledged civil war. The military was going town to town, killing young men for fear they'd become future combatants in this civil war. The roads to some of the towns were shut down by the military. In fact, we heard at one of the stops that the reason it was shut down was for the army to go town to town, and I thought, and kill as many young men as they could. And I didn't really believe it. And then it turned out when I got back to the United States, and we got more information, that was exactly what was going on. There were a lot of assassinations going on. And when we were in Guatemala City, there was an assassination of the chair of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. And we had gone to a synagogue for a service, and people were going to his home to pay their respects afterwards. And then we were in the street in Guatemala City, and we met a fellow who said his father was flying a light plane into one of the towns where there's historical ancient Mayan ruins, and would we like to fly in his light plane with him? We said, sure, we'd be up for that adventure. And at that time of year with the rain, you couldn't really get there by an autobus because the roads were soaked with rain and therefore with mud, and the transportation through the jungle was pretty much shut down. So we arranged a meeting at our little inexpensive hotel. They're called a pension. I think we were paying like $3 or $4 a night to stay there. And we're at the post office, mailing some things back to the U.S., and we're running out of time to make the appointment. So my friend proceeded back to the pension ahead of me, and I proceeded about 5 minutes later. And I come to the street where the pension is, and there's nobody on the street. And then I see a head sticking out between 2 cars. And I thought it was a car accident. And back from my days of Boy Scouts, first aid, my reaction is to run up and give help. And I run up, and here is a body just absolutely riddled with bullets. And the street was not very wide across, maybe 20 feet at most, maybe less. And our pension was on the opposite side. And so I ran across the street to duck into the pension. My friend, who had arrived a few minutes before, had walked into the cantina across the street. And as he was walking out with a beer in his hand, the person walking out behind him was gunned down by assassins. That was the person whose body I found a few minutes later. At that time, the United States was not supportive of democracy in Latin America. And the battle that was taking place between the factions in Guatemala was the battle of bullets. But 2 years ago, when a delegation of us went down to support democracy, instead of a battle of bullets, it was a battle of ballots. It was a legitimate, high-integrity election in which people were choosing a champion to take them forward. And that's what the United States should inspire around the world. High-integrity elections serving the people and their opportunity to have their vision embodied by electing a person who shares that vision they hold. So we have all these folks who've been elected that then lead their countries into authoritarian control. And that is what is happening right now in the United States of America. That's why I'm here tonight at 3:30 in the morning, ringing the alarm bells. You have heard pieces of the story at some point over the last 9 months. You have heard a bit about due process being attacked. You have heard a bit about the president trying to influence and control what universities teach, of his effort to control the broadcast media and intimidate them through the use of the power of licenses and mergers. You have heard some of the stories of him weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies. And you have heard about his effort to federalize our National Guard to go to suppress dissent in peaceful cities. Take this entire collection, and what you have is a massive, broad, intense assault on our democracy. So ring the alarm bells and listen to others who are ringing the alarm bells. And when folks say at my town halls, what should I do? I say, get off the couch. You can't change the course of the country with a pillow over your head. Fiercely hold your electeds accountable through how you write them, you phone call them, how you demonstrate outside their offices, hold me accountable. Exercise your opportunity of free speech and free assembly so you can keep those freedoms for this generation and the generations to come. And join an affinity group, because to be angry and alone is to be depressed. But to be angry and organized with others is to be energized and effective. And we need Americans to be energized and effective in order to save our republic. So, this chapter goes through the various countries, including Malaysia, through many other countries. But then it turns a little bit to the United States. So let me pick up at that point. Perhaps the most striking example of rewriting the rules to lock in an authoritarian advantage comes from the United States. The end of post-Civil War Reconstruction in the 1870s led to the emergence of authoritarian single-party regimes in every post-Confederate state. Single-party rule was not some benign historical accident. Rather, it was a product of brazenly anti-democratic constitutional engineering. During the era of Reconstruction, the mass enfranchisement of African Americans posed a major threat to Southern white political control and to the political dominance of the Democratic Party. Under the 1967 Reconstruction Act and the 15th Amendment, which prohibited suffrage limitations on account of race, African Americans suddenly constituted a majority of the voting population in Mississippi, South Carolina, Louisiana, and a near majority in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Federal troops oversaw the mass registration of black voters throughout the South. Nationwide, the percentage of black men who were eligible to vote increased from 0.5% in 1866 to 80.5% 2 years later. In many southern states, black registration rates exceeded 90%, and black citizens voted. In the 1880 presidential election, estimated black turnout was 65% or higher in North and South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. Enfranchisement empowered African Americans. More than 2,000 Southern freemen won elective office in the 1870s, including 14 congressmen and 2 U.S. senators. I often ask my interns or other student groups about that period. Do they know where the first 2 African American senators came from? What state they came from? And they've never gotten this right. And I don't know if anyone in this room would get it right now. The answer is Mississippi. When Mississippi rejoined the Union, they had 2 Senate seats to fill, and they worked out a deal that recognized the political power of the fact that black Americans could now vote in the South, and the legislature, because we had indirect elections, sent the first black senator here and then sent a second one a couple years later. It was in this chamber a big public event. I think they referred to it in the newspapers as the 15th Amendment in body and soul. Flesh right here. But what happened? A deal was struck in the election of 1876. And in that election, there were 4 states that had contested slates. The Democrat had was 1 vote short of winning the Electoral College. But the 4 outstanding slates, if every vote went to the Republican, Republican, Rutherford Hayes, would be elected. So what unfolded? Well, a standoff. The Republicans said, hey, in the Constitution, it's the vice president who receives the slate of folks serving in the Electoral College over in the House, and so it should be the vice president who decides the slates. And the Democrats said, not so fast. There's nothing in the Constitution that assigns that responsibility to the vice president. Now, if that story sounds like the election of 2020, you are absolutely right. It is a scary parallel. And so they decided to pass a bill and create a commission of 15. And there would be 5 senators and 5 House members and 5 Supreme Court justices, and they would be chosen so that there were 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats and 1 independent. And this panel would decide which slates to accept. Well, the independent on the Supreme Court proceeded to resign, and a Republican was assigned. So now there was an 8-7 split. And in that 8-7 split, they voted exactly by party. The Republicans voted for all of the contested slates to go to the Republican nominee, Rutherford Hayes. The Democrats voted the opposite direction. And it looked like the Republican had won. But not so fast. The Democrats controlled the House of Representatives. And the Democrats said, we will filibuster the vote counting in the House. And so they retired to a house not here, far here from this chamber, and a deal was struck. And that deal was this. The Republican, Rutherford Hayes, would get every single one of the contested slates and become president, but the first action would be to end Reconstruction. And by ending Reconstruction, it meant that the military forces that were protecting registration and voting in the South would be pulled out. And with that deal, civil rights were crushed in the southern United States. It would be, from that time forward until the Voting Rights Act, extraordinarily difficult and unlikely that you'd be able to vote if you were a black man or woman in the southern states of the United States. And so that was what was going on at this time, was this tension, post-Civil War tension, particularly over political power in the South. The Democrats, as a result of the elections that included the newly registered black citizens, lost power in North Carolina and Tennessee and Virginia. In the 1880s and 1890s, they nearly lost it in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Texas. If Democratic elections continued, political scientist V.O. Key Jr. observed, it would have been fatal to the status of black belt whites. So they changed the rules and did away with democracy. Give us a constitutional convention and I will fix it so that the Negro shall never be heard from, said former Georgia Senator Robert Toombs, declared as Reconstruction was coming to an end. Between 1885 and 1908, all 11 post-Confederate states reformed their constitutions and electoral laws to disenfranchise African Americans. To comply with the letter of the law as stipulated in the 15th Amendment, no mention of race could be made in efforts to restrict voting rights, so states introduced purportedly neutral poll taxes, property requirements, literacy tests, complex written ballots. The overarching aim of all these restrictions, historian Alex Kessett observed, was to keep poor and illiterate blacks from the polls. And because African Americans were overwhelmingly Republican, their disenfranchisement could be expected to restore the Democrats' electoral dominance. The goal, as the state senator from North Carolina put it, was to write a good, square, honest law that will always give a good Democratic majority. And in that political deal, rewriting the rules of the road led to nearly a century of disenfranchisement of millions of Americans. And one of the things that these scholars point out is you really just have two significant opportunities to stop the entrenchment of an authoritarian state. So we're in the middle of an authoritarian state. And what are these two ways that we have to keep it from becoming entrenched and to save our republic? And one is a significant protest during the first year. Because if people don't respond to the fact that these freedoms are being attacked, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, the weaponization of the jurisdiction against political enemies list, the doing away of due process that protects our freedom from an overbearing government, the effort to be able to send the military into our cities. If people don't pay attention, there's no outcry, then people become accustomed to believing, well, perhaps these things aren't that far off from the norm. Perhaps they aren't that much of a breaking of the law. Perhaps they aren't that much of a disturbance of the Constitution. So perhaps I shouldn't be so worried about it, and I should just continue in my path. That outcry is essential in that first year so that folks know that, yes, this is outside the norms. Yes, this is breaking the law. Yes, this is scrapping, shredding the Constitution, and it is not okay. And through that demonstration, through that protest, people say, there's others who feel the same way that we can organize with and save our republic. The second main way that you have a chance to keep authoritarian power from becoming entrenched is the next election. Because it always happens. The authoritarian tries to rig the elections. And if you don't win the next election, they have too much time to rig the system and leave you stranded in a strongman state that can endure for decades. Do we have any real evidence of that happening even now? We sure do. The president is trying to have his team compile a national voter registration list so that it will be easier to manipulate that voting registration list in the next election, easier to purge names of folks that the president's team thinks might vote against the Republicans. And then there's the gerrymandering, a full-on force effort to redistrict in the middle of a 10-year period. Normally, we redistrict after each census, every 10 years. To redistrict now, to split up seats that are held perhaps in a city that tends to be more blue, and a Democrat holds a seat. So redistrict it and slice it into little pieces and glue it onto the edge of surrounding red districts so that you take away that little representation that the people in that blue city had. That effort in full mode right now. And then we have the president attacking vote by mail. The president hates vote by mail because it stops the election day shenanigans. on Election Day, it is so simple to rig the vote. If you don't want people in the city to vote, you, produce fewer sites to vote, which means a lot more people have to crowd into the same election site. You proceed to put in machines that don't function very well, so you slow things down. You put in staff members who slow things down as well. You relocate the location so it's a new place, so people go to the wrong place and give up. You put out misinformation about the timing of the election. You heard about those tweets in the past. So sorry you missed the election last Tuesday. Hope you'll make it next time, when actually the election is the coming Tuesday. Put out misinformation about the location. When people are in long lines, send people down to look intimidating, discourage them. Create a law that says you can't hand out glasses of water to people waiting in the heat for hour after hour to vote. These are all things that are done. Vote by mail, you can't do any of that. Vote by mail, high integrity, voting at the precincts, easily manipulated. President Trump wants to end the high integrity system of voting that he can't manipulate. Make everyone go to the system he can manipulate. That's exactly why the experts say the next election matters so much, because those efforts, if given an additional 2 years, just get amplified across the country. So that's the responsibility we have. Should be a responsibility held by both parties to defend our Constitution, defend the integrity of our elections. Most constitutions, I'm reading back to chapter 4, Subverting Democracy, most constitutions permit the expansion of executive power during crises. As a result, even democratically elected presidents can easily concentrate power and threaten civil liberties during war. In the hands of a would-be authoritarian, this concentrated power is far more dangerous. For a demagogue who feels besieged by critics and shackled by democratic institutions, crises open a window of opportunity to silence critics and weaken rivals. Indeed, elected autocrats often need crises. External threats offer them a chance to break free, both swiftly and very often legally. And I think it's appropriate to note here that this inclination of authoritarians to create artificial crises is on full display in the United States of America right now. The President of the United States tried to federalize the Oregon National Guard, saying that there were uncontrolled riots and war-ravaged zones in downtown Portland. Well, nobody visiting Portland could see anything of the kind. If you go back some 2.5, 3 months, there were, over a course of weeks, a few dozen arrests of protesters, but nothing not easily handled by the local police, which they did. And at the time Trump was actually focused on Portland, that had gone away. There were virtually no arrests. And what you did have was people protesting in a manner particularly special to Portland, and that is protesting with joy and whimsy. So here's Trump claiming that there is a war-ravaged zone and you need to federalize Oregon's National Guard to address it, and there's no such thing. So when the district judge hears the case, because the local state, the state of Oregon, led by Dan Rayfield, Attorney General, challenged it. The judge wrote, "The case presented by the administration is untethered from the facts. They made up thought that there was a crisis in Portland in order to federalize the military against the American people. Now, I can tell you, you'll see some interesting things if you go down outside the ICE building. You'll see women coming down in a pastries and pajamas demonstration, in their pajamas handing out pastries. You might catch a glimpse of the unipiper, the man who plays his bagpipes on a unicycle as he makes his way through the zone. You might get to witness a wedding, because one was held. They rolled out a red carpet and had a little wedding outside the ICE building. You might get to witness a whole bunch of folks with their puppy dogs in a Keep Your Paws Off Portland demonstration, or a Paws for Peace demonstration. You might get to see a whole bunch of people in inflated frog outfits, the Frog Squad. Why did the frog become so popular? It's a demonstration of joy and whimsy. There's people dancing. They're doing the cha-cha slide. They're handing out flowers, putting candles on the ground. And the reason they're protesting in this fashion is because they know what Trump wanted to do. He lied to the public that there was a crisis in Portland. And then he wanted to create a crisis because if there isn't one, create one. And so he had his federal agents go out and attack peaceful protesters. Well, they did not engage. They backed off. And then he had his agents stage a fake riot in which he had the agents back up the protesters 3 blocks, which they did without altercations. They followed instructions. And behind the federal agents were videographers. And upon command, the federal agents threw down flashbangs. They sound like gunfire going off. They threw down tear gas, so there's clouds of tear gas. They shot pepper balls. And the combination was to create chaos for the videographers to do a video of, maybe to convince a judge that there had been a riot, maybe to convince the American people watching some far-right news channel that was claiming, look, there's a riot in Portland. Or maybe they're just replaying from 2020 when there actually was significant disturbances in Portland. A government that is faking a riot in order to persuade a court to give the president the power to use the military against the people, shouldn't that disturb every single member of the U.S. Senate? So as this goes on, the combination of a would-be authoritarian and a major crisis can, therefore, be deadly for democracy. Some leaders come into office facing crises. For example, Fujimori took office amid hyperinflation and mounting guerrilla insurgency. So when he justified his 1992 presidential coup as a necessary evil, most Peruvians agreed with him. Fujimori's approval rating shot up to 81% after his coup. Other leaders invent crises. There was a backstory to Ferdinand Marcos' declaration of martial law in 1972. His crisis was largely fabricated. Acutely aware that he needed to justify his plan to skirt the Constitution's 2-term limit in the presidency, Marcos decided to manufacture a, quote, communist menace. Facing only a few dozen actual insurgents, President Marcos fomented public hysteria to justify an emergency action. Marcos wanted to declare martial law as early as 1971, but selling his plan required an act of violence, a terrorist attack that generated widespread fear. That would come the following year when the Manila bombings, which U.S. intelligence officials believed to be the work of the government forces themselves, and the assassination attempt on Defense Secretary Enrile, which Enrile later admitted was a sham. In fact, he said he was nowhere near the scene of the reported attack. So Marcos manufactured a crisis in order to accentuate his authoritarian control. President Trump manufactured a fake riot in Portland to try to convince the courts or the public that there was, in fact, violence that would justify the federalization of the Oregon National Guard. And when the judge said, "No way," then he said, "I'll just send in the National Guard that have already been federalized from Texas and California." And the judge said, "Not so fast, because it isn't just the act of federalizing them. They can't be sent in unless there is something that meets the standard of the law. The standard of the law, unless you have a cooperation from a governor, is there has to be either an invasion or there has to be a rebellion." Well, neither existed. So if you couldn't meet the standard to federalize the Oregon forces, you also couldn't meet the standard to send the federalized forces from California or Texas. And as of the moment, that's more or less where things stand. But a lot is going on. There's a 3-judge panel, the Ninth Circuit, that came out and said, well, we don't agree with the district judge. The district judge who said you can't federalize because there's a standard in the law, and you have to have a rebellion, or you have to have an invasion, and neither exist. And those 2 judges of that 3-judge panel said, well, you know, there was some arrests a couple months earlier, and maybe that was fair basis. And but clearly it was nothing like a rebellion or an invasion. And the judges said, and maybe the definition of rebellion, which appropriately reflected the understanding of what a rebellion was at the time the laws were written, maybe we should use a more flexible definition of rebellion. And then the real clincher of an argument: defer to the president's judgment. Now, here's the thing. If the law says the president can only bring in the military domestically against U.S. citizens if there's a rebellion or an invasion, that's an objective standard of the law. But these 2 judges said, toss that objective standard aside. As long as the president claims there's a rebellion, defer to the president. Well, that's not a standard of law. There's nothing in this law that says defer to the president. It sets a standard. And people knew what a rebellion was. It was a sizable, organized, weaponized group seeking to overthrow the government. That's a rebellion. And a bunch of women handing out pastries in their pajamas is not a rebellion. A bunch of people in inflatable frog suits holding protest signs is not a rebellion. You may wonder, well, how did they decide, like, the whole frog suit thing? Well, it's because of one of the provocative acts by the federal agents who walked up and sprayed pepper spray inside the suit of this person wearing an inflatable frog suit. And it's such an outrageous act that others said, I'm going to wear one too. So suddenly you have the frog squad. Well, so there we are. If the court says standards in the law mean nothing, the president can fictionalize and just claim something exists that doesn't exist, then we have thrown the door wide open to not just the authoritarian assault on our freedoms that's in full force, but to using the military against our citizens. And that is a horrendously dangerous place to go. And now we will see if the Ninth Circuit has a 12-member panel called an en banc panel to take a broader look at this question. And we'll also see what happens when the Chicago court, which had the same opinion that there was no rebellion, there was no invasion under Title X that could justify the federalization or the use of federalized National Guard in Illinois. That's going to the Supreme Court. They may issue something from the shadow docket where they never even hold a hearing, but they just assert a principle, often without explaining why or how they got to the conclusion. So much may happen and unfold in the coming days. But I'm ringing the alarm bells to say this is an extraordinarily dangerous moment right now in which a couple judges have said the standards required in the law can be cast aside and just give full deference to a fictionalized story told by a president. The courts are to hold the president accountable to the law, hold all of us accountable to the law. If the courts simply roll over and say whatever the president says goes, and this chamber is just a rubber stamp for whatever the president says, then we have an authoritarian state, and that's what we have right now. Well, we've arrived at another.
Page 1 got mixed.
So we've arrived at another hour where it's 12 o'clock somewhere. And somewhere in this pile, I have the first page of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem on Paul Revere's Ride. And I've been reading it every hour as we come to midnight somewhere in the country. And this will be the fifth reading. We had it at midnight, then at 1 a.m. here, which was midnight somewhere else, further west, and then 2 a.m. here, and then 3 a.m. when it was midnight on the West Coast in Oregon and California and Washington and I think Idaho or Nevada. And now it's Alaska's terms. It's midnight in Alaska. And the reason I'm reading this poem repeatedly, once an hour, is simply to try to drill in the fact that when our country is threatened, when our republic is threatened, a warning needs to go out. The bells need to be rung. The lanterns have to be put in the belfry to convey to the citizens, this is not right, this is wrong, it is a threat to our freedom, it is breaking laws, it's shredding the Constitution, and we as patriots will not stand for it. And we will do everything within our power, our heart, our nerve, our sinew, everything within our power to restore our republic for the people. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, or 2, if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then he said, good night, and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charlestown shore, just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, British man-of-war, a phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears till the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms, the tramp of feet, the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks at the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath, from the pebbles in passing, a spark struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and light the fate of the nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village, mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. Of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog and that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work that would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be the first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, crossing the fields to merge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance, not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed, the midnight message of Paul Revere. when the colonies were threatened. Paul Revere rode his steed to warn them. 2 lanterns in the belfry window. The British were attacking by sea. And we here in America have had a phenomenal 9 months in which an authoritarian has grabbed the Oval Office and proceeded to attack liberty after liberty after liberty, including the weaponization of the Department of Justice, including taking an effort to fake a riot to justify deploying the National Guard into Portland, Oregon, deploying and federalizing the National Guard in Southern California, trying to send them into Chicago, trying to get the courts to set the standard that he's seeking. And 2 justices off the Ninth Circuit have already granted that standard. And what is that standard? That if the president says there's a rebellion, then he's justified in sending in troops, just because he says so, even if it's untethered to the facts. Well, that is about as phony of argument in terms of defending the integrity of the law as anything I've ever heard. Did this chamber or the House chamber set a standard and then say it's up to the president, and if he invents a fake demonstration that's not even a rebellion, doesn't come close to the definition, he's still justified in doing this even if he hasn't met the standard? No. The words meant something when this chamber voted for that law, Title 10. They meant something when the House voted. Only in the case of a rebellion, a significant, organized, weaponized effort to overturn the government, that's a rebellion. That's the standard this chamber set in the law. And for 2 justices from the Ninth Circuit to sweep that away and say, no, just give deference to the president. Are we already such an authoritarian government that our justices just say, defer to the president? That's an authoritarian nation right there. Extremely, extremely troublesome if you cherish liberty, if you cherish freedom, if you cherish the right to free speech and free assembly and free press and due process. Those words should terrify you. The book goes on to say, other leaders invent crises. There was a backstory to Ferdinand Marcos' declaration of martial law, and I read this paragraph in which it notes that there was a fake assassination attempt. It was faked. Even the person who was supposedly, the effort was made to assassinate him, actually wasn't on the location and ever in that location and said so. But Marcos wanted to declare martial law, and so his plan required an act of violence, and if faking it was the way to go, that's what he did. The President of the United States faking a riot in Portland to try to justify the federalization of the National Guard is in shocking parallel, not an exact parallel, maybe not quite rise to the same level as a faked assassination or a faked terrorist attack, but the fact that it was a faked riot to try to persuade a quarter of the people that there was violence when there was not, that is pretty damn scary. I don't know of any other instance in the history of the United States where a president faked a riot. Whether real or not, I'm returning to the script of the book here, whether real or not, would-be authoritarians are primed to exploit crises to justify power grabs. Perhaps the best-known case is Adolf Hitler's response to February 27, 1933 Reichstag fire. just a month after he's sworn in as chancellor. The question of whether a young Dutchman with communist sympathies started the fire in the Berlin Parliament building or whether the Nazi leadership itself did remains a matter of debate among historians. Whatever the case, Hitler and Hermann Göring and Joseph Goebbels arrived at the burning Reichstag and immediately used the event to justify emergency decrees that dismantled civil liberties. This, along with the Enabling Act 1 month later, destroyed all opposition, consolidating Nazi power until the end of the Second World War. A security crisis also facilitated Vladimir Putin's authoritarian turn. In September 1999, shortly after Putin was named prime minister, a series of bombings in Moscow and other cities, presumably by Chechen terrorists, killed nearly 300 people. Putin responded by launching a war in Chechnya and a large-scale crackdown. As in the case of Nazi Germany, there is some debate over whether the bombings were committed by Chechen terrorists or by the Russian government's own intelligence service. What is clear, however, is that Putin's political popularity received a major boost with the bombing. The Russian public rallied behind Putin, tolerating, if not supporting, attacks on the opposition over the months and years that followed. Most recently, the Erdogan government in Turkey used security crises to justify his tightening grip on power. After the AKP lost its parliamentary majority in June 2015, a series of ISIS terrorist attacks enabled Erdogan to use the rally round the flag effect to call snap elections and regain control of parliament 5 months later. Even more consequential was the July 2016 coup attempt, which provided justification for a wide-ranging crackdown. Erdogan responded to the coup by declaring a sense of emergency and launching a massive wave of repression that included a purge of some 100,000 public officials, the closure of several newspapers, more than 50,000 arrests, including hundreds of judges and prosecutors, 144 journalists, and even 2 members of the Constitutional Court. Erdogan also used the coup attempt as a window of opportunity to make the case for sweeping new executive powers. The paragraph culminated in the April 2017 passage of a constitutional amendment that demolished checks on presidential authority. Few demagogues hemmed in by constitutional constraints, a crisis represents an opportunity to begin to dismantle the inconvenient and sometimes threatening checks and balances that come with democratic politics. Crises allow autocrats to expand their room to maneuver, protect themselves from perceived enemies. But the question remains, are democratic institutions so easily swept away? So, in we ring our alarm bells as we understand these numerous assaults on our freedoms, as we recognize the weaponization of the Justice Department go against a public enemies list, as we see the president doing everything in his power to try to get the courts to allow him to federalize the National Guard when any facts he's presenting are untethered to reality. As we see his effort to create a fake riot to persuade the press or the judges or the public that there really was a crisis to be addressed, as we understand that his goal is to provoke violence in order to justify greater authoritarian control. This is straight out of the authoritarian playbook. As this set of professors relays, you see it again and again and again, either using an actual crisis or generating a fake crisis to expand authoritarian power. So be on the watch, colleagues, patriots, for the misinformation or the fake crisis being used to expand presidential authoritarian power. Already we've seen it as he's pursued the authorization, the federalization of the National Guard in California and Texas and Oregon and Illinois, as he's tried to send those federalized National Guard from Texas and California into Oregon. That is really a move at this point to do two things. One is to get a court precedent that makes it legitimate to send in the National Guard whenever the president wants. And in addition to using Title X, he's threatened to use the Insurrection Act. Well, the Insurrection Act explicitly gives deference to the president about whether there's an insurrection, not like Title X that deals with rebellion. Presidents are enormously reluctant because they understand the Constitution and that troops are to be used to defend America and not attack Americans. But an authoritarian wants those military forces available, and the president's trying to get the precedents in place. He may get it from the Supreme Court. He may get it on the shadow docket just this week. If that happens, ring the alarm bells even louder that the gates have been thrown wide open to the president's use of the military to suppress dissent here in the United States of America. In between each chapter discussion of these different elements of authoritarian power, I'm laying out some of what's happening here in America. And we've looked at the assault on free speech. We've looked at the assault on free press. We looked at the assault on due process. We looked at the deliberate and willful rejection of accountability to the laws that govern the executive. And now we turn to his attack on law firms. Another of Trump's strategies is to go after those who enforce the law. So Trump has attacked a host of major law firms, in some cases hamstringing the firms by suspending their national security clearances. We talked about how the FCC was using their power over licenses and mergers to intimidate the networks on the programming they provide, even down to the comics they employ. And here we have the government using access to national security clearance to attack the ability of law firms to defend their clients. He has done this to punish their past association with individuals or cases that threatened his power, and to dissuade them from using their skills in new efforts that threaten his power. The attacks have generated some results. Skadden Arps and Paul Weiss have capitulated to Trump, agreeing, among other concessions, to end diversity policies and contribute millions of dollars of pro bono work to conservative clients. They're not alone. Several firms have surrendered, agreeing to provide about $1 billion in pro bono legal work for causes preferred by the administration. Now, can you imagine the outcry that would have happened in this chamber if President Biden had proceeded to use security clearances against conservative law firms and then said they had to use their services for progressive organizations preferred by Democrats. Every single member across the aisle would be down here screaming. I'd be down here screaming too, because it's wrong. This is authoritarian abuse of government power. It should never be contingent on who's being attacked. So put yourself through the test, dear colleagues. Ask yourself, why are you not down here making an issue out of this? If you would have made it an issue, if President Biden had done it, why aren't you making it an issue now? I'll look forward to your answer. But other firms have fought back, challenging Trump's action. Perkins Coie, Jenner and Block, Wimmer Hale. Impressively, more than 500 other firms have stood with them, signing briefs denouncing Trump's actions. Trump's actions are having real-world consequences. Let me read you a report from Reuters published on July 31st. It is titled, How Trump's Crackdown on Law Firms is Undermining Legal Defenses for the Vulnerable. When the Texas Civil Rights Project needed lawyers to help dozens of people arrested during U.S. President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, legal director Dustin Reinders turned to a familiar strategy. He contacted major law firms that for decades had provided free legal service to nonprofits like his. On that April day in Houston, he called his usual contacts, many at firms that had previously handled challenges to Trump's immigration policies. Before Trump's return to the White House, they typically offered swift pro bono or free legal help, a standard public service provided by elite firms. This time, they all declined. We are just handling the cases ourselves at this point, Reinders said. In March and April, Trump issued a series of executive orders targeting law firms he considers adversaries. The first such attacks by U.S. presidents against the legal profession. And I'm adding in, just to clarify, ever. Not in 200 plus years following 1787 Constitution has the president proceeded to attack law firms and tried to blackmail them, sometimes successfully, into providing pro bono services for causes the president prefers. Wow. First time ever. Another norm that would not have been crossed by any other president because other presidents didn't believe it was right for the government to blackmail law firms. And it's not right. It's abusing the power of government, threatening the security clearances in order to get this result. Some of the orders lashed out at the firms for donating their time to causes involving immigration or transgender rights, or the January 6th attack by Trump supporters on the U.S. Capitol, claiming this legal work undermined U.S. interests. Months later, the aftershocks threatened lasting damage to America's tradition of mobilizing free lawyers to challenge government actions on behalf of the vulnerable. Dozens of major law firms, wary of political retaliation, have scaled back pro bono work, diversity initiatives, and litigation that could place them in conflict with the Trump administration. A Reuters investigation found many firms are making a strategic calculation, withdraw from pro bono work frowned on by Trump or risk being the next target. 14 civil rights groups said the law firms they count on to pursue legal challenges are hesitating to engage with them, keeping their representation secret, or turning them down altogether in the wake of Trump's pressure, according to interviews with the nonprofits and a review of filings they made in court. In an analysis of court dockets, Reuters also found that big law firms have pulled back sharply from litigation against the federal government. That's a departure from Trump's first term, when the nation's largest firms were often involved in challenges to his directives. Now they're mostly on the sidelines amid an avalanche of lawsuits contesting administration policies, spending immigration, funding cuts to non-governmental organizations, and attempts to fire tens of thousands of federal workers. The retreat has been painful for the nonprofit advocacy groups challenging Trump's sweeping assertions of executive authority, limiting their resources for researching legal arguments, preparing briefs, and pursuing litigation. Such groups offer legal aid to low-income communities that have long relied on pro bono support. The result, he warned, is a chilling effect that is discouraging elite law firms from confronting the administration. Win or lose in court, the actions of the president are accomplishing their goal, he said. 9 firms have capitulated to Trump, pledging nearly $1 billion in free work to administration-backed causes. $1 billion of free work. Extortion by the President of the United States, threatening the security clearances, or taking other actions that, well, threaten the ability of the law firms to represent their clients or to gain new clients. Nearly $1 billion in free work to administration-backed causes. The deals include pro bono work ensuring fairness in the justice system and combating anti-Semitism, issues the administration has cast as conservative, though the specific cases the White House is expecting firms to pursue remain unclear. The firm said their settlements protect employees and clients without compromising core principles or their pro bono commitments. 4 firms, Perkins Coie, WilmerHale, Jenner & Block, and Sussman Godfrey, successfully challenged Trump administration orders targeting them, winning permanent injunctions from judges who found the actions unconstitutional. All but Sussman Godfrey's case have been appealed. And the important word in that paragraph, unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional to use the power of the government to blackmail law firms. The president acted unconstitutionally. Where is a single member of my colleagues across the aisle saying we're going to stand up for the Constitution? One. Be delighted to hear them stand up to the Constitution. One. Just one would be great. Beyond these rulings, Trump's directives are reshaping the profession in subtle but significant ways. A Reuters review found 46 of the 50 top grossing U.S. firms have removed or altered website references to diversity, equity, and inclusion. 17 revised pro bono descriptions to omit contentious areas like immigration and racial justice. 3 added language highlighting work aligned with Trump's agenda, such as supporting veterans and fighting anti-Semitism. Court records show a sharp decline in major firms challenging government policies, according to a Reuters analysis of dockets in the legal database Westlaw, a unit of Thomson Reuters. Well, that's a pretty fundamental conclusion that the strategy is pretty effective. 20 of the nation's 100 highest-grossing law firms sued the Trump administration during his first term, often over politically sensitive issues such as immigration regulation, but have not filed similar cases so far in his second term, a Reuters review of federal district court dockets found. Very effective strategy. Threaten the success of a law firm by threatening their security clearances, and you get 2 effects. Either you get a settlement in which they have to donate, now it's totaled $1 billion of free legal services to whoever the president wants, or, in addition, I should say, you also get intimidation that has law firms changing their practices. They won't represent clients that might make them a target of the administration's blackmail extortion strategy. They won't put up on their website causes that they've been involved in that might disagree with the president's agenda. It's an effective strategy, and it's wrong. It's unconstitutional. The government should never be in the business of providing a strategy to extort services out of the law firms or to basically intimidate them into not doing the function that they would choose to do in a normal world. This is true on both sides of the aisle. No Democratic president should ever intimidate a law firm that wants to represent a pregnancy center from getting that representation. It's not the role of government to coerce private enterprises choosing what they want to do for pro bono activities. It's a form of freedom at the corporate level, yes, to be sure, somewhat different than the individual level, for their lawyers to represent groups that they care about according to their philosophy, either individually or as a firm. Well, in the middle of this, we are still in the middle of the Republican shutdown because Republicans want to preserve the slashing cuts to health care affecting so many millions of Americans. Where is the connection between the authoritarian strategies of this administration and the bill, what Trump called his big beautiful bill and others call the big ugly betrayal? What is the connection between them? And the answer is that under an authoritarian government, the incentive is to serve the billionaires. Maybe we can put up the billionaires chart again, if you wouldn't mind, Mike. That was clear from day one. When Trump proceeded to be sworn into office, give his inaugural speech just down this hallway in the rotunda. And there he was, not giving a traditional speech. In a traditional speech, he would have been saying, here in America, I was elected for a vision. And my vision had these key elements to make America better. And now I'm going to work with Congress and get the vision enacted. Instead, he simply announced in his speech one after another fiats, as some countries call them. More formally, here they're called executive orders. Executive order this, executive order that. That's the executive order is the sound of, if that's all they're doing, I'm not saying every executive order, but many of them, it's a substitute for passing legislation. And they may be challenged in court, but the courts are slow. There is no law that gives the president the power to do tariffs. Well, the courts are slow. They've never gotten to the point that they said, stop doing the tariffs, because you don't have that authority. You know, the very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. You want a barrel of nails, you want a keg of molasses, what's the tariff going to be when you import it? And a senator sat around for 3 weeks arguing over what price should be put or what tariff amount should be put on each item. Always been done by legislation until this administration. So if the law gives no authority to the president to do tariffs, then how is the president doing all these tariffs day and night? It's because he's acting as an authoritarian outside the law. That's how. And because the courts are too slow, too timid, too something, too overloaded to say, hell no, you can't exercise authorities. You don't have authorities long invested in Congress to be done by law. But if authoritarianism is essentially about billionaires being empowered, and too bad for the families, then it's a perfect fit for the bill passed by this chamber in the House of Representatives, the bill Trump called the Big Beautiful Bill. Because what was the theory behind that bill? It was run up the debt of the United States an additional $30 trillion over the next 30 years. It does grind on me every time I hear someone who voted to run up the debt $30 trillion over the next 30 years talk about they're a fiscal conservative, because nothing could be further from the fact. And they slashed the tax credits that support affordable health insurance on the exchange to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And they slashed child nutrition to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And they slashed Medicaid to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Makes the billionaires pretty happy. Here they are, stand behind the president on day one. Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, government buying for the billionaires in the inaugural speech, in the inaugural picture, and in the president's big agenda bill. It's all the same. It flows from this authoritarian sense of taking control of the country to enhance the power of the powerful and toss the people under the bus. Its families lose and billionaires win. And if we were actually functioning now as a republic, we wouldn't see legislation that is families lose and billionaires win. We would see legislation for families to thrive and the billionaires or mega millionaires to pay their fair share. No, we're raised to believe that we have a fair chance at legislation that supports the people when everyone has a vote. But here is the challenge. We have a massive inequality in this country, I think at the highest level since the 1920s. And in that inequality is a power differential, because those with huge amounts of assets, they can afford lawyers who work 365 days a year to get the result they want. They can afford media campaigns to mislead the American people. I remember early in my time here in the Senate, back when I took the light rail, the metro, up to Tacoma Park, the big clean coal campaign. You know, coal massively damaging to the environment. But no, this clean coal media campaign to make something that is so damaging appears like a good option. So they've got the lawyers, they've got the media campaigns, they have the lobbyists. When I arrived here 17 years ago, it was said there were 2 pharma lobbyists for every member of Congress. That's a lot. It's said now there are 3 pharma lobbyists for every member of Congress. 3. 3 of them, pharma lobbyists, for each one of us. So they've got the lawyers, they've got the media campaigns, they've got the lobbyists, then they are rich enough to do big campaign donations on the official side, and then, of course, they've got the dark money. Oh, yeah. So the court had this very interesting case called Citizens United. And in that case, they said, you know what? Limits on individual donations can be capped because the candidate may experience corruption by knowing that a large amount of the money came from a few individuals with particular interests. Makes sense. You win your campaign because it was financed, well, who knows? Let's say the car industry. So you're going to be pretty favorable towards that car industry. Maybe it was financed by the clean energy community. So you're going to be more favorable to solar and wind. Maybe it was financed by the fossil industry. So you're going to be more sympathetic to keeping coal mines operating or massively subsidized the way that they are now. And so, yeah, the court said, that's okay. Yeah, we see the point. That's corrupting of good government serving the people. They said, but if the donation is made to the friend of the candidate, somehow that will erase all the corrupting influence because somehow the candidate will never notice that this massive amount of money got them elected because it was given to the friend of the candidate to run a parallel campaign rather than the candidate. What a pile of bullshit that story is from the Supreme Court. Do you think any candidate who got massive funding from any of the big dark money groups doesn't know exactly where that money came from? And worse yet, it's almost universally used to slander the person that they don't want to win. And they put fancy names on it, like the next generation or happiness for America or something like that. They hide who they are sometimes. Other times they don't hide who they are because they want everyone to know. The crypto industry put $40 million into an Ohio Senate race. They wanted everybody to know they did it. It sure made it a lot easier to get that crypto bill passed the floor of the Senate early this year with people going, when I'm up for election, I don't want to be having offended the crypto industry. So the Supreme Court made a totally fallacious argument to justify dark money. It's called dark money because unlike our donations, our normal donations to a candidate, that have to be disclosed. And the reason they have to be disclosed is because we passed a law saying they have to be disclosed because we want to make sure there's transparency. Back when McCain-Feingold was being debated, a lot of folks who opposed McCain-Feingold limits on donations, so that's the wrong approach. What we need is the sunlight of transparency. Well, that transparency is you make a donation, the recipient has to record your name, your address, your employment as part of registering that donation. I believe the line is $200. But dark money, no such requirement. Now, we tried to pass a transparency bill called the Disclose Act, led by the senator from Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse. And it basically said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Disclosure is good for ordinary Americans who can contribute a modest amount of money under a cap, McCain-Feingold cap. And actually, it's a pretty high cap when it comes to people in my blue-collar community. Nobody would give at these levels. I mean, it's pretty high, but it's not millions. I think the cap is $7,000 now, $3,500 in a primary, $3,500 in a general. But who in a blue-collar community like the one I live in has $7,000 to give to a campaign? So it's still pretty high, but it's not the $40 million for sure that the crypto industry put into a Senate race in a single week because they didn't like the way that the incumbent senator had led the banking committee and wanted certain things passed out of that banking committee that didn't get passed out. Talk about corrupting the American process of representing the people. Boy, that's a whopper right there. But that's where we are, with the powerful having so much maldistribution of wealth. They can employ the lawyers, the lobbyists, the media campaigns. They can proceed to give large regular donations and massive dark money donations. All of that means there is no such thing as an equal playing field in America. All of that means the government operates more for the powerful than for the people. And then we have the amplification of that disparity by an authoritarian government that isn't even trying to address the fundamentals for the people, not even trying to address health care, not even trying to address housing or education, could care less about good-paying jobs. And that's where we're at now, with the amplified authoritarian government by and for the powerful. Welcome back to the presiding officer, who's returned for another shift. So maybe I should start another chapter of the book. And this chapter addresses the guardrails of democracy. And again, these chapters are taken from How Democracies Die. Two professors wrote this book in 2018. They've studied how democracies die all around the world. What are the warning signs of authoritarian power? How is it exercised? How does it grow? How is the effort in a democracy made to filter the candidates so that you actually end up someone at the head of the executive branch who has the qualities of character and the capabilities appropriate to the office? And how do you lose that, as we have now? And hopefully, how do you repair it? This chapter, chapter 5, the guardrails of democracy. For generations, Americans have retained great faith in their Constitution as a centerpiece of a belief that the United States was a chosen nation, providentially guided, a beacon of hope and possibility to the world. Although this larger vision may be fading, trust in the Constitution remains high. A 1999 survey found 85% of Americans believe the Constitution was the major reason America has been successful during the past century. Indeed, our constitutional system of checks and balances was designed to prevent leaders from concentrating and abusing power. And for most of American history, it has succeeded. President Abraham Lincoln's concentration of power during the Civil War was reversed by the Supreme Court after the war ended. President Richard Nixon's illegal wiretapping, exposed after a 1972 Watergate break-in, triggered a high-profile congressional investigation and bipartisan pressure for a special prosecutor that eventually forced his resignation in the face of certain impeachment. In these and other instances, our political institutions served as crucial bulwarks against authoritarian tendencies. But are constitutional safeguards by themselves enough to secure a democracy? We believe the answer is no. Even well-designed constitutions sometimes fail. Germany's 1919 Weimar Constitution was designed by some of the country's greatest legal minds. Its long-standing and highly regarded Rechtsstaat, or rule of law, was considered by many as sufficient to prevent government abuse. But both the Constitution and the Rechtsstaat collapsed rapidly in the face of Adolf Hitler's usurpation of power in 1933. Or consider the experience of post-colonial Latin America. Many of the region's newly independent republics modeled themselves directly on the U.S., adopting U.S.-style presidentialism, bicameral legislatures, Supreme Courts, and in some cases, electoral colleges and federal systems. Some wrote constitutions that were near replicas of the U.S. Constitution. Yet almost all of the region's embryonic republics plunged into civil war and dictatorship. For example, Argentina's 1853 constitution closely resembled ours. 2/3 of its text was taken directly from the U.S. Constitution. But these constitutional arrangements did little to prevent fraudulent elections in the late 19th century or military coups in 1930 and 1943 and Perón's populist autocracy. Likewise, the Philippines' 1935 Constitution has been described as a faithful copy of the U.S. Constitution, drafted under U.S. colonial tutelage and approved by the U.S. Congress. The charter, quote, provided a textbook example of liberal democracy, end quote. Separation of powers, a Bill of Rights, a 2-term limit in the presidency. But President Ferdinand Marcos, who was loath to step down when his second term ended, dispensed with it rather easily after declaring martial law in 1972. You know, I was thinking about folks who came to my town halls this year. I had 36 town halls, one in each county. I do it every year. I've done more than 600. It's a lot of opportunity for people to give feedback. But the feedback I got this year included people asking the question, will Trump try to serve a third term? He's talked about it. He's joked about it. And for the first few months of this year, I was somewhat dismissive that our democracy could ever be so fragile. And I still feel it's an enormous stretch. But folks have pointed out that the Constitution doesn't ban a person from serving a third term. No, it bans a person for running for a third term, not serving a third term. We had a vacancy when Dianne Feinstein passed away. She sat right next to me here at this desk. And the very capable woman who was appointed by the governor of California to serve in Feinstein's seat, well, she didn't live in California, is my understanding. But the rule was she had to live in California to run, and she wasn't running, she was appointed. And so that distinction actually has some basis in actions that have occurred. So now maybe I have you all a little more worried that there's something to the possibility, because it's been pointed out that a president might run for vice president. The president steps down, they're now serving a third term. Not a likely scenario that I think anyone would support. Still seems an enormous stretch, but so much else that seemed an enormous stretch is happening right now. But then people posed a different question in my town halls. They said, we've seen the president evoke emergency powers or just grab authorities that the law doesn't give the president. So what's to prevent the president from evoking emergency powers, saying there's a crisis, and delaying the next election? Maybe arguing that the voting machines are not yet properly free of some virus that's infected them, or arguing that the vote can't go forward because the president's put out an edict about vote by mail, and states are still using vote by mail. Again, I think it's an enormous stretch and unlikely, but I will say we damn well better be on our guard, because we didn't expect to have a president who would attack due process and ignore it, and we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would blackmail law firms, and we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would use licenses and merger power to try to control what networks put on TV, but we have it. We didn't expect to have a president who would weaponize the Justice Department to go after a list of his public enemies, that he's identified as his public enemies. We didn't expect to have a president who would try to get the court decisions to enable him to deploy troops whenever he wants against public dissent in the United States of America. Yet we have it. So I say to you, ring the alarm bells, because all of those things are worthy of ringing them loud and hard. But in addition, don't assume that even though all those bridges have been crossed, that somehow the president won't cross the next bridge. Be aware and worried about the possibility of the use of an emergency in order to expand authoritarian power. Be aware and concerned about a manufactured crisis to expand authoritarian power. That's the position we're in now in the United States of America. Authoritarianism in complete control of the nation, with a rubber-stamped Congress, a court that's delivering more and more power to the executive, and an executive who has a well-planned strategy, thanks to Project 2025, to turn our country from a government by and for the people into a government by and for the richest and most powerful people in the land. Turning back to the book, it continues. I'm still awake. Even without a chart following on me, I'm awake. So they asked the question, are constitutional safeguards by themselves enough to secure democracy? They said, we believe the answer is no. Even well-designed constitutions sometimes fail. And they lay out how the Weimar Constitution, well-designed, lapsed rapidly in the face of Adolf Hitler's power grab in 1933. And then they continue, or consider the experience of post-colonial Latin America. Many of the region's newly independent republics modeled themselves directly on the United States, adopting U.S.-style presidentialism, bicameral legislatures, Supreme Courts, some cases electoral colleges and federal systems. And they point out that many of the constitutions were near replicas of our Constitution, but that fact did a little to prevent fraudulent elections in the late 19th century, or military coups in the 1930 and 1943, and Perón's populist autocracy. And the Philippines Constitution, a faithful copy of the U.S. Constitution, but it was dispensed with rather easily after declaring, he dispensed it rather easily after declaring martial law in 1972. If constitutions were enough, if constitutional rules were enough, then figures such as Perón, Marcos, or Brazil's Vargas, all of whom took office after or under U.S.-style constitutions that contained an impressive array of checks and balances, would have been one- or two-term presidents rather than notorious autocrats. Even well-designed constitutions cannot by themselves guarantee democracy. For one, constitutions are always incomplete. Like any set of rules, they have gaps and ambiguities. No operating manual, no matter how detailed, can anticipate all the possible contingencies or prescribe how to behave under all possible circumstances. Constitutional rules are also always subject to competing interpretations. What exactly does advice and consent entail when it comes to a U.S. Senate role in appointing Supreme Court justices? What sort of threshold for impeachment does the phrase crimes and misdemeanors establish? Americans have debated these and other constitutional questions for centuries. If constitutional powers are open to multiple readings, they can be used in ways their creators didn't anticipate. You know, these words for advice and consent was not laid out clearly when the Senate came in power. We had a responsibility. The idea we had to agree, consent to a nomination. But how was that to be done? And so it was really the early practices that were adopted became the precedents and guided us until we changed those practices. We had a major change this year. Except when done by unanimous consent, nominations have been done by a single vote on each person, so that you can't put a bad nominee in with a batch of good ones and somehow get them approved. But this year, this body engaged in what's known as a nuclear option and proceeded to change the rule in order to do large groups of nominees in a single vote. And so, is that still advice and consent? Well, not if you believe that it applied to each individual, because each individual isn't being voted on. But there's ambiguity, as these authors say. There's uncertainty. And each thing depends upon kind of the good faith of the principle involved. And if that good faith isn't there, if that kind of matrix of social understandings that affirm the rule is missing, then the words themselves, well, won't carry the same value in preserving our freedom, our checks and balances. So returning to the script here of the book, finally, the written words of a constitution may be followed to the letter in ways that undermine the spirit of the law. One of the most disruptive forms of labor protest is a work-to-rule campaign, in which workers do exactly what is asked of them in their contracts or job descriptions, but nothing more. In other words, they follow the written rules to the letter. Almost invariably, the workplace ceases to function. Because of the gaps and ambiguities inherent in all legal systems, we cannot rely on constitutions alone to safeguard democracy against would-be authoritarianism. God has never endowed any statesman or philosopher, or any body of them, wrote former U.S. President Benjamin Harrison, with wisdom enough to frame a system of government that everybody could go off and leave. And that includes our own political system. The U.S. Constitution is, by most accounts, a brilliant document, but the original Constitution, only 4 pages long, can be interpreted in many different and even contradictory ways. We have, for example, few constitutional safeguards against filling nominally independent agencies, such as the FBI, with loyalists. According to constitutional scholars, Aziz Huq and Tom Ginsburg, only, quote, the thin tissue of convention, unquote, prevents American presidents from capturing the referees and deploying them against opponents. This book was written in 2018. I haven't met these authors, but I'd like to now, because at that time they didn't anticipate that what they were seeing and worried about in 2018 would come back in such full force and would begin from the very start of the administration. They'd fire all the inspector generals, which is exactly what they're warning about here. Capturing the referees. Who are the referees? Well, one set of referees are inspector generals who don't answer to the head of an agency, are supposed to provide us with oversight of what's going on in an agency. In a way, they're more accountable to Congress than they are to the president, but the executive fired them. And for the most part, the court has shrugged its shoulders and said, oh, well, go ahead. So Huck and Ginsburg warned that the constitutional legal safeguards of democracy would prove fairly easy to manipulate in the face of a truly anti-democratic leader. If the Constitution written in Philadelphia in 1787 is not what secured American democracy for so long, then what did? Many factors mattered, including our nation's immense wealth, a large middle class, a vibrant civil society. But we believe much of the answer also lies in the development of strong democratic norms. All successful democracies rely on informal rules that, although not found in the Constitution or any laws, are widely known and respected. In the case of the American democracy, this has been vital. I was thinking about how the norms have changed from time to time in America. Just to provide a couple of examples, the early Senate wanted to get in and get its work done so that people could go back to their farms, plant their crops, harvest their crops. There was no time to be fooling around, and Jefferson laid out a manual for the operation of the Senate. And he talked about how your comments needed to be direct and not superfluous and on point so that everybody could get their thoughts into the conversation, and then you could vote. You can go on to the next topic. And a second convention was that the presiding officer, by the Constitution, the Vice President of the United States, sat right up there in the dais. Well, we don't have a vice president sitting in the dais tonight, but the understanding was the vice president had the responsibility under the Constitution to make the Senate operate. Much as the way as when I was Speaker of the Oregon House, it was my job to be at the dais and keep things moving and make them operate and solve the problems when they came up. Thomas Jefferson played that role when he's vice president. And he wrote a manual about how we should behave here. But that idea that things should be succinct and to the point started to face a serious assault by the pressures of the 1830s. You had in the South the tobacco, cotton, agricultural economy. You had in the North a manufacturing economy. And those two economies thought different things would help them succeed. And one of the issues that became highly controversial were tariffs. Why tariffs in the 1830s? Well, because the North wanted to protect its manufacturing base. Stretch out this cord a little more so I'm tethered at a slightly longer distance. Turns out if you give a really long speech, maybe it's a good idea to move around quite a bit. during that period. So in the 1830s, you have this tension, and the North wants these tariffs to protect its manufacturing economy. The South is concerned about retaliatory tariffs against its tobacco and its cotton. So the South called these tariffs the tariffs of the abominations. That's a pretty fierce phrase that shows how deeply they were concerned about this legislation. And Calhoun, who had been vice president and then left that to run and come back to this body as a U.S. senator, he was really the spearheader of the philosophy that you could have states that could nullify a federal law if they didn't like it. Now, this idea wasn't completely a kooky idea. We were, in the beginning, an assembly of states, and there were alternative visions of whether we were primarily a group of states working together or were we one nation. And under the idea of nullification, states were retaining far more power, and the suggestions, the laws, the federal laws were suggestions, and they could nullify them if they wanted. Now, this came to a test over tariffs because ultimately Calhoun organized and encouraged South Carolina to write a bill that nullified a tariff law. Wow, okay. So Jackson, who was president, well, Jackson was a slave owner, I think born in Virginia, but representing Tennessee, or coming from Tennessee for most of his career. He said, hell no, you can't nullify laws, South Carolina. And he came to Congress and he got a declaration of war against South Carolina. And South Carolina backed down. And they undid their nullification law. And that was the end of nullification. So here is a Southern economy based on tobacco and cotton and slave labor. And how are they going to try to stop laws that they really don't want? And they hit upon a strategy of continuously raising new motions on a law. And every time there was a new motion, well, under the Senate rules, each person could speak to it twice. So, by doing motion after motion, maybe motion to return it to committee, maybe a motion to adjourn, maybe a motion to do this amendment, do that amendment. Well, it enabled continuous talking about the bill. And this is the root of the word filibuster. Because whereas the social contract had been that the Jefferson vision of speaking succinctly and to the main point so everybody could get their thoughts in and then you could vote, was replaced by a new convention of speaking slowly, at length, on motion after motion, to basically make it impossible to get to a final vote. So the rules on the page for the Senate were the same, but the conventions around it changed dramatically. And the advocates for this talk a bill to death strategy were considered pirates. Pirates. The vision of operating outside of the law, boarding the ship, creating chaos and dysfunction. And the word filibuster means piracy. It's a word essentially translated from Dutch, freebooter. Freebooter. Filibusters. I think it was the kind of the Caribbean slang version of freebooter or pirate. And so the pirates became the norm. And we are still haunted and challenged by that vision of bills being talked to death, of not being able to get to a final vote on bills. And that means in a fast-changing world, the Senate can't function very quickly. It means that large, powerful interests that have lobbyists and lawyers and can fund massive amounts of dark money in elections and lots of regular donations, that collectively they can get the minority to block a bill from ever being completed by never providing the 60 votes needed to complete the bill. The bill will be continuously considered and never resolved. So that's the challenge that still is one we're struggling with here in this system. So, as they were noting, the thin tissue of convention prevents American presidents from capturing the referees and deploying them against opponents. Likewise, the Constitution is virtually silent on a president's authority to act unilaterally via decrees or executive orders, and it does not define the limits of executive power during crises. Huck and Ginsburg recently warned that the constitutional and legal safeguards of American democracy would prove to be fairly easy to manipulate in the face of a truly anti-democratic leader. And that's where we're at right now. And that's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. It's why 7 million people turned out on the No Kings rally on Saturday. Let's ring the wrong bells inside this building. Let's ring them outside this building, because our Constitution is under the greatest threat since the Civil War. And it's our job as elected leaders, in partnership with the groundswell of engaged American citizenry, to save it. That's our responsibility, to save our country from authoritarian takeover we are in at this moment. If the Constitution written in 1787 is not what secured American democracy, as I noted, I read this paragraph before, what did? Well, middle class was helpful. Vibrant civil society is helpful. And then norms. All successful democracies rely on informal rules that, though not found in the Constitution or any laws, are widely known and respected. In this case of American democracy, this has been vital. As in all facets of society, ranging from family life to the operation of businesses and universities, unwritten rules loom large. To understand how they work, think of the example of a pickup baseball game. Street basketball, or pickup basketball game. Street basketball is not governed by rules set up by the NBA, the NCAA, or any other league. And there are no referees to enforce the rules, only shared understandings about what is and what is not acceptable. Only those shared understandings about what is and what's not acceptable prevent such gains from descending into chaos. The unwritten rules of a half-court game of pickup basketball are familiar to anyone who has played it. Here's some of the basics. Scoring is by ones, not by twos, as in regular basketball. The winning team must win by 2 points. The team that makes a basket keeps the ball. Make it, take it. The scoring team takes the ball to the top of the key, and to ensure that the defending team is ready, checks by passing it to the nearest opposing player. The player who starts with the ball cannot shoot. He or she must pass it. Players call their own fouls, but with restraint. Only egregious fouls are legitimate. No blood, no foul. But when fouls are called, the calls must be respected. Democracy, of course, is not street basketball. Democracies do have written rules, constitutions, and referees, the courts. But these work best and survive longest in countries where written constitutions are reinforced by their own unwritten rules of the game. These rules or norms serve as the soft guardrails of democracy, preventing day-to-day political competition from devolving into no-holds-barred conflict. Norms are more than personal dispositions. They do not simply rely on political leaders' good character, but rather are shared codes of conduct that become common knowledge within a particular community or society, accepted, respected, and enforced by its members. Because they are unwritten, they are often hard to see, especially when they're functioning well. This can fool us into thinking they are unnecessary, but nothing could be further from the truth. Like oxygen or clean water, a norm's importance is quickly revealed by its absence. When norms are strong, violations trigger expressions of disapproval, ranging from head shaking and ridicule to public criticism and outright ostracism. And politicians who violate them can expect to pay a price. Unwritten rules are everywhere in American politics, ranging from the operations of the Senate and the Electoral College to the format of the presidential press conferences. But two norms stand out as fundamental to a functioning democracy: mutual toleration and institutional forbearance. And the chapter goes on to talk about these two key norms of mutual tolerance and institutional forbearance, and notes that essentially when we become two parties treating each other like enemies, we've wandered way outside that framework that makes democracy function. I was struck by a chart that I saw years ago that described what the political spectrums looked like back in the 1970s. And since I was first here in 1976, it was like, if this is the bell curve for the Democrats and the bell curve for the Republicans, they cross over a tremendous amount. But that's not the way our country functions now. Now, those two curves are essentially far apart. There's this massive chasm between the Democratic range of views and the Republican range of views. This chasm is partly the result of cable television. Cable television meant that things were not broadcast over the air, and somewhere along the line, I believe on the Reagan administration, we lost the fairness doctrine, which basically said you can't use your broadcast news in a partisan fashion. Well, that's gone. And each cable news world has its own audience. So if you go to a city in my state, and in most states, it's not very likely they're watching Fox News, to be simple, to be plain. It's more likely they're watching CNN or MSNBC. And if you go to rural Oregon, the reverse is true. They're probably not watching CNN, MSNBC, more likely watching Fox News or some other competitor within that range of the spectrum. And since there's no fairness doctrine, and since viewership is increased when people's emotions are activated, these channels do a lot to be as basically fierce about the dysfunction of the other party as possible, and any best action is viewed in our best intentions, your worst. So the division is augmented by cable television and reinforced by social media. That's the chasm we face right now. And what the authors are saying is that once we fall into this world where we are split in this fashion, well, democracy's in trouble. And I would say I concur with that observation. They go on about mutual tolerance in that respect, but then also about forbearance. Forbearance means patient self-control. Restraint and tolerance are the action of restraining from exercising a legal right. For our purposes, it can be thought of as avoiding actions that, while respecting the letter of the law, obviously violate its spirit. Where norms of forbearance are strong, politicians do not use their institutional prerogatives to the hilt, even if technically legal to do so, for such action could imperil the existing system. Well, so these are the challenges that we face here, and more broadly, our entire nation faces as we've been split into teams. One of the things that particularly strikes me is a survey that was done a few years ago that said in the past, parents' biggest concern was their children would marry into a different religion. And now, parents' concern is that parents will marry into a different political party. That's how fierce the separation has become between Democrats and Republicans in our country. I'm here tonight to ring the alarm bells, to say we're deep into authoritarian control in our nation. And that we have an obligation for hundreds of years. Our forefathers and foremothers fought and died to preserve this vision of freedom, to preserve this constitutional framework. And in 9 simple months, more has been done to unravel it, to crush it, than we could ever have imagined. Take more than 3 more years of this, and the ability to escape this authoritarian framework and style is incredibly unlikely. It's why it's important to ring the alarm bells now, to weigh in now, to have the No Kings March now, as we did this last weekend, to remind us all of the responsibilities we have to save the vision of our Constitution. This isn't a you can just kind of relax and maybe save it a couple years from now. No, it'll be too entrenched. That is the message. That is why we need to ring the alarm bells. Between each chapter, I'm looking at a different strategy in which Trump is waging war on our Constitution and is expanding his authoritarian power. And we've looked at his attack on the press. We looked at his attack on free speech. We looked at his attack on due process. We looked at his attack on law firms. Well, now we're going to look at the attack on universities. Trump and his team have tried to use the power of the state to reshape policies at universities by launching investigations of their practices and by freezing millions or billions in their federal grants. Some of those universities include ones readily recognizable across the country. Brown University, Columbia University, Cornell, Duke, Harvard, Northwestern, Penn, Princeton, UCLA. Dozens of other schools are under scrutiny. Harvard is one of Trump's biggest targets, with roughly $9 billion at stake. Let me read you this reporting about Trump's attacks on universities that was written just last month, September 5th. The article is titled, "Trump has targeted universities like Harvard, Cornell, Columbia. Why?" Written by Alan Blinder. The Trump administration is exerting extraordinary influence over American universities by threatening to cut them off from funding and, in some cases, students. President Trump and his allies have focused their attacks on elite universities, which they say are bastions of anti-Semitism and ideological indoctrination. A handful of the schools, Brown, Columbia, the University of Pennsylvania, have made deals with the White House. Some have agreed to pay millions of dollars to restore research funds and end federal investigations. Wow, another case of the president's team extorting action by an institution. In this case, universities. Harvard has fought back in court, even as it has negotiated with the White House, while others have exclusively pursued quiet talks with the government. As universities contend with Washington's demands, the long-term result could remake higher education across the country. Billions in funds for research have been frozen, while administration officials have also tried to prevent universities from enrolling international students. So freeze the research funds and then attack the ability to enroll students who pay full tuition. Two ways of attacking the ability of a university to make their books balance. The higher education industry has acknowledged shortcomings and failures, but university leaders have also warned that the federal government is trying to stamp out academic freedom, a cornerstone of the American education system. Since taking power in January, the Trump administration has said it would end or limit federal money to a number of universities, including Brown, Columbia, Cornell, Duke, Harvard, Northwestern, Penn, Princeton, University of California, Los Angeles. Dozens of other schools are also under scrutiny, largely by the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, and aware that some of their federal funding is imperiled. But much of the focus is on 10 schools the Trump administration task force, which says it is devoted to rooting out anti-Semitism, identified for particular attention. The University of Virginia also drew the ire of the administration. She demanded the resignation of the school's president to help resolve a Justice Department inquiry into diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh my goodness. You know, the Trump's obsession with diversity, equity, inclusion is an obsession with his fight for inequality of opportunity. Now, I was raised to believe that everyone should have a chance to thrive. Everyone should. And that everyone has something to contribute. Well, everyone having something to contribute, that's diversity. People bring different life experiences, different cultural backgrounds, different ways of observing the world. By sharing those, we make the society stronger. Those strands are woven together. They result in more than the individuals by themselves. Diversity is a strength. Equity. What's equity? It's carved above the Supreme Court. Equal justice under law. Why is it that Trump hates equal justice under the law? Equity. Inclusion. Inclusion means an end to bigotry that locks out people because of the color of their skin, or their family background, or the country they come from. End to bigotry in order to give people opportunity to thrive. Positive thing, end to bigotry. So here we have Trump turning the value of everyone having something to offer, of equal justice under the law, and of ending bigotry into a negative. I don't buy it, not for a second, this attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, an attack on equal justice, an attack on opportunity for all. But here are all these schools getting rid of their programs dedicated to these important values of opportunity for all. The Trump administration announced 3 significant deals in July. First, Penn agreed to implement certain policies around transgender people in athletics, and to apologize, in effect, for the trans athlete Leah Thomas's participation in the women's swim team several years ago. The agreement included no financial penalties. Columbia, which faced accusations that it tolerated anti-Semitism on its campus, agreed to a suite of policy changes as well as a $200 million fine to the U.S. government. Brown University cut a similar deal, though its $50 million payout was going to be directed towards state workforce development organizations, not the federal government. Brown and Columbia secured specific provisions intended to limit the Trump administration's involvement in academic matters. The next section of this essay is titled, What's Happening with Harvard? The Trump administration's biggest target has been Harvard, the country's oldest and richest university. The university has roughly $9 billion at stake in its fight with the federal government. The dispute erupted after Harvard rejected Trump administration proposals, including one for the use of an outsider to audit programs and departments that most fuel anti-Semitic harassment or reflect ideological capture. The government also wanted Harvard to curb the power of its faculty and report international students who commit misconduct. The Trump administration wants a report on ideological capture. Well, how about it start with doing a report on itself and its ideology of authoritarian takeover that's destroying our Constitution? Now that would be a report worth doing right there. The Trump administration almost immediately began cutting off billions in funds. Officials have since said they would direct federal agencies to end all the remaining contracts with the school. The government told the university not to expect grant money in the future. Harvard sued the administration over the cuts. In September, a federal judge in Boston broadly ruled in Harvard's favor, though the administration immediately pledged to appeal. It was not clear when and whether the federal money would flow again. But the administration's onslaught goes beyond research funding. The university is confronting an array of investigations, some of which Harvard officials fear could become full-blown criminal inquiries in the coming months. Mr. Trump has also threatened Harvard's tax-exempt status. So we saw the president use power over mergers and license to try to compel the networks as to what programming they could have. And here we're seeing using the power over tax-exempt status to try to compel what the university does. So using these different powers of the administration in effect to extort concessions that interfere with the proper independent functioning of these organizations. I don't want the federal government telling universities what they can teach. I don't want the federal government using research grants as a weapon against our universities, or using the ability to allow students to attend, from foreign students to attend because of the tuition, or in this case, threatening tax-exempt status. Recently, his administration has tried repeatedly to bar the university from enrolling international students, and a federal judge in Boston has blocked those efforts. In June, Harvard and the White House began discussing the possibility of a settlement. Even as the talks unfolded, though, the administration kept hammering at Harvard with subpoenas, accusations of civil rights violations, and a subsequent challenge to its accreditation. Harvard signaled it might be willing to spend $500 million to settle with the White House. Well, it's working, right? Major institutions, proud independent institutions that know their role in terms of research that contributes to all fields in America, to the prosperity of America, are feeling quite compelled that they can't endure this collective attack by the administration. We here in this chamber, we should be passing laws that say you can't do this, protecting academic freedom. Academic freedom is also about the students' freedom, but we're not. And that's a shame. The administration has frequently claimed that targeted schools harbor anti-Semitism, and it goes on to address that issue some length. Many conservatives say their views have been marginalized in lecture halls. They've said they want universities to emphasize academic programs that will lead students to jobs essential to the economy. In other words, our universities, our private universities, can be an extension of the philosophy of the government. And if that happens to sound appealing to you now, because you broadly share Trump's perspectives, would you like it so much with a different president telling the universities what to do, including conservative universities, based on a more liberal set of ideas about the world? I suspect not. The situation gets even worse. On October 2nd, the New York Times reported the White House sent letters to universities urging them to, quote, pledge support for President Trump's political agenda to help ensure access to research funds. To his political agenda? Can we not all agree that this is a massive abuse of government power? Let me read you the reporting. Trump administration asked colleges to sign compact to get funding preference. Demands sent to 9 top schools included pledging to freeze tuition for 5 years and to commit to strict definitions of gender. The White House on Wednesday sent letters to 9 of the nation's top public and private universities, urging campus leaders to pledge support for President Trump's political agenda to help ensure access to federal research funds. Pledge support, let me repeat that, to Trump's political agenda to ensure access to federal research funds. The letters came attached to a 10-page compact that serves as a sort of priority statement for the administration's educational goals. The most comprehensive accounting to date of what Mr. Trump aims to achieve for an unparalleled, months-long pressure campaign on academia. The compact would require colleges to freeze tuition for 5 years, cap the enrollment of international students, and commit to strict definitions of gender. Among other steps, universities would also be required to change their governance structures, prohibit anything that would punish, belittle, and even spark violence against conservative ideas. Colleges that sign the agreement would receive multiple positive benefits, according to a letter included with the compact, signed by the Education Secretary Linda McMahon, and signed by Vince Haley, the director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, and by Meg Mailman, the White House senior advisor for special projects. The Trump administration gave 9 universities a set of terms to follow for better access to federal funds. At least one said it wanted to sign up, but some students wanted the college officials to say no. Colleges that agree would get priority access to federal funds and looser restraints on overhead costs. Signed compacts would also serve as assurance to the government that schools are complying with civil rights laws. Federal civil rights investigations have been used to halt much of the research funding the administration has blocked so far this year. So it's it's kind of completely captured by this notion that you don't get research funds unless you reshape your views and your actions to accentuate Trump's political agenda. Well, that's how far things have gone off track. The president wants to dictate how our universities teach and what they teach, and they want the universities to promote his political agenda. The letters were sent to a number of these universities, and there are a number of comments. University of Texas system is honored that our flagship, the University of Texas at Austin, has been named as one of only 9 institutions in the U.S. selected by the Trump administration for potential funding advantages under its new compact for academic excellence in higher education, said Kevin Eltife, chairman of the University of Texas Board of Regents. He said it in a statement on Thursday. We enthusiastically look forward to engaging with university officials and reviewing the compact immediately. The other 8 schools declined to comment, did not immediately, or said they were still studying the compact. The letters prompted concern about the precedent of signing on to such agreements. Well, they should be concerned anytime a government, a free society, tells the universities what they can teach and that they have to promote the president's political agenda. That is a massive red line that has been crossed. I hope all 9 say absolutely no. But I'll tell you, we saw with the previous threats, universities cut deals because when millions or billions of funds are being held up by the government, that's an effective strategy of blackmail that forces university presidents to say, I got a responsibility to keep this place functioning. We got a lot of folks who are involved in the research. We can't send them all home. The interruption will damage the enormous amount of work that's already been done. I mean, the pressures are intense. That's a terrible place where universities are when the power of the U.S. government is mobilized to oppress them. On October 10th, an article notes about MIT that they rejected special funding offer from the Trump administration. MIT became the first university to reject an agreement that would trade support for the Trump administration's higher education agenda in exchange for favorable treatment. The proposal, called the Compact for Academic Excellence, was sent to 9 universities, require colleges to cap international student enrollment, freeze tuition for 5 years, adhere to definitions of gender, and prohibit anything that would belittle conservative ideas. In a letter on Friday to the Trump administration, MIT's president, Sally Kornbluth, wrote the university has already freely met or exceeded many of the standards outlined in the proposal, but she disagrees with other requirements or demands, including those that restrict free expression. Fundamentally, the premise of the document is inconsistent with our core beliefs that scientific funding should be based on scientific merit alone, Dr. Kornbluth wrote. A White House spokeswoman, Liz Huston, said in a statement that, quote, any university that refuses this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform higher education isn't serving its students or their parents. They're bowing to radical left-wing bureaucrats. The best science can't thrive in institutions that have abandoned merit, free inquiry, and pursuit of truth, she added. President Trump encourages universities to join us in restoring academic excellence and common sense policies. But the administration is not asking for free inquiry and pursuit of truth. They're asking the universities to promote the Trump's political agenda. The idea of the compacts has been deeply unpopular among faculty members and free speech advocates who view them as another political intrusion into the affairs of academia. They argue the Trump administration is threatening the independence of American higher education by cutting hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding to force top universities to adopt its agenda. And of course, that's exactly what is happening. The compact has complicated negotiations between the Trump administration and individual schools, including Harvard, where it is a sign that if they reach a deal with the administration, the government will come back and ask for more concessions. Two of the universities that received this invitation to this compact were ones that already reached deals with the Trump administration. And so that's what's driving the concern that it's just going to be more. Well, this is wrong. Our tax dollars are at work for research because research takes our nation forward, makes it more prosperous, allows an opportunity for people to utilize to maximum effect those wonderful brain cells they've been granted, and in the course find innovations, inventions, valuable ideas that become valuable to the entire society. Universities are supposed to serve all Americans, not just those who agree with the president. They're supposed to be places where ideas are robustly debated, not places where the things they present are dictated by the government. You want that? Go to China. China has that. You want to live in a country that controls what its universities teach, that have to adopt the government authoritarian line? Go to China. That's where you'll find that in abundance if that's what you love. If you love this idea of a government dictating what our universities teach. I offer a sincere compliment to Princeton President Christopher Eisgruber, who has called out Trump's actions as, quote, the greatest threat to America's universities since the Red Scare of the 1950s. Now that's what I call standing up for academic freedom. And now, under our program of It's 12 Midnight Somewhere, we've reached the last location of the official states of the United States, where Hawaii has arrived, where midnight has arrived in the state of Hawaii. And so we had 4 time zones in the continental U.S., another time zone in Alaska, and now we're in Hawaii, some 6 hours after midnight first arrived here on the east coast of the United States of America. And as midnight has arrived at each of our various time zones that affect the United States, I've been reading Paul Revere's Ride by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, because that poem was about ringing the alarm bell that the British were attacking. In this case, it wasn't actually ringing an alarm bell. It was putting lanterns in the church belfry, and then folks could see those lanterns. Specifically, the person was Paul Revere, who, when he saw the lantern, rode through town after town, alerting people to the attack by the British. There's a parallel in a sense that right now, Americans are ringing the alarm bells about the authoritarian takeover of our country. There is nothing normal, there is nothing legal, there is nothing constitutional about this authoritarian takeover. Quite the opposite. It is shredding our Constitution, demolishing our separation of powers, destroying the checks and balances. And that's the warning we all need to hear and respond to, just as the communities that Paul Revere rode through responded and went out to fight the British. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere on the 18th of April in 75. Hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1, if by land, 2, if by sea. And I, on the opposite shore, will be ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm for the country folk to be up and arm." Then he said, "Good night," and with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset, the British man of war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified for its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile, his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the Old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread to the belfry chamber overhead and startled the pigeons from their perch on the somber rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade by the trembling ladder, steep and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went, creeping along from tent to tent and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour and the secret dread, the lonely belfry and the dead, for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now, he patted his horse's side now gazed at the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the Old North Church as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and somber and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmering and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in the village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles and passing a spark, struck out by a steed, flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet, through the gloom and the light, the fate of a nation was riding that night. And the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides, and under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on sand, now loud on ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, felt the damp of the river fog, and rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock, the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who, at the bridge, would be the first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball, from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to merge again under the trees at the turn of the road, only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For born on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness and peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed and the midnight message of Paul Revere. The midnight message of Paul Revere. To be alerted, to be warned that the British are coming and that they are an enormous threat to the colonies. I'm here tonight, or should I say this morning, to ring the alarm bells that there is a full authoritarian assault on our constitutional values, our separation of powers, and the full assault on our liberties. It is an assault, absolutely, on due process, on free speech, on free press, on free assembly. It is the weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after people on a political enemies list the president has compiled. It is the effort to mobilize the military to go after peaceful protesters and to create violent interactions that would justify even more authoritarian power. It is an attack on universities. It is the attack on law firms. And now we turn to the use of violence. An authoritarian president emboldened by a rubber-stamped Congress, emboldened by a deferential Supreme Court, sending military troops against American citizens who are peacefully protesting. This is un-American. It's a fundamental violation of the purpose of our military. The military exists to defend us from foreign powers, not to be a tool in a president's hand to attack people who disagree with his point of view. That happens in countries that don't have a president. That happens in countries that have a king. Under our Constitution, we don't have a king here in America. Our whole Constitution is that we are not governed by and for a king, but governed by and for the people. And we certainly don't believe that the man at the top or the women at the top of the executive branch should be using the military against his own citizens. By law, federalizing the National Guard is quite limited. It can only be done if it's done in partnership with the governor, or if there is an invasion, or if there is a rebellion. At the time the laws were written, passed right here in this chamber, well understood what those terms meant. An invasion, a military force on our border, threatening to cross and attack our nation. That's an invasion. A rebellion, a large, well-organized, well-armed group trying to overturn the government of the United States of America. The last time we saw something that might have qualified a rebellion was when President Trump organized a mob to attack the Capitol to prevent the votes from being counted in the Electoral College. They were large, they were well organized, they were somewhat armed, and they were certainly striving to overthrow the government by preventing the counting of electoral ballots. But compare that to protesters peacefully holding signs of concern about the policies of this president or the actions of one of his agencies. Isn't that freedom of speech? Isn't that freedom of assembly? Goes to the core of who we are as Americans. Government doesn't tell us what to think. We get to say what we want. We get to say it when we want it. Sure, there are some restrictions. You don't yell fire in a crowded theater and cause people to stampede. But essentially, it's the freedom to express your views. And you can express them in ways the government doesn't like, in places the government doesn't like. You can express them in satire in ways the government doesn't like, because we're Americans and we treasure our freedom. Well, obviously, there's nothing approaching an invasion or rebellion in the city of Portland. Senator Wyden and I were outside of ICE a couple weekends ago. I saw 3 women holding a sign that looked like it had a flower on it. Nothing particularly threatening. But there's been lots of other protesters at other moments, protesting, though, with joy and whimsy. A group called Pause for Peace were getting together with puppies and dogs. I don't think a bunch of folks holding their beloved dogs constitutes a well-organized, well-armed group trying to overthrow the government. And there's a group called Pastries and Pajamas. They're handing out pastries while dressed in pajamas, encouraging people to be engaged in peaceful protesting. They may disagree with the administration, but making their voice heard is as American as apple pie, or in this case, apple pastry. But Trump decided he wanted to create a riot in Portland. Why does he want to provoke a riot? Because if he can incite violence, he feels he can justify putting the military into our cities, getting the courts to say that's okay. And being able to use the military against your own citizens, that's a powerful tool of an authoritarian. But it's an extraordinary risk to our republic, an extraordinary risk to government by and for the people. And not just in Portland, but in LA, or in DC, or in Chicago. What the instructions appear to be to his federal agents is to provoke violence by attacking peaceful protesters. In Oregon, the Oregonian, the major newspaper of our state, did a report in which they said their staff witnessed the federal agents attacking peaceful protesters. What really struck me about this is normally a newspaper story is detached. It's like a protester said the federal agents came out and attacked someone who was doing nothing but peacefully standing there. Well, someone said this, or someone alleged this. But in this case, the newspaper article was, our staff witnessed federal agents attacking peaceful protester. No, it was not simply reporting what someone said, it was what the reporters themselves witnessed. Let me read you this reporting from the Oregonian about how federal agents attacked peaceful protesters in Portland from October 3rd. It is titled, Federal Officers Blast Chemical Spray into Vocal but Nonviolent Portland Protester Video Shows, by Jonathan Bach. A federal police officer walked up to a 19-year-old protester and blasted chemical spray directly in her face at Thursday night's protest outside the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building in Portland. The protester, who gave only her first name, Leilani, had been in front of the ICE building when federal agents with shields ordered protesters to move away from the entrance to let a car exit the garage. She complied, but was hurling curse words and insults at the two officers in front of her. When a third agent wearing a gas mask approached her, within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. Now, this video is just shocking. I haven't seen anybody watch this video who doesn't go, take a great gasp when they see this agent pull up the pepper spray straight into this big cone into her face. Shouldn't that disturb every one of us in this chamber to see a peaceful protester attacked in that fashion by federal agents? You know, I believe that it's important for all of our federal agents to have unique identifiers on their uniform. It's fine if it's a number. It doesn't have to be a name. But what we know from around the world is when you have unidentified agents, have no identifier, they feel quite comfortable doing things like walking up and spraying pepper spray directly in the protester's face, because there's no accountability for their attack on the protesters, because no one knows who they are. This is especially amplified when they wear masks. If there is a symbol of fascism that maybe is above all others, it's the unmarked, masked federal agent grabbing people, throwing them into unmarked vans and whisking them away to who knows where. So we had a vote in this chamber saying that each federal agent should have a unique identifier. Well, in part to discourage them from doing outrageous attacks on protesters or other outrageous acts, and partly to identify them if they did do something that was outrageous. So there's some accountability. Accountability is part of the trust relationship in government by and for the people. You live in a land with an authoritarian king, you don't want accountability. The king doesn't want anyone to allege anything about anyone. But when the government's by and for the people, accountability matters. But it didn't exist in this case. Within 10 seconds, the officer directed a canister at the 19-year-old's face and doused her with chemical spray. The interaction illustrates how federal law enforcement officers use aggressive tactics against protesters who yell and needle officers, but don't appear to present any clear physical threat or present clear physical threats. That was the case even before Thursday's protest, when fights broke out between protesters and counter-protesters, leading to 3 arrests by Portland police. A reporter from the Oregonian, Oregon Live, witnessed the immediate aftermath of the chemical blast when protesters, acting as on-site medics, rendered aid to the 19-year-old and another protester who was also hit with chemical spray. A nearby Portland Police Bureau officer then called for paramedics. A Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment Friday on its tactics. The Oregonian, Oregon Live, that's their online name, has witnessed other uses of force by federal police against nonviolent protesters outside the South Portland building. To be sure, not all protesters at the ICE building since June have been peaceful. Federal and local police have arrested dozens of people at the building on allegations of assaulting officers and destroying government property, many of them at the outset of the protests in early summer. Mayor Keith Wilson called for an investigation after the newsroom published video in September of Homeland Security officers seen repeatedly shoving, spraying, and hitting protesters. So as this article points out, if you go back several months, there was some back and forth between folks who were protesting and the federal agents, and the police took care of it. They were arrested. I'm not just sure exactly what is meant by destroying government property. It may have been graffiti, maybe it was something else, but not that I have heard that there was any significant property destroyed, but that was months ago, and it was handled by local police. That's a normal, not great. I mean, I prefer all protesting to be absolutely nonviolent. But what we have seen in the time that Trump has been sending these additional agents, that's been a time when virtually no one's been arrested because nobody's been acting out. They have been not playing the game Trump wants to play. They have not been taking the bait. They have been protesting with joy and with whimsy. Very hard to argue that there's anything the local police can't handle when there aren't even any arrests because people are handing out pastries and bringing their puppy dogs down. And then there's a report by Oregon Public Broadcasting. Oregon Public Broadcasting has been down covering the demonstrations. They said the federal agents asked the protesters to move back several blocks, and the protesters did. There was no conflict between the protesters and the agents. They were asked to move back, and they followed instructions. Behind this line of federal agents were videographers, professional videographers. What are they doing there? What is their role? They were waiting to take pictures when the federal agents created a fake riot. So after moving people back several blocks with absolutely no conflict, the officers are in a line across the street, the videographers are behind them, and then on command, the officers throw down the flashbangs, which erupt and sound like gunfire and lights flashing from them. They fire the pepper balls, and they release the tear gas canisters. So there's smoke, and there's the sound of gunfire, and the videographers are just hungrily taping it all so they can get this fake riot and present it as if there was something real riot going on. I really don't know of any other time the government has deliberately faked a riot. But they did on this occasion. This is like the Wag the Dog movie, where an entire war is faked. Only in this case, it was just a riot. I say just a riot trying to create the appearance of violence so they could convince a judge to let them federalize Oregon's National Guard or move in the National Guard from elsewhere, to mislead the courts and to mislead the American people. It's governing by gaslighting. And this is the first time I know in our history that a president has staged a fake riot. It should never happen. Whose idea was this? I know. Why don't we have a congressional hearing about it? Would any of my Republican colleagues get to the bottom of our government trying to fake a riot in order to increase their authoritarian power? Because I will partner with you in a microsecond to hold such a hearing. True-blooded patriots should be terrified the government is faking scenes to try to provide evidence to courts or to the American people that something is going on that simply isn't going on. I think we have a poster here. Thank you to Coin 6 News. You see, there was a woman, this woman, and she was talking to two officers, and they'd asked her to get out of the way, and she had. All well and good. And then the third officer walks up and just sprays her straight in the face. Just, wow. I mean, if you saw it on video, you would go, oh my goodness, unbelievable. I saw an interview of that woman later, and she said that it was extremely scary because she couldn't breathe. She falls to the ground. She said, I didn't know if I was going to be able to draw the next breath or some expression like that about what it's like to have that just shot directly into your eyes, directly into your lungs. That type of deliberate provocation, wow, that is a federal government out of control, an authoritarian federal government trying to create reactions and violence in order to justify even more authoritarian power. And Portlanders are not taking the bait. Here's another example from Chicago. We have this pastor, this cut in half, a few seconds before, a few seconds after. Pastor in the traditional motion of praying, standing outside a building by himself. He's obviously in a religious posture. He's wearing religious garb. No obvious resistance to any type of command. And he is shot, pow, right in the head. I believe that's a pepper ball shot, but I'm not 100% sure. He reports that he was shot twice in the head and 5 times on the body. Federal agents attacking a praying pastor, posing no threat, in a posture of prayer, shot from federal agents up on top of the building. Maybe if they had an identifier on their uniform, they wouldn't be so callous in attacking a peaceful protester. This is an extraordinarily dangerous moment. An authoritarian president proceeding to attack free speech, attack free press, weaponize the Department of Justice, and use it against those who disagree with him, and then seeking the court's permission to send the military into our cities to attack people who are peacefully protesting. And this reporting from Time magazine about the military-style ICE raid on a Chicago apartment building during which ICE agents zip-tied the children. Military-style ICE raid on Chicago apartment building shows escalation in Trump's crackdown. Time magazine, Rebecca Schneid, October 4th. Around 1 a.m. on Tuesday morning, armed federal agents rappelled from helicopters onto the roof of a 5-story residential apartment in the South Shore of Chicago. As other agents worked their way through the building from the bottom, they kicked down doors and threw flashbang grenades, rounded up adults and screaming children alike, detaining them in zip ties and arresting dozens, according to witnesses and local reporting. The raid has drawn outrage throughout Chicago and the state of Illinois, with rights groups and lawmakers claiming it represents a dramatic escalation in tactics used by federal authorities in the pursuit of Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker accused federal agents of separating children from their parents, zip-tying their hands, detaining them in dark vans for hours. Videos show flashbang grenades erupting on the street, followed by residents of the building, children among them being led to a parking lot across the street. Photos of the aftermath show toys and shows littering the apartment hallways, evidence of those pulled from their beds by the operation that included FBI and Homeland Security agents. Pritzker condemned the raid and said he would work with local law enforcement to hold the agents accountable. Well, that raid was designed to be a provocation to the community, try to generate a riot, use the violence to justify more authoritarian control, but in the process, demonstrated inappropriate and disproportional military assault on Americans in their apartment buildings, in their homes. ICE tactics were criticized again on Friday when Chicago alderperson Jesse Fuentes was handcuffed by federal immigration agents at a Chicago medical center after questioning agents about their warrant to arrest at the medical center. Chicago's Mayor Johnson called ICE tactics abusive. You don't win the hearts and minds of the people by turning the military on them. But if you want to be an authoritarian leader, you want to use the military, and our founders were very, very concerned about that. The attacks were so violent that a judge stepped in. And CNN had this report, Laura Sharman and Carol Alvarado. A judge in Illinois has temporarily blocked federal agents from using certain types of force and crowd control measures against protesters after a video of a pastor being repeatedly shot by pepper balls during a demonstration outside an ICE facility near Chicago drew widespread outcry. The lawsuit alleges federal agents have shot, gassed, and detained individuals who have been protesting outside ICE detention facility in Broadview for the past few weeks, preventing them from exercising their First Amendment rights. The suit claims the tactics infringed journalists' right to cover the protests. The 14-day order took effect Thursday and applies to all DHS agents, including those with ICE and U.S. Customs and Borders Protection in the district, which encompasses Chicago and Broadview ICE processing facilities. The judge laid out specific protections for journalists covering the protests, blocking federal agents from arresting members of the press unless there is probable cause to believe the individual has committed a crime. Reverend David Black of Chicago's First Presbyterian Church stood in the street offering prayers and urging ICE officers to repent when he was repeatedly struck in the face by masked agents standing on top of the ICE facility, according to the lawsuit and the video taken during the protest. Black was visibly attired in clerical garb when ICE snipers fired, the lawsuit said. Moments later, he was doused with chemical spray that ICE agents directed at his face. Video obtained by CNN shows the pastor near the building with his arms outstretched when a cloud of smoke erupts from an explosion by his head and he drops to the ground. Other protesters rushed to his aid and surrounded him. Another video shared with CNN shows masked agents pushing Black as he walks back and is then pepper sprayed in the face from close range. Black told CNN's Aaron Burnett that a large group of federal officers then rushed out of the gate and began to shove us, describing their behavior was indiscriminate and vicious. The pastor insisted he and other protesters received no warning and claimed he could hear the agents laughing as they fired shots from the roof, calling it deeply disturbing. Yeah. Man of God praying in front of a building attacked by masked ICE agents. This is the picture of Trump's tyranny against the American people. Unbelievably, Speaker Mike Johnson doesn't seem to be too bothered by these violent attacks. He said, quote, "I've not seen them cross the line yet." We've seen images out of Chicago of federal agents shooting faith leaders with pepper balls and arresting journalists, reporters said. Where's the limit for you on what's acceptable conduct by federal law enforcement? And when is it incumbent on Congress to amend oversight on federal law enforcement? I've not seen them cross the line yet, Johnson replied, saying there were some committees with jurisdiction over federal law enforcement. It's not risen to that level. Well, where is the line, Speaker Johnson? Was the line crossed when the president abandoned due process and threw students out of the country for alleged comments on policy in the Middle East? Was the line crossed when the president proceeded to use the licenses and the power over mergers to tell broadcast media what they can put on the air? Was the line crossed when a person was stopped on the street who had legal residence in the United States and sent to a prison in El Salvador where the only way out is a coffin? Was that crossing the line with no due process? Was the line crossed when the presidents used the power over research grants and rules over foreign students who pay healthy tuitions in order to try to force the universities to become agents of the state and teach what the president wants them to teach? Was that crossing the line? I ask Speaker Johnson, if there is no line crossed when the president develops an enemies list and proceeds to turn the full power of the Justice Department to try to put that person into jail, is that not a line crossed? It's certainly not equal justice under law. So many lines have been crossed, so many times. attacking peaceful protesters, conducting a fake riot in an effort to deceive the court or deceive the American people that there was a riot when there was none. The district judge in Oregon, who adjudicated the order by Trump to federalize the Oregon National Guard, said, "There is nothing close to rebellion. There's nothing close to an invasion. So the standard is not met, the standard in the law that allows you to federalize the National Guard." So then Trump said, "I'm going to send the federalized force from California and Texas to Oregon. They've already been federalized." The same judge said, same standard applies. Nothing close to rebellion, nothing close to an invasion. The standard has not been set. So she put on a temporary restraining order on both efforts. This is a fundamental issue in the United States of America. The military not be used against American citizens. There's a standard in the law. So, Supreme Court, wake up. Do your job in the framework of the Constitution and the laws of this land. Quit inventing new ways to create an authoritarian state. Why am I so concerned that our Supreme Court has gone so far off track? Well, last year, they found invisible ink in our Constitution. That's one reason to be concerned. Maybe you can find it too. Why don't you take a look? Maybe you can show it to me. Maybe the founders really put an extra clause in there that, only appears when you warm it with a hot air dryer, though hot air dryers did not exist at the time the Constitution was written. They had a case, Trump versus United States of America. The case stemmed from the first Trump administration. And in that case, the question was, is the president above the law? Is the president immune from any potential criminal prosecution for actions in office? And I thought, well, absolutely not immune. Our founders were terrified that a president would be a king. Kings are above the law. Kings are the law. But presidents are not the law. And yes, of course, they're accountable. There's nothing in Article 2, the section of the Constitution that addresses the executive branch, that says, well, the president, in order to make sure he doesn't have to worry too much, is immune from any prosecution for any crimes he might commit while acting on behalf of the government or acting in an official government act. Yeah, try to find that clause in the Constitution. Yeah, I'm pretty confident, not there. In fact, the founders were the exact opposite. So those originalists on the Supreme Court, they are as bogus as a $3 bill. They know how terrified the founders were about the possibility of a president exercising authoritarian power. That is why they provided checks and balances. While Congress writes the laws, Congress decides what programs are funded and how much they are funded. Congress decides if a person is suitable to an appointment to a high level in the executive branch. That's the separation of powers. And I don't know if you might be able to find for me the early quote that were in the introduction material, but I might read those again because they seem to me very relevant in this case. But here we have the question going to the originalist on the Supreme Court. Of course, they're going to vote 9-0, both the judges who have been appointed by blue presidents and judges appointed by red presidents. It won't matter because it's just so absolutely clear. There's no clause in the Constitution that says the president's above the law. But this court, they decided to make the president above the law with their ruling. Not in the Constitution. They just decided to invent a standard. And their justification was, well, it's a stressful job, and we don't want the president to worry about whether they're committing a crime. So essentially, they said, you're free. Commit any crime you want, as long as you give it a governmental justification. And then with pardon power, everyone else in the executive branch is above the law too. So there we have it. The Supreme Court has managed to completely unravel the accountability that the founders were so determined to provide. If they wanted the president to be immune from prosecution, they could have put that in the Constitution. If anyone else along the line had said, hey, that's such a great idea, they could have proposed an amendment to the Constitution, and we could have voted on that. Well, you know, if you have people of high character who you have enormous trust in, you might say, well, that won't be too much damage. But what if the person is not of high character? What if the person's an authoritarian who already is demonstrating massive determination to break the law left and right? So there it is. The Supreme Court proceeded to say that the president is above the law. And now the president is acting like he's above the law. The Supreme Court has said he is. He can't get in trouble for anything he does. People who work for him can't get in trouble as long as they stay on his good side, because he can pardon them. So we're in big trouble. But now a new case will go to the Supreme Court, and they might decide it this week by the shadow docket. And that case will be based on this question of whether the president, having failed to establish that there is either a rebellion or an invasion, can the president nevertheless federalize the National Guard against the wishes of the governor? I'm afraid the court will say yes, even though the law clearly sets a standard and the standard was not met. They'll say, well, yeah, but the president says the standard was met, so therefore it is met. Under that type of situation, you have swept all the standards out of the way. If you are saying, I don't know, in a construction code, that you're supposed to have stairs that are a certain width, and the stairs are not that width, but the contractor says, yes, they are, is the court supposed to go, well, the contractor said they are, even if it's not there? Oh, gosh, they look twice as steep as allowed, but the contractor said they're the right measurements, so no big deal. Well, it's a big deal, especially when it comes to deploying the military against American citizens who are protesting peacefully. That is a very big deal indeed. So I invite all 100 senators here, 99 senators, to stand with me, or 100 senators to stand together to say we will not accept attacks on due process. We will not accept attacks on freedom of speech. We will not accept attacks on freedom of the press. I am quite confident that if a president said to Fox News, we're going to block your merger request and maybe suspend your license unless you put up the programming we want, there would be a whole lot of senators down here, my colleagues across the aisle, saying that's outrageous, but shouldn't be equally outraged, regardless of whether that broadcast network is on the left or right? Aren't we standing for a principle here in the Senate of the United States of America? We've seen 10 months of this president making our country sicker and poorer. 10 months of personal corruption, selling access to himself through his crypto enterprises. I went out to protest on the street when he held a dinner for what I believe the final tally was 230 people. He held a contest. He said, the more money you give me over the next couple months by buying my cryptocurrency, the better chance you have of being invited to a special dinner of 230 people at my golf club. Well, so people around the world said, this is our chance to go see the president by buying enough of his cryptocurrency, these dollars going into his pocket. We get access to him. The president selling access to 230 people, no vetting, just straight out corrupt sale of access. You know, we had a vote here in the chamber on all of us being banned from engaging in this type of corruption. I believe every Democrat voted yes, ban all of us from this type of crypto corruption. But virtually every single colleague across the aisle said, we want crypto corruption to continue to be allowed, and voted against the bill or against the amendment. That is a sad commentary on the Senate of the United States of America. 10 months of slashing health care for families to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. 10 months of cutting nutrition for children to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. A run-up of 30 trillion additional in national debt over the next 30 years to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. It's a families lose, billionaires win vision, and it's not a good vision for our republic. In fact, it's not a vision that comes from a republic. It's a vision that comes from an authoritarian government that said this is what they want, and an acquiescent Congress that proceeded to provide it. If we were actually a republic pursuing government by and for the people, then we would be doing the opposite. We would be passing legislation for families to thrive, not slashing their health care and their nutrition benefits. And we certainly would be asking the affluent to pay their fair share rather than giving them trillions of dollars in additional tax breaks. The big, ugly betrayal of a bill has a lot in common with the president's authoritarian actions in this nation. The authoritarian actions are an attack on due process and free speech and free press and weaponization of the Department of Justice, and certainly the effort to send the military in against peaceful protesters. But if that effort involves essentially a government by and for the billionaires, then you see the connection to the big, ugly betrayal of the bill. Because the policy agenda passed here was also all about billionaires win and families lose. We should be 100 strong here in a vision for freedom, saying hell no to authoritarian oppression. I have a letter here published in the Washington Post by Paul Bardak and Patrick Nichols, co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. October 2nd, 2025. President Donald Trump, while speaking to our nation's generals and admirals on Tuesday, noted his desire to use dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. The October 1st editorial, U.S. cities aren't meant to be military training grounds, argued against such an approach. So too would the founders of our nation. When the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1787, urban crime was already a well-known issue. As early as the 1750s, New York was already regarded as the most crime-ridden city in the colonies. And a contemporary observer noted that at the time the founders convened in Philadelphia, the jails were full. Nonetheless, the Constitution's framers rejected a federal police in their conception of our republic. Rather, except in the most exigent circumstances, states and localities were to police their own populace. As Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist No. 17 in 1789, there is one transcendent advantage belonging to the province of the state governments. I mean the ordinary administration of criminal and civil justice. Certainly, the Constitution gives Congress the power of calling forth the militia, which today we refer to as the National Guard. Title 10 of the U.S. Code allows the President to bring the Guard into federal service when the nation is invaded, in danger of invasion, or during a rebellion. And the Insurrection Act of 1807 grants the President power to deploy troops domestically to suppress an insurrection, domestic violence, or conspiracy that obstructs law enforcement. But the President's and Congress's power to do so are not open-ended. Both Title 10 and the Insurrection Act set a high bar for federalizing the Guard. Engaging in routine law enforcement is illegal and unacceptable. To further drive the point home, the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic policies. For nearly 240 years, in times of peace and war, presidents and Congresses have honored the vision of our nation's founders. Trump should reverse course and do the same. The writers are the co-founders of the State and Local Human Rights Center. What comes next? This brings us to Chapter 7, titled The Unraveling. You know, as I was commenting on the founders' grave concern about the use of the military, and quoted Hamilton, but I also wanted to quote James Madison. At the Constitutional Convention, he warned that a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. In other words, an executive who is ambitious is highly tempted to use the army, a standing army, against the citizens of the country, and thus tyranny, instrument of tyranny at home. If we're trying to understand why the line has been so clear that you have to meet a high bar of a rebellion or an insurrection or an invasion in order to use the American military domestically, that should explain it. That vibe of concern about it instead being used by an authoritarian to basically engage in tyranny, not the protection of rights, but the abolition and crushing of rights of the American people. On the afternoon, this is the chapter 7, on the afternoon of Saturday, February 13th, 2016, a San Antonio newspaper reported that Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia had died in his sleep while on a hunting trip in Texas. Social media erupted. Within minutes, a former Republican staffer and founder of the conservative legal publication, The Federalist, tweeted, "If Scalia had actually passed away, the Senate must refuse to confirm any justices in 2016 and leave the nomination to the next president." Shortly afterward, the communication director for Republican Senator Lee tweeted, "What is less than zero, the chances of Obama successfully appointing a Supreme Court justice to replace Scalia?" By early evening, the Senate Majority Leader issued a statement sending his condolences to the Scalia family, but also declaring the vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president. On March 16, 2016, President Barack Obama nominated appellate judge Merrick Garland to fill Scalia's seat. No one doubted Garland was a qualified candidate. By all accounts, he was an ideological moderate, but for the first time in American history, the U.S. Senate refused to even consider an elected president's nominee for president. As we have seen, the Senate has always used forbearance in exercising its advice and consent in the selection of Supreme Court justices. Since 1866, every time a president has moved to fill a Supreme Court vacancy prior to the election of his successor, he had been allowed to do so. So this was the first time. This was the first time a U.S. Supreme Court vacant seat has been stolen from one president and delivered to the next. The world had changed by 2016. Now, in a radical departure from historical precedent, Senate Republicans denied the president's authority to nominate a new justice. It was an extraordinary instance of norm breaking. Within a year, a Republican was in the White House and Senate Republicans got their wish, a conservative justice nominee, Neil Gorsuch, whom they quickly approved. The GOP had trampled on a basic democratic norm, in effect, stealing a Supreme Court seat and gotten away with it. This particular passage brings back memories for me, because the last time that I stood on this floor and talked through the night was the night before Gorsuch was confirmed. And I said, if we proceed in this fashion, it is an injury to the Constitution for which there is no remedy. Because if Democrats in the future do exactly the same thing, then they will be establishing the norm of each partisan party proceeding to block any Supreme Court appointment by a president of the other party. That's not our responsibility. That's not our charge. Our charge is to decide if a person is suited. And for the first time in U.S. history, this chamber said there will be no debate and no vote on the nominee that President Obama had put forward. We were not proceeding to exercise our appropriate constitutional responsibility to weigh in on whether the nominee was indeed appropriate. I remember one conservative senator from Utah said, if only Obama would nominate Merrick Garland, then we could confirm him, because that would be a reasonable nominee. Then Obama did nominate Merrick Garland. And yet even that moderate was rejected for the possibility of being considered. Now, It's not the case that the Senate has routinely confirmed nominees to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. In fact, quite the opposite. They have rejected quite a good share of the nominees over a couple hundred years. But they always debated and they always voted. Returning to the chapter at hand, the traditions underpinning America's democratic institutions are unraveling, opening up a disconcerting gap between how our political system works and long-standing expectations about how it ought to work. As our soft guardrails have weakened, we've grown increasingly vulnerable to anti-democratic leaders. Donald Trump, a serial norm breaker, widely and correctly criticized for assaulting America's democratic norms. But the problem did not begin with Trump. The process of norm erosion started decades ago, long before Trump descended an escalator to announce his presidential candidacy. In a 1978 congressional race in northwestern Georgia, Newt Gingrich made his third bid for office in a district outside Atlanta. After two previous failed runs as a self-identified liberal Republican, he finally won, this time as a conservative, capturing a district that hadn't been in Republican hands in 130 years. Gingrich's bespectacled academic look he had been a history professor at a local university. His chirpy speech, his thick mop of hair, bushy sideburns belied a ruthlessness that would help transform American politics. In June of his 1978 campaign, Gingrich had met with a group of college Republicans at an Atlanta airport Holiday Inn, wooing them with a blunter, more cutthroat version of politics than they were accustomed to. He found a hungry audience. Gingrich warned the young Republicans to stop using Boy Scout words, which would be great around the campfire, but are lousy in politics. He continued, "You're fighting a war. It is a war for power. This party does not need another generation of cautious, prudent, careful, bland, irrelevant quasi-leaders. What we really need are people who are willing to stand up in a slugfest. What's the primary purpose of a political leader? To build a majority." When Gingrich arrived in Washington in 1979, his vision of politics as warfare was at odds with that of the Republican leadership. House Minority Leader Bob Michel, an amiable figure who carpooled home to Illinois for congressional recesses with his Democratic colleague, Dan Rostenkowski, was committed to abiding by establishing norms of civility and bipartisan cooperation. Gingrich rejected this approach as, quote, too soft. Winning a Republican majority, Gingrich believed, would require playing harder form of politics. Backed by a small but growing group of loyalists, Gingrich launched an insurgency aimed at instilling a more combative approach. Taking advantage of a new media technology, C-SPAN, Gingrich used adjectives like rocks, deliberately employing over-the-top rhetoric. He described Congress as corrupt and sick. He questioned his Democratic rivals' patriotism. He compared them to Mussolini and accused them of trying to destroy our country. According to former Georgia State Democratic Party leader Steve Anthony, the things that came out of Gingrich's mouth, we had never heard that before from either side. Gingrich went so far over the top that the shock factor rendered the opposition frozen for a few years. Through a new political action committee, GOPAC, Gingrich and his allies worked to spread these tactics across the party. GOPAC produced more than 2,000 training audio tapes, distributed each month to get the recruits of Gingrich's Republican Revolution on the same rhetorical page. Gingrich's former press secretary, Tony Blankley, compared the tactic of audio tape distribution to one used by the Ayatollah Khomeini on his route to power in Iran. In the early 90s, Gingrich and his team distributed memos to Republican candidates instructing them to use certain negative words to describe Democrats. Call them, including the words pathetic, sick, bizarre, betray, anti-flag, anti-family, and traitors. It was the beginning of a seismic shift in American politics. Even as Gingrich ascended to Republican leadership structure, becoming minority whip in 1989 and Speaker of the House in 1995, he refused to abandon his hardline rhetoric. And rather than repelling the party, he pulled it to him. By the time he became Speaker, Gingrich was a role model to a new generation of Republican legislators, many of them elected in the 1994 landslide that gave GOP its first House majority in 40 years. The Senate was likewise transformed by the arrival of Gingrich senators, whose ideology, aversion to compromise, willingness to obstruct legislation helped speed the end of the body's traditional folkways. Well, this kind of brings us up to the current time that I'm well too aware of. And I don't really want to read through all the details of this particular period, but let me just make a few observations about it. I was told that when I came to D.C. as a senator, I'd see a very different Senate from the one I witnessed as an intern. Enormous difference between 1976 and the Senate I'd witnessed working for Congress in the 1980s and coming back here in 2009 to take an office. And a huge piece of that was certainly the deep animosity between the parties and the determination of the minority really running both ways to paralyze the majority. The Gingrich strategy was don't try to get a few amendments into the bills the other side has. It just makes them look good because they're getting stuff done, and it doesn't create a case to show that they should be out of power and you should be in power. So instead, obstruct, 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 and then make the case they didn't do the job well, and therefore elect us. And this was powerfully successful. And a leader of the Senate said, Gingrich gives obstruction a good name. But here in the Senate, the opportunity to obstruct is so much larger in the House. We have nominations that take up a significant amount of time. So by drawing out those votes, you can eat up a lot of time. In fact, that strategy employed by Democrats has led to a nuclear option a couple weeks ago, in which for the first time we're doing blocks of nominees in a single vote. That had been done previously, but only with unanimous consent, saying every senator had looked over the list and said none of them were objectionable. Now that list may be full of objectionable individuals who by quality of character or by experience are totally unsuited to the post to which they've been nominated, but they're just going to be floated in. To me, it's a terrible abdication of the advice and consent clause of the Constitution, and therefore one more check and balance that has been profoundly eroded. But it was triggered by all-out obstruction, slowing down the process by the Democratic minority, just as the Republican minority had done in a previous cycle. In addition, policy bills require 60 votes in the Senate to close debate. Now, this is an artifice that stems from a transition that began in the 1830s. That transition was Southern Democrats giving up on the ability to have states nullify bills they didn't like, decided that the only way that was left for them was to stop bills from ever getting passed in the first place, and therefore talk them to death. Keep giving speeches on the bills, and then make a new motion, like to refer the bill to committee, or to adjourn, or to do this amendment or that amendment, each motion allowing 2 more speeches for each senator under the original Rule 4 of the Senate, and thereby enabling talk to go on infinitely, and wrapping that ability to talk infinitely in the First Amendment, making it a glorious feature of the U.S. Senate, a complete reversal of Jefferson's guidance in the early Senate, which is embodied in his Book of Conduct for the Senate, to speak directly, engage in no superfluous talk, and proceed, therefore, to get to the nut of the question, hear everyone, make a decision, and move on. This was the opposite. This was glorifying obstruction. And this term that came to describe this ability to do endless speeches and glorify obstruction was the term piracy, utilizing the Dutch word freebooter, which in Caribbean slang was filibustero, and thus the pirates have taken over the Senate. And so here we are with obstruction being routine by the minority of the majority to make the case they can't govern, get out of the way, and of course reinforced emphatically by the different cable television channels that proceed to say our time, our side, our viewpoint is glorious and righteous, and their viewpoint is misguided and or evil. Each side saying that and driving the 2 parties further apart. And then social media proceeding to launch in on top of all of that, kind of cementing the differences. And if that's not enough, then money in campaigns used for slander attacks by dark money groups that sometimes reveal who they are and often don't, but almost all the money goes into slander attacks. Some, more than half, what did I see, 70 or 80% is factually incorrect. It's just making up attacks on people and putting it out there because it works. When people hear horrific accusations against someone, it does, in fact, make them less likely to vote for that person because they don't have the time and effort or the ability to figure out what's true and what's not true. So lies work. Negative advertisements work. So if you have been on the receiving end of such ads, and probably just about everyone here has, that also hardens the opposition between the parties. So there we are, caught in this cycle of obstruction. And as I mentioned many hours ago, this strategy was really symbolized to me by a memo that I received in, I believe, April of 2009, written by Frank Luntz, a consultant who helped the Republican Party refine its pitch. And it said, in essence, whatever Democrats propose to improve health care, we will attack it and call it a government takeover. And he went on to elaborate why they had done focus groups. And in these focus groups, they had proposed different phrases. And the one that got the biggest negative response was government takeover. So regardless of whether a policy had any element of government takeover, that was the term that was going to be used. And I came down to the floor here in one of my first speeches and said, this is scary. This is inappropriate. Have we really come to the point that the goal of basically nearly half the senators is simply to obstruct and to misrepresent a policy because they don't want anything to be improved? They don't want the healthcare system to be improved. They just want to make sure that nothing good is done so they can kick out the majority party and they can become the majority party. And the answer, in the end, basically, in the 17 years I've been here, is pretty much the answer. That both sides, their top goal is getting back in the majority so they can do good things, but when they're in the majority, they're obstructed by the minority, and the cycle continues, and the frustrations continue. And the ineffectiveness of the Senate in addressing a rapidly changing world, well, that proceeds to feed cynicism about whether our model of government is up to the task. So fixing this system to work better is a step in the direction of addressing better policies in this rapidly evolving economy, new technologies, and by so doing, affirming to folks that our system works, that we shouldn't desire or seek out an authoritarian strategy for the future. And yet here we are with that authoritarian strategy in full gear, being deeply embraced certainly by the president, but also by the leadership tied to the president's party. And that part I would so like to see change. Find a way to take ourselves out of this cycle of paralysis and animosity and actually say, so what are the ways we can make the healthcare system work better? Let's get it done regardless of who's in the majority. That would be a huge improvement that America would like to see. Well, I'm going to fast forward to the next section because I think I've summed up the challenges that have been raised, not all of them. And one of the pieces that is the spread of this use of the filibuster into every crevice of our congressional operations. Before 1965, this process of talking bills to death was basically done on final passage of policy bills. It wasn't done on amendments. It wasn't done on motions to proceed to bills. It wasn't done on nominations. Not because it couldn't be done, but because the norms of the Senate were not that you should use this obstruction except on policy bills of great consequence that you passionately opposed. And essentially, the bills that were the target of filibusters were civil rights bills. Southern Democrats determined to block civil rights from being restored. My party, until my party changed. Now, the Republican Party was founded as an anti-slavery party. So it was more supportive of ensuring civil rights for all Americans. But Southern Democrats, they wanted to block the ability of Southern Black Americans from being able to register to vote. And so the filibuster was used mostly on civil rights issues, including issues regarding lynching and registration, voting, so forth. After 65, people started to say, well, hey, this lost some of its racist taint. Barack Obama called it the Jim Crow relic. because that's what it was used mostly for, was the oppression of civil rights. But it lost some of that taint after 1965. It started to be used gradually and then more rapidly until you basically can't sneeze here without facing a new version of the filibuster. Now, the old version was you talked a bill to death, new motions, new speeches, never allowing to get to a final vote. But then that changed dramatically when we had a battle in 1917 over arming commercial ships. And that battle was because Woodrow Wilson wanted to arm them, but a small group of senators said, you know, if you arm commercial ships, that means we're going to be using arms against German submarines or German ships that are threatening ours, which means we'll be in war, and there's been no declaration of war, so this is an overstep of presidential power, and we should not do this. Now, that view was held passionately by a few, but was the clear minority position. It's a small group that felt so strongly about it. But they used the filibuster up to the transition of government in 1917. And that transition then occurred in March, not in January as it does now. And La Follette of Wisconsin was leading the opposition. And he wanted so badly to speak in the final moments up to 12 noon when the government was going to change over because the transition between presidencies. And he got so frustrated, he took one of these brass urns that are relics themselves. They're basically spittoons for people to spit their tobacco into, back when tobacco was allowed to be chewed here on the floor of the Senate. He took one of those urns and he threw it across the well of the Senate. That's how frustrated he was. The well of the Senate, this space in front of me right now that curves around and has tables in it. It's hard to imagine somebody grabbing one of those spittoons and tossing it across the well in frustration, but that's how much he wanted to give the final speech to kill this bill. But Wilson, President Wilson, immediately and effectively vilified what La Follette was doing. He referred to a small band of men and had some nice fancy language in it, obstructing the entire will of the nation as embodied in this great institution, and how this institution could not go forward to address the issues that it was facing unless it restored its ability, which led immediately upon the reconstitution the next couple days of a new rule that said you can close debate if a supermajority of the Senate calls for it to be closed. So no longer could a small band of willful men bring this great Senate to a standstill. And that ability, or that requirement to close debate then led to, well, okay, great. If we get a group of, well, once we had 100 senators, 41 senators initially, it was a smaller group, you needed 2/3 of the Senate in order to close debate. So you basically needed 34 senators who would agree to obstruct in order to keep a debate going. And that changed later on to a lower number. But the point is here, you now had this rule that tempted people to hold out the ability to close debate until they got their way. So it added to the kind of a level of paralysis. It provided a solution to a small group, but it provided a temptation to a larger group to obstruct the ability of the Senate to go forward. And then when that same power is taken up by the parties, it became quite a tool for the minority to wield against the majority. But again, until 65, it was basically rarely used on anything except civil rights. But then it started to be used on amendments and motions to proceed, and because it was designed to be used rarely, it was therefore designed to take up a lot of time. You have to file a petition to close debate at the desk. You have to wait an intervening day in order to vote. And after you vote to close debate, you still have to allow another 100 hours of debate. And that was later lowered to 30 hours of debate. But when this is done routinely, it just absolutely eats up the Senate time, and the Senate can't function. So this chapter, The Unraveling, kind of saying how we got into this big mess of mutual assured obstruction of the minority against the majority, and the challenge that we have to get out of that cycle of deliberate obstruction if we're going to be able to meet the challenge of addressing the issues in a fast-changing society. So let's talk about another big challenge, and that's the weaponization of the Justice Department. When Donald Trump was campaigning for president in 2023, he told his followers, "I am your retribution." Retribution is exactly what we've seen since he returned to the White House. One recent example has been the indictment of Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. Bolton wrote in his memoir that Trump is stunningly uninformed and easily manipulated by foreign leaders. Well, not something that sure made Trump happy to have John Bolton say that. After working for Trump, Bolton said, "I don't think he's fit for office. I don't think he has the competence to carry out the job." And Bolton was just one of the many Trump critics who is now in Trump's crosshairs. New York Magazine published a piece in April about these fears, titled "Trump Threatens to Imprison Critics," and Bondi Might Do It. It's written by Ellie Honig, April 11th of this year. Donald Trump's presidential payback tour rages on, and now it's personal. It's one thing to target multi-billion-dollar law firms, universities, and media outlets for organizational retribution. Those efforts, aimed at stifling and punishing any criticism or dissent, are reprehensible in their own right. But now Trump is going after individual private citizens, using the might of the executive branch to potentially throw his detractors in prison. In a pair of official proclamations, rendered no less unhinged by the use of official fonts and White House letterhead, Trump identifies two targets who worked in the federal government during his first tenure and dared to speak out publicly against him. First, Chris Krebs, who led the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency from 2018 to 2020, and made headlines when he publicly contradicted Trump's false claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. For this act of heretical truth-telling, Trump labels Krebs, quote, "a significant bad faith actor," whatever the hell that means, who poses grave risk to the American public. And then there's Miles Taylor, a former Department of Homeland Security official who publicly criticized the president in an anonymous book and various media appearances. Taylor, like Krebs, purportedly poses risk to the United States, is a bad faith actor, though apparently not a significant one, like Krebs, and stoked dissension with his public commentary. Are you scared? Don't you fear the risk posed by these two monsters? True to the form he's displayed, when going after disfavored law firms, Trump hits below the belt. The president ordered security clearances stripped not only from Krebs and Taylor, but also from everyone who works with them. Krebs at a private security firm, Taylor at the University of Pennsylvania. He's punishing his targets, plus their employers and colleagues. First Amendment freedoms of association be darned. And those comments are not mine. I'm just reading the text here. It gets worse. In a separate set of orders, Trump directed the Attorney General to open criminal investigation of Krebs and Taylor. Notably absent from the orders is any plausible notion that either might have committed a federal crime. This hardly needs to be said. But it's not a federal crime to be a bad faith actor. It's not a federal crime to stoke dissension, or even to be a wise guy, as Trump called Krebs from the Oval Office. The next move is Pam Bondi's, and we know how this will go. Any reasonable, ethical attorney general would follow the bedrock principle that a prosecutor must have predication, a fancy word in quotes, some kernel of fact on which to believe a crime might have been committed in order to open a criminal investigation. The bar is low, but it serves the vital purpose of preventing precisely the baseless retributive inquest that Trump has now ordered up. In observance of this foundational precept, even Bill Barr, the subject of sharp criticism in my first book, Hatchet Man, generally ignored Trump's public pleas for the arrests of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and others. Like the exhausted parent of an unruly toddler, Barr would mostly sit back and let the tantrum pass. Don't count on Bondi taking the same course of passive resistance to the president's. She has already shown her true colors, and they're whatever shade Trump pleases. Despite the distinct possibility of criminality by top administration officials around the signals scandal, the AG refused even to investigate. Instead, she decreed, after zero inquiry, with zero evidence, that information about military attack plans was somehow not classified and that nobody had acted recklessly. Case closed, no inquiry needed. Even if the DOJ investigates but concludes it cannot bring a criminal charge, the threats to Krebs and Taylor is real. Any criminal inquiry takes an enormous toll on the subject. Subpoenas fly. Friends and colleagues get pulled into the grand jury. Phones get seized and searched. Legal costs mount. Professional reputations suffer. Personal ties fray. Ask anyone who's been investigated by the Justice Department but not indicted. They will tell you it's a nightmare. Trump has long made a habit of threatening his opponents with criminal prosecution through social media posts and spontaneous outbursts from the lectern. Until now, it was mostly bluster, a public form of scream therapy for the capricious commander-in-chief. But now it's in writing from the president to the attorney general, who typically jumps to attention to serve whatever suits the boss. Prosecutorial standards be darned. Trump's dark fantasies are coming to life. So most of us haven't heard of these individuals. Miles Taylor, a Homeland Security official who criticized the president in a book. Krebs, who led a security agency for 2 years, and who simply contradicted Trump's false claim that the presidential election was stolen. Are those people to go after? They're not influential in the broader sense of being widely read, well-known, but taking and launching a criminal investigation out of them when you have no evidence of crime, you're just going on a witch hunt. The term that Trump loves to use so much when there's actual evidence. But now here, there's no evidence. He's just going to make those folks miserable, and maybe break the bank for them because they'll have to spend all their money, might have to spend all their money, their resources, their savings on lawyers. That's pretty brutal use of the power of the federal government. And it not only hurts those it's directed against directly, it's meant as a message to everyone else. A message which says, you mess with me, you criticize me, you might be the next person that I tell the Attorney General to launch an aggressive criminal investigation against, even if I have no evidence you've done anything wrong. Well, that was in April. In September, the New York Times published a piece titled, "Trump Demands That Bondi Move Now to Prosecute Foes." September 20th, so basically a month ago. He said, or really, I guess the term is demanded, that his Attorney General move quickly to prosecute figures he considers his enemies, the latest blow to the Justice Department's tradition of independence. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility, Mr. Trump wrote on a social media post addressed to Pam, meaning Attorney General Pam Bondi. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. Mr. Trump named James B. Comey, the former FBI director, Senator Adam B. Schiff, Democrat of California, and Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, saying he was reading about how they were all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done, unquote. Asked later by reporters about his message for Ms. Bondi, Mr. Trump said, they have to act. They have to act fast. Even for a president who has shattered the traditional norms of maintaining distance from the Justice Department, Mr. Trump's unabashedly public and explicit orders to Ms. Bondi were an extraordinary breach of prosecutorial protocol that reached back to the days following the Watergate scandal. His demands came a day after he ousted the federal prosecutor who failed to charge 2 of the adversaries he most reviles, Miss James and Mr. Comey, showing how far Mr. Trump had gone in exerting personal control over the Justice Department and breaching the long-standing norm about keeping politics at a distance from law enforcement. You know, it goes back to those words above the Supreme Court, equal justice under law. You're not targeted because the government doesn't like what you say. You're not targeted because you insult the president. No, you're targeted because there's evidence that you did something wrong, and like anyone else who did something wrong, you're investigated, but not because you're on the president's enemies list. That is the weaponization of the Justice Department that is so concerning. It is a feature of the authoritarian state. Use the power of government to go after individuals, causing them to flee the country, causing them to reverse their statements, causing them to spend vast sums on attorneys fighting the allegations, maybe destroy their career. And this little bit that we read about, how in one instance the federal government took the security clearances not just away from the two men, but the people they worked with. Well, nobody's going to hire you, so that if you're going to kind of create a problem for the entire group to have their security clearances, so it's a collective punishment. Other innocent people brought into the attack strategy, all aimed at suppressing dissent, all aimed at undermining opponents and encouraging people not to say what they think. I used to say one of the great things about America is you can stand up and criticize the most powerful man in the country, as long as you have your facts straight, and you get to do it because we have free speech. You get to express what you believe. You aren't in a country where you get disappeared or where you get targeted. But now I can't say that because we're in a country where you do get targeted, because the president is targeting people because of what they say about him or because they have played a role in the past. This is fabulously out of sync with freedom in our country. Freedom of speech, freedom to air your views, which makes for a much healthier country, to have honesty in what we're observing so that people can act according to the insights that are produced. In a different social media post later on Saturday, I'm returning to the text here, Mr. Trump defended Ms. Bondi, saying she was doing a great job, but that she needed a tough prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia, where Eric S. Siebert was abruptly forced from his post atop the U.S. Attorney's Office on Friday. Mr. Trump said he would nominate Lindsay Halligan, a special assistant to the president, who was on his personal legal team, to fill the role. Ms. Halligan, who spent much of her career as an insurance lawyer, has never been a prosecutor. Ms. Siebert's exit deepened troubled questions that have arisen in recent months about the politicization of the Justice Department, supposedly self-governing satellite offices. But it also raised a blunter and more immediate issue. Which of the nation's U.S. attorneys might be next? Beyond their efforts to push out Mr. Siebert, whose inquiries into Ms. James and Mr. Comey effectively fizzled out, administration officials have also ramped up pressure against Kelly O'Hayes, the U.S. attorney in Maryland, according to three people familiar with the matter. Ms. Hayes, a career prosecutor who has spent more than a decade in that office, is leading inquiries into two other vocal critics of Mr. Trump. Mr. Schiff, who has been accused of mortgage fraud by Mr. Trump's allies, and John Bolton, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, who is facing scrutiny over allegations of mishandling classified information. Recently, Ms. Hayes told associates that she was under no illusions of the pressure she would face if she refused to bring a case she believed to be unsupported by evidence, as Mr. Siebert did, according to people with knowledge of those conversations. And while she signed off last month on asking for a warrant to search Mr. Bolton's home in Bethesda, she has indicated that she would not bring charges against Mr. Schiff unless her team discovered evidence to support them. Mr. Trump's campaign against U.S. attorneys who oversee offices in 93 federal districts across the country is an extension, even an escalation, of the early purge that his top political appointees carried out at the Justice Department headquarters and the FBI against those who worked on the criminal cases brought against him before he returned to power. In other words, you investigated me because there was evidence of a crime. I'm coming after you now. Retribution. And in other cases, it's you disagreed with me and said that the 2020 election was in fact valid. I'm coming after you and your office mates on top of that. This is a dictator. This is not a president. This is a dictator. This is a tyrant. A man who is proceeding to wipe out due process, to attack free speech, to attack freedom of the press, to weaponize the Justice Department, to seek to send the military in to attack peaceful protesters and have that military available in the future to suppress dissent. A man who in the weaponization of the Justice Department is operating on the mode of anyone who played a key role in the government. When they investigated me, I will go after them. Anyone who disagrees with what I say, I will go after them. Everyone beware of what you say. President Trump, why don't you pick on me? I'm criticizing you all through the night. It is important to understand that when you criticize the president, you are at risk of being a target. That is tyranny. That is not freedom. And together, Democrats and Republicans should respond and say this is 100% unacceptable. Democrats and Republicans together should take the case to the president and say, you know that how you're stealing the power of the purse? Not going to happen anymore. Now, we proposed a clause that would be in any continuing resolution that would say whatever has been agreed to in a bipartisan fashion can only be undone in a bipartisan fashion. So if something is adopted in a standard appropriation bill that has a 60-vote requirement, it would take 60 votes to undo it. We propose that because that way you're honoring the deal struck between the two parties. That's basically to stop the strategy of the president stealing the power of the purse and canceling programs after the fact. That is a reasonable request to honor the constitutional power invested in Congress. And I will keep raising that question and keep inviting my colleagues across the aisle. Let's join together, Democrats and Republicans together, to save our republic. This is not the vision of the nation that I think any single member of this body believed in when they were elected. A vision in which the rights of Americans are compromised, where freedom of speech is no longer in existence because you can be criminally prosecuted on a whim by the president when there's no evidence of a crime. Continuing with this article, but Trump's latest demand for the prosecution of his foes also underscores how his desire for retribution against those who pursued him after his first term remains as intense as ever, and how he appears to feel less constrained by political and legal norms in imposing payback. Given that these prosecutor officers are where federal cases are filed on a day-to-day basis, The move strikes at the nuts and bolts foundations of the criminal justice system. It seems intended both to create a frictionless path for prosecutions of those who have run afoul of Mr. Trump, and perhaps to provide the White House with a tool it could use to set aside or slow cases it would like to see disappear. White House interference in the work of U.S. attorneys was once considered such a taboo that former Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, who served under President George Bush, resigned in scandal after the Justice Department fired 9 U.S. attorneys in 2006 for what were perceived to be political reasons. But Trump's reaction to Siebert's ouster could not have been more different. Several people, including Bondi and Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General and the President's former defense lawyer, lobbied hard to keep Siebert in place, arguing that he had been an efficient and cooperative partner in immigration and crime enforcement in Washington's southern suburbs. But Trump responded to repeated entries by saying, quote, "I don't care," according to a person with knowledge of the matter. His position seemed to be he had been warned several times during his first term about firing U.S. attorneys, given they could have put him in jeopardy, and he ended up being investigated after leaving office anyhow. Well, this article goes on to provide additional detail, but it says near its end, since returning to office, Mr. Trump and his allies have often sought to justify their attacks on U.S. attorneys by claiming the justice system under President Biden had been weaponized against his predecessor. Still, there is no evidence that federal law enforcement officials in the Biden administration were strong-armed into bringing or dropping prosecutions for what were overtly political reasons, nor were there any high-profile resignations by U.S. attorneys under Mr. Biden that were similar to Mr. Siebert's resignation on Friday. So the attorneys followed the facts, what they're supposed to do, without encouragement or influence from the president under Biden, and now they're being instructed, as opposed to no influence and no instruction, they're being instructed who to go after. So much has gone on that it's hard to track it. In these various categories we've talked about, even in the weaponization of the Justice Department, some of the cases are against individuals that the president has on his enemies list. Others are after career employees who aren't doing exactly what the president wants to pursue those criminal investigations against people on the target list. Then we have more going on. The Department of Justice fired attorneys and other staff who were involved in the January 6th investigations and prosecutions. So we have the criminal prosecutions of people on the enemies list, of Trump's enemies list. We have the firing of attorneys in the prosecutor's office. And now we have the firing of attorneys and staff who were involved in January 6 investigations. More than a dozen FBI agents were fired because during 2020 they had kneeled with protesters in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And Trump has publicly called for investigations into other political enemies, as we have seen. The Comey indictment has received a particularly significant amount of attention. The Brennan Center provided some input on this. The power of the prosecutor is tremendous, impacting the life and liberty of those whose conduct brings them within the criminal justice system. Prosecutors decide who gets charged and what crimes they get charged with. They make influential recommendations about sentencing. That's why it's essential for prosecution to stay independent of politics. Justice demands that prosecutors make decisions based solely on the facts and the law, without fear or favor. Without fear or favor. No one can be above the law or unfairly subjected to it. New federal prosecutors learn about former Attorney General and Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson's views, which, although stated in 1940, resonate powerfully today. Quote, "The prosecutor's discretion is tremendous. He can have citizens investigated, and if he is that kind of person, he can have this done to the tune of public statements, veiled or unveiled intimations. The prosecutor can order arrests, present case to the grand jury in secret session. On the basis of one-sided presentation of the facts can cause the citizen to be indicted and held for trial. While the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst." There are echoes of Jackson's warning last week when the Justice Department indicted one of the president's political opponents, Lindsey Halligan, President Trump's former personal lawyer and newly installed U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, went to the grand jury, apparently alone, to indict former FBI Director James Comey for allegedly lying to Congress. Congressional investigation. Trump turned to Halligan after her predecessor, Eric Siebert, an experienced career prosecutor who Trump himself had tapped to lead the office, declined to prosecute Comey due to insufficient evidence. So a seasoned prosecutor, a career prosecutor, which Trump himself had tapped to leave the office, said there is insufficient evidence to prosecute Comey and declined to do so. There was credible reporting that prosecutors in the office had serious concerns about the case. That prompted Trump to put out a Truth Social post that read like a text message to Attorney General Pam Bondi, than something you would expect to see from a president on social media. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time, all talk, no action, nothing is being done. What about Comey? What about Adam, Shifty Schiff? What about Letitia? They're all guilty as hell. Nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who is never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Democratic senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation, our credibility. They impeached me twice. They indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President, DJT. This level of presidential interference in prosecutorial decision-making contradicts everything our country has done in the post-Watergate era to protect against corruption of the justice system. So, fired FBI agents, directing the Attorney General publicly to go after folks that he doesn't like, going after attorneys who don't prosecute in the fashion. There's a lot, a lot, article after article. This one I actually maybe an additional element that I wasn't so familiar with. In late September, President Trump signed an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. A few days later, he issued the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. This analysis evaluates claims made in these documents and their potential damaging effects, drawing on the Brennan Center decade of work on the government's framework for responding to terrorism, foreign and domestic. Both the order and the memo are ungrounded in fact and law. Acting on them would violate free speech rights, potentially threatening any person or group holding anyone of a broad array of disfavored views with investigation and prosecution. So this is another weapon, another aspect of the weaponization of the Justice Department. If you think that there is a philosophy you don't like, and in this case, Antifa is more philosophy than organization, call it a domestic terrorist organization. That puts individuals and their free speech at great risk. And the memo from the Brennan Center goes in to note all the details about how this doesn't stand up to take any to be basically used to suppress domestic dissent, free speech, by labeling a domestic group a terrorist organization. Building on its framing of the threat from anti-fascism as a wide-ranging conspiracy and domestic terrorism, NSPM 7 directs government agents to go after all participants in these criminal and terroristic conspiracies, including the organized structures, networks, entities, organizations, funding sources, and predicate actions behind them. This memorandum directs the Joint Terrorism Task Force to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence, intimidation designed to suppress lawful political activity, obstruction under the law. Of course, whenever there is criminal activity, hell yes, enforce the law. But if you're putting a major label on a group because of their viewpoints, that is something entirely different. So that certainly deserves close examination as another facet. This one, a little more complicated, and not feeling like the total framework is completed as to how this is intended to be used or acted on, and how it will affect those who might have anti-fascist views. But it certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all. Finally, let me read a message from the organization, The Justice Connection, a group of former career employees of the Department of Justice who left DOJ, either voluntarily or involuntarily, because of actions of the Trump administration. Urgent message from the recent DOJ alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. 2-page letter. And Madam President, I ask that this letter be entered into the record.
Objection.
Urgent message. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more. We all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. The DOJ's mission is to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, to protect civil rights. It's failing on 3 fronts. And I see a colleague has arrived on the floor, and I'm happy to interrupt the reading of this letter. But because of your own background, I suspect you might possibly have some question related to some of these miscarriages of justice. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
Will the senator from Oregon yield? I have one question, and it is about just the Justice Department. We just got the shocking news yesterday. It's every single day something happens, that once again the president is treating the Justice Department as his own personal law firm. He has now asked for, and this might have been while the senator from Oregon was speaking, but the president has now requested $230 million back from the taxpayers of this country off of their backs to line his own pockets, or he says now to give to a charity of his choice. And to me, this is just another example of how he keeps considering the Justice Department as it should be, not as the people's lawyer, but as his own lawyers. And in fact, he has installed his own lawyers there. He has done everything from decided to pardon George Santos and pardon his friends, to prosecute his so-called enemies, including firing career prosecutors to allow him to install a White House aide to go after his enemies. And so one of my obsessions with having watched this from the Judiciary Committee is just how that can be justice. And I think it does tie in with everything else that's happening. You know, he is focusing on getting $230 million that he doesn't deserve back into his pocket instead of helping the American people get health care. He's focused on helping his pals and his friends and going after his enemies instead of doing the work for the American people that he was elected to do. So I would just like to have my colleague from Oregon answer a question about how he sees this Justice Department fraud and what's happening over there as related to how the president isn't doing anything for regular people, and instead he's helping his pals.
Well, I thank so much my colleague and friend from Minnesota and the expertise you bring on the Justice Department. As a lawyer, you have the background as you serve on the committee that has this jurisdiction. And I, as a non-lawyer, can tell you I am just absolutely shocked and stunned. I have thought that the norms that we have in America are norms that make a great deal of sense because they have a value associated with them. And that value is the fair administration of justice without prejudice, the fair administration without targeting of political enemies. I think, I read about the targeting of political enemies. That happened in some country far away, where a president who didn't share the values that we have here in the United States of America went after their political enemies by falsely pursuing them in a criminal sense. But then I realized that, no, that's happening right here in the United States of America. And you made reference to a situation that I believe I may have heard about and may have this wrong, in which the president is actually suing the government, then instructing his Department of Justice to settle the suit, thereby translating money into the president's pocket out of the government. I mean, are you kidding me? What is the president of the United States? I will file a suit against the government, and then I'll tell the Justice Department to pay it off and put that money in my pocket? I mean, I was just stunned by reading that new version. There is no limit to the self-serving. I must say, in that case, it's money. But when the president has an enemies list, and when the president instructs Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, to go and find something on that person in order to make their life miserable, this is absolutely horrific, because it's not just about targeting that person, which is bad enough. It's about suppressing dissent or enforcing loyalty, suppressing dissent by anyone else and saying to everybody else, you better do exactly what I say. I can issue a pardon if you do what I say and it's illegal, but I can issue a subpoena and prosecute you if you violate, well, if you fail to do exactly what I want.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I would love to yield to another question.
So when you look at how this all started, I think about all of these people who have stood up, as you are standing up today. I think about career prosecutors in the Justice Department who have basically said, no, I am not going to do the bidding of the president, whether I was appointed during a Republican presidency or a Democratic presidency, whether I personally vote Republican or vote Democrat. I have a job to do, and that is follow the laws of the United States. And I think the real first indication of this, where people realized just how off the cliff this was going, was when, in fact, there was pressure put on career prosecutors in New York to dismiss these charges that had been the result of a long investigation involving Mayor Eric Adams. And what I remember from that time was Danielle Sassoon, who was a very, very well-respected conservative prosecutor, someone that came up through the Federalist Society, who had clerked for conservative justices, that she decided to resign rather than do their bidding because she felt that it wasn't consistent with the law, that was against the law. And then another career prosecutor named Hagan Scotton, who was a decorated veteran who had clerked for then Judge Kavanaugh and Justice Roberts. He said, when asked to file a motion in that case, you may find a fool or a coward to file that motion, but it won't be me. And those words always echo in my mind. I say to the senator from Oregon as he stands up today, of these people through these last months, whether it is standing to march with their kids on their hips, whether it is to stand up, as so many of us have done in this chamber, to fight for health care, whether it is people who, like the statistician at the Labor Department, simply doing her job, willing to stand up and give the facts of what the job numbers were, and then the president didn't like it and had her fired, which I always thought was ironic when it's about jobs numbers and then you lose another job. But in any case, he just fired her, or going after governors at the Federal Reserve, or deciding which states he's going to take funding from. In my home state of Minnesota, as I know you've experienced in Oregon, he cut a bunch of energy projects. And I looked at the list, I thought, wait a minute, these are all grid projects. So many of them were major, major projects with private companies to provide energy in neighboring states like North Dakota and South Dakota. I kind of looked at the list and saw all the funding because the company was based in Minnesota, but all the funding for our surrounding red states. And I just thought, oops, I guess they didn't mean to put this on the list. All of that combines, as you look at what's happening with the Justice Department right now, as a president that is basically decided that there are no norms. And so the only norms left is this body, because the House has decided they're not coming back right now. They're waiting for these Epstein files that they hope will just go away, but appears they will never go away. They won't even seat a duly elected member of Congress from Arizona because they're so afraid of these Epstein files. So while that's going on, and they're basically decided to just stay home and hang out and not come to work every day, this is the functioning chamber, as close as it can come, that is supposed to be dealing with the matters before the country. And the matter before the country right now is what is happening with our health care system. On November 1st, these premiums are going to be doubling in so many states. You look at some of the states that actually Donald Trump won, like Florida with millions and millions of people on these plans. You look at Texas, 75% of the people on these plans live in states that Donald Trump won. So while all that is going on, the president goes to his go-to, and his go-to is messing around with the justice system. He literally pardoned someone, as in George Santos, who claimed to be a world-class volleyball player, producer of the Spider-Man movie, and was actually simply a fraudster that the entire Republican leadership in the House of Representatives booted out of the House of Representatives. The president says, I'm going to bring this guy back too. Because every single day, it's that strong arm techniques. Doesn't care if it leads to more violence, doesn't care if it violates the oath of these lawyers in the Justice Department, doesn't care if people get fired, doesn't care about, what does matter? What does appear to matter is making news that day. What does appear to matter is getting on, dominating the news that day. Not our country, not the rule of law, but the one thing I can say, and I ask this of my friend, the senator from Oregon, because the president seems to think this, but does in fact trump the Constitution? Isn't it a fact that our laws and our Constitution, which has withstood wars, withstood the Great Depression, withstood Watergate, withstood all these things. Why? Because people stood up, as the senator from Oregon is doing today. Judges stood up, as we're seeing across the country. There are Trump-appointed judges that have made decisions time and time again contrary to this administration because it's against the rule of law. We saw that in the tariff case, those tariffs that are burdening the small businesses in our state. We saw a Trump-appointed judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, an Obama-appointed judge join together and say the tariffs are illegal. So this is happening. Judges are standing up. Our constituents are standing up, as we saw over this last weekend, millions and millions of people standing up in what was the most biggest peaceful protest in the history of this country. And yes, Congress needs to stand up. And that's what the senator from Oregon is doing today. Standing up and saying, this is not normal. This is not normal to have a Justice Department that is doing what they're doing. So I do ask the senator from Oregon, despite him not being a lawyer, to talk about the fact that Donald Trump cannot trump the Constitution of the United States.
I thank so much the question my colleague from Minnesota has laid out. In fact, at least 8 or so topics that I'm going to enjoy addressing. But your final point, does Trump the Constitution? Do we have kings, if you will, in the United States of America? And the answer is, under the Constitution, obviously not. And I so appreciated the name of Saturday's demonstration. 7 million people demonstrating at some 2,700 sites across America saying no kings, and many versions of the most creative possible statistics laid out, of pictures laid out in that process. But you are absolutely, your question, there are no kings under our Constitution. But the president, in all of these things that I've laid out through the course of the night, the attack on the rule of law, the continuous effort to suppress free speech and free press, the attack on due process, attack on the law firms, attack on the universities, the use of violence, and the weaponizing the DOJ, all of it is the way a king acts. So, in fact, we are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. It's not down the street. It's not around the corner. It is here right now. And speaking of being here right now, I see my minority leader is on the floor from New York, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, first, thank you, and I do have a question for you. I want to commend you for your fortitude and your strength on a subject that is so important to the future of this country, not only for our generation, but for our grandchildren. We need a democracy, and my question is this. In many authoritarian regimes, there are many characteristics, and we see a lot of this happening in Hungary, in fact. Orban has had his friends take over the media. Orban has used the prosecutorial authorities as a weapon, as Trump has turned our whole Justice Department into an attack dog to go after his enemies and help his friends. And we see this in so many other countries. Now, there are many people in the United States say it can't happen here, and our roots of democracy are stronger and deeper, certainly, than in Hungary's. But the danger is real. And could my friend, and I so respect what he has done all night, could my friend just elaborate on the question, it is different here, but why can we not be complacent when we've seen what happens in other countries like Hungary, like Turkey, and of course, even more severe dictatorships? When people say it won't happen here, why should we, even though we're different, why should Americans from every political corner, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, be fighting this authoritarian rise in this country led by Donald Trump, who, as you said, wants to be king?
I so appreciate the question from the minority leader from New York. And one of the things that I certainly felt was, this can't happen here. Our institutions are too old. We have 200 years of practice. We have features that have helped reinforce our constitutional framework. We have a solid middle class. We have a good education system. We have deep traditions in the House and Senate. We have norms that reinforce our constitutional understandings. And yet, it turns out that my confidence that authoritarianism cannot take hold in America is wrong. And one of the things I have done over the course of the night is to read multiple chapters and commentary two professors who looked at countries all over the world, including Hungary, and said, here's how it happened. They said, we used to think about the end of a democracy as being something done by men with guns. Right. They burned down the presidential palace, they shot the president, maybe they killed his family, they tore up the Constitution, and they said, here's the New Deal. But now, that rarely happens in comparison to the new version in which democracies are put into the grave. And that new version is by elected individuals who start to erode the separation of powers. And if you think about it that way, you just really need three things to become an authoritarian state. You need a Congress that says our role is to just back up and do what the president says, a rubber stamp Congress. And in large part, we have that right now. I can't tell you how many times colleagues have said, I can't take that position because it would upset the president, even though I'm not happy about the situation. Well, so there's that. And then there is, you need a court that confirms or conveys more power to the president. And we have seen court decision after court decision that have conveyed more power, like Trump versus United States, saying the president is above the law. And you combine the president being above the law, as long as it's shielded by an act of government, and pardon power, and now the whole executive branch feels, well, we're all above the law. And then the president comes into office and just starts ignoring one law after another. I think a real early one that got a lot of attention was the firing of inspector generals. And of course, the law says you have to fire them for cause. And the law says you have to give 30 days notice. But the president didn't either. And in the end, he didn't really get the courts saying you can't do that. And then Trump says, you know what, I'm just going to start establishing tariffs around the world. Well, tariffs are not a power delegated to the president. The very first bill the U.S. Senate ever worked on was a tariff bill. They spent 3 weeks assigning a tariff to different things, a keg of nails or a barrel of molasses and so on and so forth. And so this collective factor brings us to the third element that creates the authoritarian state, which is a president who wants to defy the law, create a space in which saying the laws do not apply. So suddenly the checks and balances are gone, and it's not the authoritarianism that we need to fear a year from now. It's here at this very moment. And so this is why we should all, if we had any doubts a year ago, we should all now be going, oh my God, we are not immune from the same strategy that's been pursued with the same authoritarian playbook in country after country after country.
Thank my colleague for that really right on the money exposition of this, and I'd just like to ask one more question related to the first, the supine Congress. Our Republican colleagues seem to just do whatever Trump wants, and we hear lots of mumbling and grumbling, we don't like it. But I hear from some of them saying to me, it wouldn't make a difference if I spoke up. Does my colleague from Oregon agree with that it wouldn't make a difference, that if Republicans, whether at the leadership in the House or Senate, or a large number or even a decent number of members, kind of authoritarian direction that Trump is taking, does my colleague think it wouldn't make a difference as they say, or does he think it would?
Well, I believe it would make an astounding difference. Because when I come to the floor, or any of my Democratic colleagues come to the floor and say, look at this attack on due process, this is just wrong. Look at this effort to tell universities what to teach, this is just wrong. Look at the attack on law firms, and they've been essentially blackmailed into $1 billion of free legal help to groups that Trump wants, that's wrong. Look at the effort to ship people out of this country because of what they say on foreign policy. That's just the violations of free speech and due process. And we say it's just wrong. But in essence, we are speaking within a communication bubble that exists around our urban communities. And there is a different communication bubble that exists around our rural communities. We have driven this into this situation through cable news, where people in my state who live in cities watch one version of the world on cable. They see a different version if they're in rural areas watching a different cable, and then it's reinforced by social media. So when a colleague across the aisle speaks up, now a whole new audience is hearing about what's going on in our country. And it has the act of integrity because it's not coming from across the aisle. It can't be dismissed as a partisan comment. It is clearly a comment of principle. So when you have both a comment that is absolutely principle and a comment that reaches into a different media sphere, now you start to have an enormous impact, and others will have courage to follow. Because I have heard from my colleagues about some of these pieces that they are worried about but are not speaking up on, one person steps forward maybe takes the hits from some of the right-wing commentators, and maybe actually gains some respect from others who say, you know, that is for sure the truth.
And I thank my colleague from Minnesota for her excellent back and forth with the Senator from Oregon. Thank you for doing this. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much to my colleague from New York for those two questions. And one of the questions that my colleague from Minnesota asked about was mentioning the $230 million in compensation that Trump is trying to get out of the government. And so I found the story about that and wanted to fill folks in on what that is. President Trump is demanding that the Justice Department pay him about $230 million. That's a lot of money. To folks in my neighborhood, $1 million seems like an unfathomable sum, and here we're talking about $230 million, $250 million in compensation for the federal investigation into him, according to people familiar with the matter. This is an article by Devlin Barrett and Tyler Pager on October 21st, 2025, so hot off the press, if you will. The people familiar with the matter who added that any settlement might ultimately be approved by senior department officials who defended him or those in his orbit. So you have the president suing his own government, and he has the Justice Department, in which there are people who were on his defense team now working, who would be the ones to ultimately approve a settlement. This situation, this article goes on to say, situation has no parallel in American history, as Mr. Trump, a presidential candidate, was pursued by federal law enforcement and eventually won the election, taking over the very government that must now review his claims. It is also the starkest example yet of potential ethical conflicts created by installing the president's former lawyers atop the Justice Department. Lawyers get to play both sides. They were on his team that brought the lawsuits, and now they're on the team for the Justice Department that would agree to pay him. Well, obviously, that's an unacceptable conflict of interest. And in any ordinary world, you would expect anyone associated with this case to say, absolutely not, my integrity will be profoundly compromised if I come anywhere near this. But that type of integrity and that type of clarity about the importance of avoiding conflicts of interest so that fairness is embodied. I mean, I don't think there is a fair way for this to be adjudicated by his own administration, suing the government and then asking them to pay you by the people who work for him. Is there any way to resolve that conflict of interest? I can't imagine it. The only way I can imagine it is to say that this issue will be addressed in the next administration by people in the Department of Justice who did not ever work in the past or in the present for Mr. Trump. He submitted his claims through an administrative claim process that is the precursor to lawsuits. And it goes on to give the details. But essentially, that's the issue of the president suing his own government and then asking the folks who worked for him to settle it and hand him $230 million. Wow. Can you imagine if President Biden had sued the Department of Justice and asked them to settle the case and give him $200 million? I mean, there would be every single senator across the aisle would be down here saying, are you kidding me? That's the clearest ethical compromise ever created in the history of our country. How can that possibly be done? It cannot be done. We must pass a bill. We must condemn this conflict. It's a ripoff of the American people for $230 million. No way, no how. Well, that is exactly what we should hear regardless of which aisle you sit by, whether you sit to the left of the center aisle or to the right of the center aisle. It is exactly the outrage over gross corruption. And this isn't the only. This is not, by the way, the worst corruption. It may be, no, it's not the worst. The worst was the president asking people after he was in office to buy his crypto coin and saying he's doing a contest, and the roughly 230 people who bought the most of his coins over a set period, those folks would get a special dinner at his golf club, special access to him. And so over a period of several weeks, competition was held, the winners were announced, and then the dinner was held. And President Trump profited personally, fabulously, from that corrupt activity. Essentially, there are two types of crypto coins, or more than that, but one of them is called a stable coin. And in a stable coin, you're essentially saying, I'll give you $1 and you give me $1 stable coin, dollar denominated. And I can use that cryptocurrency coin in ways I can't use an actual dollar. And meanwhile, you get to keep the dollar I gave you to buy the crypto coin. You get to invest it. So if, for example, someone buys $1 million of those coins and holds them for a year, well, then the president's company gets the interest on that $1 million, however they invest it. And there's restrictions, or at least there's supposed to be restrictions on how you invest it to make sure that it maintains its value. So essentially, it's probably invested in very safe bonds. But still, hey, 4% on $1 million? Well, let's see. 10% would be 100,000. So we're talking about $40,000. $40,000. Well, what if you buy $1 billion now of those coins? Now we're talking about the president and his company getting not $40,000, but $40 million. I mean, it's a direct sale of access to the president for money in his pocket or his company's pocket. And that is simply outrageous. But then there's another coin that's kind of a token. And what can you do with this token? And the answer is not much, but you're just giving your dollars to buy the token, and the president or his company keeps that money forever. So that's even a more direct, instead of just getting the interest off the money that he holds until the coins are redeemed, in this case, he's keeping the money forever, selling you a useless token. He keeps the money. It's basically like saying, hand over your wallet. I'll take cash out of it. Thank you very much. It's as close to a straight bribe as anything you can imagine. And we had a vote here on the Senate floor saying that none of us in the Congress or in the high levels of the government will be allowed to participate in this type of a system. You want a new senator to come in here and he or she will offer a new coin, and somebody comes along and says, yeah, I'll take 10,000 of those, just like handing you $10,000. It's a bribe. And unfortunately, for reasons I don't understand, my colleagues across the aisle, they voted it down. They want to let this crypto corruption continue. Now, is there something wrong with the bill that needs to be adjusted? I'm all ears. I'm looking for a partner across the aisle to say this type of corruption is wrong, and I will join in partnership. Let's write the bill together. Let's go over the old bill together. Let's fix it if it needs fixing. Let's find allies on both sides of the party. But so far, not a word from any of my colleagues saying they want to actually address this crypto corruption, that much more corrupt issue. My colleague from Minnesota had a list of other issues that I wrote down somewhere. See if I can find the piece of paper I wrote them on. She had so many good ideas for me to address. And maybe I'll find it, maybe I won't. And given that I'm not finding it right away, oh, here it is. So she asked about the $230 million scheme, and I've now shared the answer to that. She also noted that isn't it insane to be firing people at random like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the president didn't like the employment numbers? Yes, it's crazy and damaging because now nobody trusts the new numbers. Are the new numbers accurate? They're afraid to put out probably the right numbers because if they look bad, they're going to get fired. Or maybe they'll just kind of bend the assumptions just by a little bit here and there and have it all add up to get them maybe an extra 0.5% or percent of employment, mislead us about where the economy is headed. So no, it is deeply damaging. And so many people depend on the many statistics compiled by the Bureau of Labor to understand what's happening on our economy and whether to make investments. And my colleague from Minnesota also mentioned the canceling of energy projects across the country. And those energy projects, I think it was $8 billion in energy projects all across Democratic states. So this is another form of corrupt activity by a president. The president is supposed to be president of the entire nation, not the president of the Republican Party, and therefore striving to have success build in every part of the country, regardless of whether they elect blue or red senators or blue or red members of Congress. But the canceled energy projects were targeted at blue states. Now here's the thing. Those projects produce energy in general at a lower cost than fossils. By doing so, by producing electricity that often is in the realm of 2 cents per kilowatt hour, it lowers the cost of electricity. But what do we see actually happening? What do we see actually happening across the country? We see the utility costs going up. So canceling these projects is driving up the cost of electricity for people in state after state after state. So this is why we often refer to the fact that in his first 10 months, Trump has made the nation sicker and poorer. Sicker because of his attack on health care and some of the not so helpful evaluations coming out of the Health and Human Services Office, but also poor because he's driving up costs. He wants folks to use expensive, dirty energy rather than cheaper, cleaner energy that derives primarily from solar panels or wind. Sure, there's some geothermal in there, maybe there's some hydro in there, but the new energy is primarily in the realm of solar and wind. Both of them hovering around that 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm pretty sure nobody here pays a bill at a utility company as low as 2 to 3 cents. So if lower cost energy can be generated, and I think the retail rate in my utility that serves my house is somewhere around 12 to 14 cents, I'd love them to buy 2-cent energy and lower the cost to me, everyone else. But the president killed these projects, often in mid-stride, meaning putting people out of employment, putting investments at risk, putting our planet at risk because he wants to continue to use carbon energy. Carbon energy, very simply, heats up the atmosphere. Nice little warm blanket around the globe. We see it in so many different ways in my home state. So not only is the fossil energy more expensive and dirtier in terms of breathing the air, it's also overheating the planet with carbon dioxide and with leaked methane. Methane can be many multiples more powerful in trapping heat than even carbon dioxide. So both of these fossil fuel products, one from combustion and one primarily from leakage, methane, provide significant damage. And we see the stronger storms that come down, like the one in Texas. And you can't track any one storm and say it was specifically about climate. When there are a lot more storms with a lot more energy, that happens because there's a lot more energy in the atmosphere because the atmosphere is a lot warmer. And so, in general, the number and ferocity of the storms is tied to our burning of fossil fuels. So here is the president canceling $8 billion of clean, low-cost energy projects in order to force people to keep using more and more carbon, higher cost, higher polluting, and planet-damaging fossil fuels. And I'm particularly struck that this is happening at a time that in the information revolution, you have big new demands on electricity. You have data centers, and counties like them because they're big, expensive, and they provide property taxes. But they consume enormous amounts of energy. And in so doing, that means the local utility has to go buy more energy on the grid, which is more expensive than the energy they already have, driving up the cost for everybody served by the utility. So some states have started to say, no, you build a data center, or you do crypto mining, or you do AI processing, you need to pay the fair cost of your activities and pay a higher rate for that electricity than the homeowners, so the homeowners don't get shaken down to subsidize these activities. And another point that my colleague from Minnesota made was the impact on small business of what is going on. And yesterday, I had folks from small business who were touring Capitol Hill, holding meetings from Oregon. And there were lots of folks from all corners of the country coming in to say, we are troubled. We have a couple major problems. And those major problems, they listed, one is the tariffs. Because how can you plan for the future when the tariffs go up and down? How do you know what country will buy your products or won't buy your products? How can you make a decision to build a factory under those circumstances? Sure, if there's a high tariff put on your competitor and you happen to have a factory for a while, you can just make a lot more to meet the domestic demand, so maybe that comes out all right. But if it's a permanent, we're going to build more factories, no, those decisions are not happening when the tariffs are fluctuating. Plus, of course, what the president is doing is taking power not delegated to the president. There is no law that gives the president the power to adjust tariffs. So it's being adjudicated, but the courts are slow. In fact, you think very slow when you think of the fact that he's been doing tariffs on his own with no authority to do it for a very long time now in his presidency. The second thing the small businesses said was the Republican bill that doubles the price of insurance on the exchange is absolutely horrific for small businesses because, in general, small businesses buy their insurance on the healthcare exchange. They aren't large enough to strike their own independent deal and get good rates, so they buy their money on the exchange. And without the same level of tax credits, their costs will, like for other Americans, be roughly doubled, a projected 114% interest increase. So that's more than doubled. And so this is the phrase, Main Street is Pain Street, because Main Street small businesses can no longer afford to buy insurance because of the bill that my colleagues across the aisle passed, the bill that Trump called the big, beautiful bill, but many of us called it the big, ugly betrayal because it hurt families by helping billionaires. doubling the cost of insurance on the exchange on average to give tax breaks to billionaires. Attacking Social Security, which in combination with the changes to the exchange will put 15 million people out of insurance. That's a lot of pain. And we know just how damaging it is when people go out without insurance, because we've been there before. We know they don't go to the doctor when they get sick. They don't go to the doctor until they get really sick, and then they go to the emergency room. And by then, a modest illness can become a major illness. A small tumor can become a life-threatening tumor, or maybe an untreatable, metastasized cancer that is a death sentence. And then we have the fact that without insurance, they can't pay the bill. So there's less revenue for the clinic and less revenue for the hospital. And so now the clinic and the hospital are going to have to cut back their programs, which affects the availability of health care for everyone in the community. Maybe it's the maternity ward that goes, because those are very expensive. And that means that instead of going to the hospital in your town in rural Oregon, maybe you have to drive 70 miles to get to another hospital. And do you want to do that if your baby is coming in January or February and you might be in the middle of icy roads or snow drifts? No, I don't think so. And do you want to have to drive 70 miles to get your prenatal exams and your prenatal classes that teach a little bit about what to be prepared for? No, that's a real loss of quality health care to lose programs out of clinics and to lose programs out of hospitals. So the invitation is open to fix this. We have laid out a bill, a continuing resolution, that fixes it. So I invite my colleagues, come and join us and vote for the bill, or at least have your leadership come and sit down and negotiate over this bill. Because maybe you have insights, maybe we can find adjustments and do the right thing for America and fix this healthcare mess. I don't think that it's good policy to have created this mess. I certainly don't think it's good politics to have created this mess. So we'll help you out of that hole. Let's fix this for the American people. Do the best what's right for the American people. And certainly one of the groups that will be very happy for us to address this are the businesses, the small businesses on Main Street. When those small businesses come in and say Main Street is now Payne Street because of the tariffs and because of the attack on health care, you've got a whole lot of stalwart community members who are speaking the truth to power. They're coming to us and saying, here's the situation. Here's what I'll have to pay. Here's how it's so much more. One of the entrepreneurs yesterday, the business owners, said he had, I believe he said he had 4 employees. Then he talked to at least 3 of them, and they all basically said they weren't going to buy insurance, not at this double the rate. They were going to take the risk, the gamble, that they would not get sick. And maybe they'll be lucky. Like any other gamble, maybe the dice will roll in their favor. Maybe next year they'll buy insurance, and maybe that'll be the year that they need health care and they'll have insurance to pay for it. But we know that when there's a whole group of folks who don't have insurance, a bunch of them are going to get sick. And then they're going to be really sick by the time they go to the doctor. And then they're going to be treated in the place of the most expensive care. And then they're not going to be able to pay the bills, so the revenues will suffer. And there we are, back in the situation where the clinics and hospitals are cutting their programs, affecting the availability of good health care everywhere in the community. Well, I think those are the bulk of the points that my colleague asked questions about from Minnesota. So I'm going to return now to reading this urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying the attacks on the Justice Department. And Since it's been a while since I actually was in the middle of reading this letter, I think I'll start from the top again in order to make it coherent. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, intelligence analysts, to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it is our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of the Departments of Justice vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. Just as I've come to the floor to ring the alarm bells about authoritarian control taking over America, here are these employees from the Department of Justice in this letter are saying they are ringing the alarm bells before it's too late. Let's find out what they have to say. The next paragraph goes, Department of Justice's mission, DOJ's mission, is to, quote, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. It's failing on all three fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the president's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fire its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shelters offices that prevent community violence, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantles drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. Oh, I see, thank you for the note, I see that my colleague from New Jersey is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
I appreciate it, and appreciate my colleague pausing for a question. And I just want to first say, as I present my question to him, how grateful I am for his stamina and for his strength, but more even importantly for his insightful truths that he has been telling now for well over 14 hours. And in many ways, we see a tradition in this body of being a deliberative body, but it seems now more and more that deliberation is giving way to what the founders never imagined, which is simply conceding to anything that the President of the United States wants. We were born to check and balance the presidency. We are the Article I branch of government. And as my colleague here rings the alarm bell, it is clear to me that the alarm bell he's ringing is not a partisan alarm bell. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. It's about asserting the Article I branch of the Constitution's strength, its purpose, its constitutional intent. And that is to provide oversight. That is to provide advice and consent. That is to provide the check and balance that we need. And for hours now, what I have been seeing is my colleague, Jeff Merkley, has time and time again been laying plain facts that would not play no matter what party a person is from. A president who is encroaching again and again and again on the constitutional prerogatives of the Article I branch of government. And the result of this is that people are hurting. And I really want to get my colleagues' response to this. The fact is, right now, you have a president not going through Congress, not working with Congress, but undermining congressional intent by gutting and cutting programs, gutting and cutting agencies, gutting and cutting bipartisan approved resources for our states in ways that threaten and undermine the well-being of Americans. We see him approving a tariff policy, not one that has gone through this body. In fact, I would say not one that people in this body would even agree on, that is hurting American farmers, that is driving them to their knees. They want trade, not aid. And as a result of that tariff policy, it's not only hurting the bedrock people who put food on the table for Americans and people throughout this world, but it's hurting consumers by driving up grocery prices. What my colleague continues to point out is how these violations of our constitutional norms and traditions, the insult and injury done to our Constitution, has a real-life impact on the lives of Americans, making us poorer, making us sicker in our lack of access to health care. That we are seeing a time now that if we do not ring the alarm bells, more and more Americans will be hurt by a president who is acting more like an authoritarian leader than a democratically elected executive in the Article II branch. And this is not a left or right moment. It is a right or wrong moment. This is a moral moment in America. And I love what Martin Luther King said. He said, the problem today is not the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And so this is a time that my colleague, through doing this extraordinary step here for more than 14 hours, all through the night, standing up and saying, look, democracy has never been a spectator sport. If you love this country, if you love in a deep devotion the ideals of patriotism more than a party, now is the time for all good people to stand up and call it out. And so I want to know from my colleague, this, with the urgency that we have in this moment, with Americans seeing their energy costs go up, with Americans seeing their grocery costs going up, with Americans now seeing the reality of their health care costs going up thousands and thousands of dollars, with marginalized people, with folks who are struggling to provide for their children, for children with disabilities struggling to get the resources they need, with parents not knowing how they're going to meet the rent and pay for medical expenses, how they're going to be able to pay for the basic needs of their families. This is a time that if you believe in the cherished principles of our nation, from patriotism, devotion to our national ideals, if you believe in the ideals of our nation, love thy neighbor, if you believe that we are one nation under God, this must be the time where more people stand up and speak out, because the only thing necessary for the triumph of tyranny is for a free people to remain silent. And so I ask my colleague right now, because there are people saying, what does it matter that a senator is standing up? I ask my colleague right now to maybe say directly to the American people why you are taking this courageous stand tonight, what you hope they will take away, because it's not about you or me, it's not about the 100 people here. We have seen this president back down before when the American people, in a chorus of conviction, stand up and say no, no more. As Frederick Douglass says, the limits of tyranny are prescribed by the people who face the oppression. I ask my colleague, what is the message that you are trying to send with this courageous stand, with this incredible endurance, with this strong speech you are giving today?
To my colleague from New Jersey, the message, most important, is that the tyranny has already arrived. It is not down the street. It is not around the corner. It will not be encountered on the path tomorrow. It is here at this very moment. And that tyranny comes in two forms, so important to our country. The first is the attack on freedom. Freedom is secured by due process. So when an authoritarian president runs over due process, he threatens freedom for all of us. When an authoritarian president says, I will dictate through research grant control what universities teach, he's stealing the academic freedom of our independent universities and really gutting the vision that people go to universities to explore ideas and to learn, not to receive propaganda written by a government. If you want that version of the world, that's not freedom. That's found in tyrannical governments. That's found in China, not here at our universities in the United States of America. When he proceeds to say we are going to control law firms by suing them and taking away their security clearances and extorting them to put $1 billion of free law into causes the president wants, that is a form of tyranny against the free enterprise of law firms to have the clients they want and serve the people they want. I read an article sometime in the middle of the night that was about the profound impact on nonprofits that are out of favor with the president, and therefore they're not getting the legal help that they had in the past, and how that affects their largely impoverished clients. So there's damage that ripples through the universe from these attacks on freedom. And now is the moment where we have seen the fundamental separation of powers disappear. No, I thought of these robust branches of government, the executive, the Congress, the judiciary, each valiantly defending their role in order to preserve the checks and balances of this beautiful document we call our We the People Constitution. But what happens if the Congress is controlled by a party that says, our goal is to do what the president tells us? Suddenly that check and balance, the president, is gone. What if the court, the Supreme Court, says we want to, regardless of what's written in the Constitution, hand more power to the president? And they say, you know what, we'll make the president above the law, which they did in a law case last year. And suddenly you have the three elements that create tyranny in place of freedom, or authoritarianism in place of a republic. And those are a rubber stamp Congress, a deferential court, and an aggressive authoritarian personality with a good plan. And he came in with a good plan called Project 2025. And the chief engineer on that Trumpian tyranny train is Russell Vought at OMB. So every essential element of the authoritarian takeover of the United States is here right now. Now, you mentioned a reverberation about how the president's policies are making people sicker and poorer. And here is the connection. When you have an authoritarian government, it basically operates to the power of the billionaires. And so we saw it at the inauguration. We saw the billionaires standing behind the president. We saw Elon Musk standing behind the president. We saw Jeff Bezos standing behind the president. We saw Mark Zuckerberg standing behind the president. And when you do that, you're okay pursuing legislation that hurts families while helping billionaires. And that is the theme of what we have seen. Here's a picture of the billionaires lined up behind the president. We call sometimes the bill, his major policy bill, the great or the big ugly betrayal, because he campaigned on helping ordinary people. But then on Inauguration Day, there's no ordinary people behind him. There's no champions for health care, no champions for housing, no champions for education, no champions for good-paying jobs and investment in infrastructure. No, those who have already at the very top of the money pyramid in the United States of America are there. So now you have the main bill, and the main bill, what does it do? Well, it savages health care to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. It savages child nutrition to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. So the authoritarian takeover of our government is also linked to this assault on the families. As you said, groceries are going up. The president's employing tariffs that drive up the cost of groceries. If he was looking to help families, he wouldn't choose to do tariffs that drive up the cost of families. And in fact, the president doesn't even have authority under the law to do tariffs to begin with, which he just took it because that's what authoritarians do until the courts stop him. And the courts, moving slowly, have not acted. And you mentioned health care costs going up. Well, I don't know about what the new costs are in your state of New Jersey. In Oregon, the projection was a 68% increase in costs on the exchange. But nationwide, 114% average, meaning Oregon, well, as much as we're shocked by 68% inflation in health care policies, well, nationally, it's more than doubling. So think of all the people who will be unable to acquire insurance. And that's just a piece of the big, ugly betrayal bill, because then you get into the fact that they gutted Medicaid, the Oregon health plan. 70% of the children in rural Oregon are on the Oregon health plan. Think of the devastation when 235,000 Oregonians are projected to lose health care. And what happens when they get sick and they don't go to the hospital because they don't have insurance? So then they get sicker, and when they do go to the hospital, it's the emergency room. And maybe the modest health problem has become a major health problem. Maybe the diabetes that easily controlled has become a foot amputation or an eye problem, an eyesight problem. Maybe the cancer has grown or spread around the body. So not only is the illness more expensive to treat, but the odds of recovery are worse, and it's being treated in the most expensive part of a hospital, the emergency room. And then, because there's no insurance to pay for it, the hospital or clinic gets less revenues, and then they have to shut down programs or shut down completely, and then we have less health care for everyone in the community. And then you mentioned utilities, and I was just fielding a question from our colleague from Minnesota, and she said, what about that $8 billion attack on energy projects in blue states? Energy projects that would produce renewable energy that often, at utility scale, is 2 cents per kilowatt hour. My bill in Oregon is fairly cheap compared to the nation. I think it's 12 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. I'm guessing yours is a lot higher than that. So if that utility can buy energy at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, your bill's going to go down. But I'm pretty sure your bill's going up because of the policies of this administration. So if this administration was worried about families, they wouldn't have passed the big, ugly betrayal that does so much damage to families in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, wouldn't be using tariffs in this manner, wouldn't be cutting low-cost utility projects that will lower the cost of energy. And thus, here we are, 10 months of making Americans sicker and poor.
And if my colleague would ask the wrong question, because you're making such a great point, and I really hope America hears this, that these policies, these constitutional principles that we're defending here are not just arcane, idealistic things. They have a direct impact on our nation. My colleague is laying it plain. This is what should be animating everybody, is that when you attack the health care of millions of Americans, it doesn't mean you're curing disease and they're not going to have a demand for health care. The demand is still going to be there. And if they're not getting their health care reimbursed, if they're not getting preventative care, if they're not getting regular checkups, they're going to put more demand on our hospitals, which are going to make our hospitals have longer wait times in the emergency rooms, that are going to have our hospitals have less reimbursed care, and our hospitals are going to strain and buckle under that, thus driving up the costs for everyone. You make it plain, and people should hear this. When the president lies to the American people and says he's about all of the above energy costs, he's not. He's about advantaging certain energy over other energy, and it's actually the lower cost energy that he's attacking. Those projects are actually going to lower people's bills. So here he is raising the healthcare costs for everyone, hurting the hospitals that we all rely on, and driving up energy costs for everyone, and giving an advantage to our competitors like the Chinese, who are racing on energy projects in the renewable energy space. But it's even more than that, as my colleague knows. When you have boneheaded attacks on our Constitution, as opposed to going through Congress where there's deliberation and debate, you are actually raising costs in other ways too. As my colleague knows, Americans right now are seeing the investments that we make that return for the taxpayer significant returns in science and research. We are a nation that has exploded industries that the rest of the world is trying to catch up to us. We are the nation that invented so many great things by funding research, basic research and technology. And so attacks on universities, where they are now reporting less postdoc programs, less PhD programs, less research going on in America, you are ceding the pathway to human endeavor. You're closing it off. As my colleague was saying, attacks on universities, making them come and bend a knee. Those universities are saying, no, I will not bow to you, you are not my king. And then that king, wannabe king, cuts fundings to our greatest research institutions, not in America, the greatest research institutions on the planet Earth that have spawned new innovations, from quantum computing to fission and fusion, to robotics, to medical sciences. When you cut off the resources to those things, you are starving the goose that has been laying the golden egg for human endeavor, for industries and more. It has a cost when a president goes rogue and does what he wants to do. It has a cost, not just to our liberty, when you make universities, when you make businesses, when you make law firms bow before you or be punished by you. It has a cost to our liberty, but it also has, as you are saying so plainly, what most Americans are saying over and over again, is it has a cost financially to American families who are right now struggling. As you have said time and time again over these last dozen plus hours, Americans are hurting. Americans are afraid. Americans are worried that they're going to get a diagnosis from a doctor that's going to drive them to bankruptcy. Americans don't know how they can take care of a sick child and pay the rent. And this is directly being attacked by a president who is doing things that are driving up their energy costs, who are driving up their medical costs, who are driving up their grocery costs, and who's failing to make the investments that keep America ahead of the competition we are seeing in places like China. It is boneheaded. It is financially imprudent. It is hurting America as well as our constitutional framework. The genius of our founders in this great experiment that is now 250 years old, that has put us at the top of all of humanity in innovation, in human success, is now being jeopardized after 250 years by a president who is claiming authorities that the Constitution and our framers never intended to rely to be in the executive. And so God bless America. My colleague from Oregon is giving a master's class today. A master's class now for 14 plus hours, closing in on 15. A master's class in helping people understand not just constitutional principles, but how all of us are invested in this Constitution, how all of us are invested in making sure that nobody steps outside of those constitutional authorities, because when it does, we have seen what has happened. when McCarthyism rose. We have seen what's happened when demagoguery trumps common sense, common cause, common purpose, and a shared devotion to that flag. And so I ask my colleague right now, we haven't even had a year of this president, and we have watched things happen where this body has not even called an oversight hearing, when our very national security was in jeopardy, when you have Americans at the highest level of our Defense Department using a commercial app with reporters on it to release classified information. We didn't hold one oversight hearing. When we took the extrajudicial step to blow up speedboats, there has been no oversight into that claimed attack on people that were allegedly smuggling drugs. We are constantly not doing our job, which is not a partisan one. It is to hold this president in check, that no one operates without accountability and without transparency, because power is corrupting. And when you let someone do what they want to do, when they want to do it, without a check or a balance, it is corrupting. And we know that because we have the most corrupt president, dollar for dollar, of any president we've ever seen, through his crypto schemes, from him exchanging his authorities for compensation that makes him a richer man. Unchecked power leads to corruption. Our founders knew it and designed this system thusly. And so I ask my colleague now, that sense of urgency of a president who has been in office nearly 10 months, if my colleagues in this body do not start standing up and doing their job, holding hearings on his tariff policy, holding hearings on his agricultural policy, holding hearings on his healthcare policies, and I say that generously because they're not policies, they're not thoughtful, they don't reflect the wisdom on both sides of the aisle, they are hurting people. If we continue to let this president proceed unchecked, if we continue to let him flaunt the rules of our Constitution, if we continue in open eyes to do things like he is doing right now by ripping apart the White House, not going through any of the process whatsoever, that is literally contrary to the laws of what the people's house, not Donald Trump's house, the people's house, if we continue to let him go in this way without checks or balances, I ask my colleague, what are the consequences that you fear might happen in the next 10 months where this president, who wants to be an autocrat, is in the White House?
The consequences of the failure of oversight are enormous. This is not one of the checks and balances people often talk about. They talk about Congress having the responsibility to define which programs will be funded and how much, under what rules they'll operate on, and the president has to execute those programs, therefore a separation of powers. And by holding on to that responsibility, we serve as a check on the effort for an authoritarian to be the force that decides which programs are funded and how much they're funded at and how much rules or what the rules will be they operate under. And we're seeing that transfer of power right now from the Congress to the president, because the president's deeply engaged in essentially the equivalent of a line item veto by slow-walking funds, by freezing funds, by impounding funds, by slowly getting to the end of the year, and then by filing a rescission request at the end of the year, watching them magically evaporate when the last day of the fiscal year comes. This fancy term called a pocket rescission. Absolutely, all of these are part of a line item veto strategy, and the president just implementing the programs willy-nilly the way he wants, as opposed to following the instructions from Congress. So in 9 months, we have seen not just an attack on the freedoms, we've seen not just an attack on the cost of living through utilities and through food and through health care going up and up and up, but we have also seen this fundamental collapse of oversight that you've pointed to. If this much damage to the checks and balances can be done from January to October, if this much damage has been done to costs that Americans experience from January to October, if this much damage can be done to American freedoms from January to October, then that next 10 months, that's amplified because the administration's in full gear now. They're not diverting attention trying to get a Secretary of Defense confirmed. They're not diverting attention trying to get the head of the FBI confirmed. No, they're in full gear now with this set of instructions that flow from this plan, Project 2025, developed by our current director of OMB, Russell Vogt. And he is one capable individual who has a belief in the supreme primacy of the executive branch, calls it a unitary executive, and that the president should make the decisions about what's funded and how it's funded. The president should make the decisions about the rules for those programs. And that means the collective knowledge of these 100 senators, bringing their diverse life experience, their diverse education, their diverse knowledge of different parts of the country. All of that diverse experience is tossed out. The diverse experience from our 400-plus members of the House of Representatives is tossed out because, no, it's the president and his team saying these programs, at this amount of money under these rules, that is what the authoritarian rule is. And one way we can exercise a check on it is through oversight, is by holding those hearings to investigate in public and doing it in partnership, full partnership with our Republican colleagues. I mean, that should be a collective goal of us all together who believe in the vision of the Constitution, of this check and balance. And out of that information flows action items. When you oversee and see what's going on, then you get together and say, what's going wrong? Let's fix it. But you can't get to the point of saying, let's fix it, if you've got your eyes covered up, your hands over your ears, your head in the ground, and saying, I don't want to look at the administration. I know a lot of bad shit is going on over there, but man, that's the president of my party, and if I dig into that, he's going to be very upset. And we have seen how he is personally directing criminal investigations about people who have criticized him. There is concern by some of our colleagues, rightly so, that if they be the ones to speak up and say this is wrong, they will be next on the list, the enemies list. And when you think about the fact that on that enemies list is even our own fellow senator, like this is people who he was unhappy with because they said that the 2020 election wasn't stolen. And so now he's going after them. In one case, he lifted the security clearances, not just for the person who spoke up and said the president, Trump, is wrong about the government, the election being stolen, but they took the security clearance from all of his coworkers. So a collective punishment strategy. This idea of weaponizing the Department of Justice, this intimidation of free speech, that really does affect people in this chamber as well as outside this chamber for fear of being targeted. And indeed, one way they can be targeted is through their own folks back home. So when one of our senators said, this big, beautiful bill is a train wreck for health care, and I'm not voting for it, within hours, that colleague had been threatened with a primary and announced, you can't threaten me with the primary because I won't run for election. Everyone else looks at that and goes, that's the power that is being brought to bear to create a failure for there to be oversight, for there be people speaking up, because I know across the aisle as many people care about the vision of our Constitution and our responsibility to sustain that framework for our freedom, for our financial success, far into the future, for the generations to come. I know they care about it, but right now, they're looking, we've got a powerful executive who can bring the world down on me. And I'm hoping somehow we will have a few courageous folks to be at the front of the line and say, I'll take the hit. I'll stand up and say what everyone else is saying privately, that this is outrageous, an outrageous attack on freedom, an outrageous attack on the structure of our Constitution, an outrageous increase in the cost for ordinary families, that the vision of families lose and billionaires win is wrong for the people that I represent in my home state, regardless of it being blue or red, that the idea that health care is being slashed for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong, that nutrition programs are being cut for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. We need our colleagues to join us in this effort so it is not partisan, it is bipartisan, and we're standing up for the core principles on which our country was founded. I thank so much my colleague from New Jersey. And I see my colleague has arrived from Illinois.
I want to thank, through the chair, I want to thank the senator from Oregon for his leadership in bringing this issue before us. We have something in common. Both of our states are facing militarization from the federal level of government. Nominally in Chicago, the president argues that the city is unsafe. I watched this last Saturday as 100,000 people gathered for the No Kings rally and parade, a peaceful, nonviolent gathering of Americans expressing their constitutional feelings and right to express themselves in this republic. I know that you're facing the same threat in the state of Oregon, and recent court decisions seem to suggest that there's more time in the courtroom ahead. I would just say to the senator from Oregon, thank you for leading this conversation. There are so many aspects of this presidency that you could address, and I'd like you to address, if you will, this militarization issue. We have carefully crafted in our existing laws prohibition against the use of military force for law enforcement. It makes sense on its face because these men and women, as good as they are in National Guard units around our country, are not trained primarily in law enforcement. Theirs is a much different type of training. And secondly, to overcome state and local sources of law enforcement is a major constitutional step. And yet this president has initiated it in my state of Illinois, in your state of Oregon, and in the state of California. Would you address this aspect of your comments this morning?
My colleague from Illinois, I so appreciate the question. And certainly you feel it very personally when the target of the president's militarization or the sending of the military into our states is your own state. And you see it with very clear eyes because you go and visit it and witnessed and you understand what's going on. And I know in my state, I went down and I saw these 3 women protesting outside of the ICE building. I think they had a sign, I think it had a flower on it. And since that time, what has developed are a demonstration of joy and whimsy. And what I mean by that is I mean the protesters understood that Trump was trying to start a fight and then a riot and then have that riot be a justification for federalizing the National Guard. And so we had many steps in this process. The first is he said, I'm going to federalize the Oregon National Guard, and Oregon Attorney General appealed it, and the district attorney, not the district attorney, the district circuit judge, district judge, proceeded to say, wow, the administration's description of what's going on is untethered to the facts. This is not a rebellion. There is not an invasion, so no, you can't federalize. That's a test in the law. And a very similar decision, I think, was reached by a district judge in Illinois. And then it went to the circuit court. And the circuit court in Illinois, my understanding, is they backed up the district judge and said, yep, no rebellion, no invasion, you can't federalize. Well, in Oregon, the administration took another tack. They said, well, okay, we can't federalize the Oregon troops, but we will send in troops from Texas, or National Guard troops from Texas and California that have already been federalized. And the district judge in Oregon said, no, I'm sorry. Once federalized, it's not like you can just travel through the countryside doing whatever the hell you want. You have to have a rebellion or you have to have an invasion, and you have neither. So no, you can't come. But here is what really worries me about this. When you have an authoritarian president, they have a playbook. And that playbook was carefully crafted for this president under Project 2025. It involves so many pieces of stealing the power purse from Congress, overriding due process, attacking the power of universities and law firms, attacking the ability of free press, including lawsuits against the Wall Street Journal and pressure created against our networks on what information they can air. And an additional part of this playbook is to be able to use the military to suppress domestic dissent. And to create the path for that, you want court decisions that say it's okay, and you want the military to get accustomed to being deployed, so when you tell them to go and suppress domestic dissent, they'll do it. And so here we have the fact that the president was stopped, but there is now 2 more steps coming that I'm really worried about. One is that in California, the Ninth Circuit, a 3-panel set of judges said, you know, one of them said the district judge was just right. There is no rebellion, there is no invasion. But the other 2 said, well, you know what? Even though the district judge used the definition of rebellion that was considered at the time, basically that there has to be a sizable group that is well organized, that is weaponized, seeking to overturn the government. And we think maybe you should apply a looser definition of rebellion. And then, instead of looking at the facts on the ground at the time that the president wanted to federalize the troops, look back a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that's a justification to say there's something like rebellion. But most importantly, you should give high deference to the president. And this is what terrifies me, because I'm afraid that the Supreme Court may issue a decision even soon on a shadow docket on the Seventh Circuit decision, and they'll say, yeah, it's a rebellion if the president says so. And that is insane. That opens the door to using the military anywhere the president wants, anytime, against our citizens, violating the fears of our founders who didn't want a standing army to begin with because they felt that it threatened freedom, because they knew chief executives are tempted to use standing armies against their own people. That's what kings do, and that's what authoritarians do. So they were terrified of having those standing armies. And then we had the whole concept developed after the military was used in Reconstruction, that's enough. Military needs to defend the nation, not be used. So we have the Posse Comitatus Law, and the Posse Comitatus Law says you can't use the military for domestic action, but there's an exception to it, the Insurgency Act. And who knows what's going to happen with the interpretation of that act. So I really appreciate your bill that says the military cannot be used for law enforcement, because right now the courts could give the green light to the president to use troops and federalized National Guard in exactly that fashion. And we need to close that avenue down and do it fast, because we got an authoritarian president bent on being able to use military against the people of the United States.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for another question. You recall, as I do, how many times candidate Trump and even President Trump spoke before rallies supporting his cause and railed about the murderers, terrorists, rapists, criminally insane, and sexual predators who were coming across the border and threatening us. And his argument was that it was that fear of criminal activity by them that warranted his federal intervention in many states, including our own. I just wanted to give one example that is timely and tells the story. First, let me say that fewer than 30% of the people who are being detained by ICE, fewer than 30%, have any criminal conviction whatsoever. These people may be here out of status. For example, they came in on a student visa and stayed when they should have left, or came in here in a tourist visa and stayed when they should have left. But to brand these people that are being detained now in the streets of Chicago, for example, as criminals, violent criminals, as the president described them, is totally unfair. I tell the story of a church that I visited just a few days ago in Chicago, Christ Lutheran Church on Wilson Avenue in the Albany Park section, which is a largely Hispanic section of the city of Chicago. The pastor of that church, Tom Terrell, told me that after his service a few days before, it ended at noon, and as his parishioners were leaving to walk home in the neighborhood, as they do every Sunday, ICE arrived in an unmarked truck and stopped this gathering of his parishioners and started questioning them and asking them for identification and papers. This is becoming common in Chicago. When others noticed it, they came to their front porches and out their front doors and started blowing whistles to let people know that ICE was in the neighborhood conducting this. ICE panicked and as a result of it threw down a tear gas canister in front of these people who'd just come out of church and then got in their unmarked vehicle and left. This kind of activity is far beyond protecting us from the most dangerous criminals who might have come across the border in times past. It is an intimidation and an effort to have people so afraid that they will either not participate in the economy, that they will not be going to church, and many of them are afraid to send their kids to school. Where is this leading and why? I'll tell you, I think you share from what you said, the senator from Oregon, my feelings that this is not the end of it. It isn't a temporary thing. It is a long-term commitment by the president to militarize neighborhoods, particularly those in blue states and cities like Chicago. And what is the purpose? Not just to spread fear, but when the election comes, which is another few months away, of course, but when the election comes, to discourage people from voting in those neighborhoods, if not disqualify them. Does that sound like an outlandish idea from a president who refused to accept the fact that he lost an election? It doesn't to me, and it becomes a reality every time I come home. This president argues that there are dangers in the streets of Chicago. 2 weeks ago, the streets were overrun by 53,000 people who didn't live in Chicago. It's called the Chicago Marathon, and they had 53,000 participants and their supporters. A calm, peaceful, quiet, great day in the history of Chicago. And for him to characterize this as a criminal city and one that needs military occupation is totally unfair and doesn't reflect the reality. This last Saturday, as I mentioned, over 100,000 people gathered without violent incident. And a reminder that cities like that are being besmirched by the president are still solid places to live, with their challenges and problems, of course. But beyond that, it certainly doesn't merit the military presence the president is suggesting. So I'd ask the senator from Oregon, do you feel that there is a long-term plan to this militarization by the presidency?
Well, to my colleague from Illinois, the answer is absolutely yes. The president, as you mentioned, campaigned on the argument that there were violent criminals and they were going to be sent home, who were here without documentation. What we have seen is a wholesale attack based on people's accent and the color of their skin. And in fact, if I understood a recent court decision, he was given some permission to continue targeting people because of their skin color or their accent. And the idea that as we go around America, and we're mostly a few generations removed from being immigrants, more recent immigrants are going to have accents, and we have worked towards the vision of being a race-neutral society, that people are now being allowed to be targeted by ICE because of their skin color. It just is, to me, a horrific embedment of discrimination. And I think that the president intends to pursue this aggressively for every moment that he possibly can, as long as he is in office, and beyond, to the degree that he can help drive future administrations. We saw it through his entire first administration. My first real involvement over the immigration began when I read a speech by our then Attorney General, who said, what we're going to do is separate the children from the parents and send the message that you don't want to come to America. And I said to my team, I'm sure I didn't read that correctly. I'm sure I didn't understand that correctly, because no American administration, not a red administration, not a blue administration, would ever deliberately harm children in order to send some political message. And a member of my team said, well, there's one way to find out. You can go down to the border. And I thought, I've got this weekend free. So I went down to the border, and it's how I became the first member of Congress to go into a warehouse at the border and see the children being taken away from their parents. I will never forget this wire cage with about 8 or 9 kids in it, lined up by height because they were about to get a meal and they'd been told to line up by height. And the youngest was just knee-high to a grasshopper, basically tiny little guy, maybe 4 or 5. And I could see these kids looking through the wire screen, trying to see if they could see their aunt or uncle or their father or their mother or their sister in some other cage in this big warehouse. And I walked outside and talked to the press about it and was just stunned. And I think the nation was stunned. And the president formally reversed that policy a bit of time later. But he never reversed the drive to attack people based on their skin color. Who do we see he wants to allow a free pass into the United States? Basically, a wealthy white population from South Africa. And they're some of the most privileged population in the world. But the president says those are the folks. And remember his comments from his first term, where he said he really wanted people from those kind of Scandinavian-style companies. So I do feel that he wants to pursue this aggressively throughout his administration, and we are going to see a lot more terrorized neighborhoods.
I thank the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I see that my colleague from Washington State is here. Would she consider, I would welcome a question if you have one.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the senator from Oregon a question. I appreciate my Northwest colleague being here to bring attention to these important issues. And so much has transpired in the last few weeks, and so I just appreciate the fact that you are trying to bring part of the awareness. If we made a long list, there'd be many, many things here in this list of authoritarianism that we do not like, and appreciate you bringing specific attention. Although I do find some musings that people find a bicycle protest somewhat threatening, which it's just not we're kind of famous for our bicycle events in Northwest, so don't know why somebody finds that threatening when the authoritarianism is really the threat. So, but I have been so involved with my colleague Senator Grassley in making a really important point, and that is the president is abusing his power on tariffs. When you think about the actions of proposing tariffs, this is exactly why people said we don't want kings to have this authority. Why? Because it's such an important constitutional authority given to Congress. It is not something that we think that the President of the United States should have to usher in economic impact in this dramatic way. And the IEEPA tariffs, the lower courts have already said, yes, we don't think that he has this authority. He's been abusing this authority. Now he's going to try to say there's other emergency powers, and hopefully the courts will continue to do their job. But when I think about all of the things he's done, and lots of them are big issues, to me, this one, to basically wield an economic impact on the cost of affordability for Americans, for housing, for food, for transportation cost, a whole myriad of things, when it's only the authority of Congress to do this. I think of how big this economic stick is that he is wielding. So all we've said here collectively, bipartisan group of senators, is that you should, if you think these things are so great, you should come to the Congress. But the constitutional authority is that only Congress has this authority. So I think it's a very dangerous precedent. I think it, in a global economy with a lot of economic activity to be had, I don't think it's a good idea to have somebody in the office of the presidency acting as if these tariff policies are their domain. And clearly, the cost of this on goods and services, particularly those that are really, really hurting us, like I said, affordable housing and things of that nature, are really the impacts. And I don't know to what degree, sorry to say I didn't stay up with you and watch all night, so I don't know what degree you covered tariffs, but I don't know what you think about this particular point in this debate of yours about the authoritarian power and how much is being abused on tariffs.
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Washington State, and I'm heartened to hear of your work across the aisle with Senator Grassley to try to address this question of tariffs. The very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. So you can imagine our 13 colonies, they got their 26 senators, they're gathered in a fairly small space, and they're going, no, I want for a jug of the tariff on a jug of molasses to be this, and on sugar to be that, and so on and so forth. And over the course of 3 weeks, they reached agreement on a couple hundred products, and the one person who kept notes through this whole thing, a daily diary, got frustrated by, now we're going back to the same product we considered 3 days earlier. But in 3 weeks, they considered a whole lot. But the point is, it was Congress that was deciding the tariffs. This was an inherent power to the president. And there is no law that has delegated power to the president to do a tariff. Tariffs have been done by law. That means they are a bill that occurs here, and it is a bill that becomes the actual tariff when it's signed by a president. But the president, we've never delegated that power, and I'm not even sure if we tried to, if the court would say you could delegate it, because the court sometimes says you have responsibilities as Congress that you can't delegate. You cannot delegate the design of how much money goes to certain programs and whether or not they can be canceled. You cannot delegate that. And so here we are with this enormously destructive tariff policy. Now, count me in if there is a slight tariff on goods from very low wage, low environmental, low labor standards countries. Count me in to encourage a little more of the factories to be in the U.S. But for people to make investment decisions, put those factories in the U.S., you have to have a stable tariff regime. You can't have the tariffs up one side and down the next. And so no companies are making decisions about building factories right now. They may say, well, for a few months, because there's this big whopping tariff on Vietnam, maybe we should build a factory here, but wait, that tariff may change. And it did change on Vietnam. And think about the chaos that comes in our foreign policy, because here's Vietnam, a country that we are trying to induce to be a significant manufacturing partner with us rather than products coming from China, and to be a force in the region to counterbalance China to somewhat, and we treat them in an arbitrary and capricious way. Well, there goes years and years and years, decades really, of rebuilding a relationship with them. Or Brazil, the president just says, I don't like the fact that their strong-arm former president is being put in prison for trying to overthrow their democracy. I mean, really? Okay, but you're going to put a tariff on them and 50% tariff? Or last week it was going to be 100% tariff on China after China said they were going to control their strategic minerals. It's chaos. And what I heard from small businesses yesterday, they said we've got two problems that are making Main Street into Pain Street. And the first is the tariffs. They are affecting either the inputs for our products or how we sell our products, or just the uncertainty that is causing people to buy less. And all of that's a problem. And they said the second problem is most of us buy our insurance on the exchange, and because of the not so beautiful, what I like to call the big ugly betrayal of a bill, the average cost of that's going to double across America. And this one owner said, I think I understood him to say he had 4 employees and that he talked to 3 of them. They had each said, I'm not going to buy insurance. I looked it up on the exchange, the price has doubled or done something like that. I'm not doing it. I'm going to take the risk. And we know where that leads. That leads to people not going to the doctor when they need to go. It leads to small problems being big problems. It begins to big problems being treated in the emergency room, the most expensive place. So I do think the tariffs are absolutely, we need to reclaim that power here in Congress and being rationality and a theory behind it, a theory that will help make America more prosperous, but not this crazy fluctuating up and down that leaves everybody struggling to know what plant should they grow in their field, what product should they produce in their factory, should they produce more, should they warehouse them, or should they shut down? I mean, no one knows.
Mr. President, if I could. The senator from Oregon, if he had time for another question on this point, you know that the Pacific Northwest is a big export economy. We have many ports. People may not know, but we probably export a significant amount of soybeans. And I don't know if the senator is aware that this is a crisis now. These growers, particularly in the Midwest, are on their heels over this. This is having huge economic impact, and it's a constitutional authority by Congress. And instead of our colleagues dealing with this authority and dealing with the fact that their own constituents are getting run over, they're still, ignoring the fact that the president is abusing these powers. So I don't know how much you're aware of this, but it is these kinds of activities that lose you shelf space, go to some other country, and then when you try to get it back, the country's already in business with somebody else. So this is affecting our growers across the United States. It's time for our colleagues to admit that this is an abuse of power and help us rein it back in. And so I so appreciate your efforts here to talk about authoritarianism, and I appreciate your comments on tariffs specifically. But this is, one side of it is the consumer impact, and the other side of it is the economic impact to growers who wonder why they send people here to vote and take care of their interests if you're going to have somebody at the White House who's just going to run over them. And I hope that we can continue to emphasize this. And of course, obviously, on the healthcare cost, we put out a report now I think 4 weeks ago, about the high cost of healthcare being implemented because of the lack of the ACA tax credits. But by the way, guess what was in that report? That tariffs were also having an impact on the cost of healthcare. So it is impacting us on healthcare, the very underlying issue of why we're here and trying to get some relief for the American consumer as now they start to see these bills and see the choices that they're going to have. But tariffs are affecting our economy in a very significant way, and it's time for our colleagues to say this is not the authority. They have a chance to sign on to our bill. They certainly could sign on. There's 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. They certainly could sign on and say that they support that. I don't see anybody on the other side of it making a case that the president has this constitutional authority. It's more that they're just silent. And America needs to know that our economy is being hurt by tariffs, and it's an abuse of power by the White House. So thank you.
I appreciate my colleague's question regarding particularly the soybeans. And my understanding is that China was a major consumer of soybeans, and they have bought exactly 0 beans. Massive amount in the past. But now when you go from huge tonnage, ships and ships full of soybeans, and then you drop down to 0, wow, the overproduction of soybeans, how do I, price drops on them, what do I do, how do I store them, they're going to go bad, where else in the world can I find a market, can I get China back when all this fuss ends, and meanwhile, Brazil is stepping up in the soybean world to provide that supply, and once you lose that relationship and that trust, and the personal connections, it's very hard to get those customers back. So I understand the distress for our farmers. And just one example how the capricious tariffs, the massive fluctuations are so devastating. And you mentioned in your question that there is also the issue of how tariffs can affect health care. And I have heard that tariffs are being placed on a lot of the ingredients that come in, including from China, to make our medicines, and therefore that drives up the cost of drugs as a factor. That's at least one connection. I suspect there's others, maybe the cost of wheelchairs or medical devices, I'm sure more. So Washington is an extraordinary exporting state, coast on the Pacific Rim, as is Oregon. We're about the same size. We have kind of a friendly, competitive relationship between our two states, but we have the same issues, and it means that we often work together to try to solve those issues for our region of the country. And I thank so much for your leadership. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for a question, I appreciate that. I have a specific question, but I'd like to just actually follow up on the interesting conversation you were having with Senator Cantwell from Washington about soybeans, because I represent Minnesota, a very large soybean state, and when I was just home in Minnesota last weekend, I heard a lot about what's happening with soybeans, and you're exactly right. Senator Merkley, we're having a bumper crop of soybeans. The beans are pretty much out of the field, and Minnesota farmers and producers are trying to figure out what to do with those beans. And because of Trump tariffs, the market for China, the Chinese market for soybeans has been decimated. Trump tariffs have completely ruined that market. And as I think you said, Senator Merkley, these export markets for American agricultural products, it's not like an on-off switch. It's not like a pipe that you just open or close. These relationships in these export markets are incredibly important. And so what's happening here is American and Minnesota farmers are looking at this as they're seeing, okay, Trump tariffs have made U.S. Soybeans basically non-competitive. And so China, our biggest export market, is turning to South America, in particular turning to Argentina. And American soybean producers are literally wondering how they are going to pay the bills when their operating loans are coming due right now, and they're looking at the loans that they're going to need to take out, the working capital loans they're going to need to take out for this winter in order to buy fertilizer and seed and all of the things that they need to get crops in the ground in the springtime. And it is so offensive to them that at the same time that they have lost this market in Argentina, the President Trump, is sending billions of dollars to Argentina. So, and I think I've seen, Senator Merkley, that the amount of money that the President is sending to Argentina to bail out the Argentinian debt to resolve this capital crisis in Argentina, there's one group that we know for sure is going to benefit from this bailout, and these are the friends of Donald Trump in the United States of America, the big fund managers, the big private equity firms that made huge investments in Argentinian debt, hoping that it was going to go up, and sure enough it will, because of what the current president is doing. So helping big Wall Street fund managers, hurting American farmers, that's the story of what is happening with Donald Trump and his tariffs right now. Senator Merkley, I was listening last night to what you were talking about, and you gave a really powerful quote, or a paraphrase perhaps, from the book How Democracies Die. And one of the things that you highlighted, I want to just quote here, you said, "There has to be a fierce reaction in the year that the authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution." Well, this is the year. And I was reflecting on this as I was thinking about what happened all across the country and what happened in my home state of Minnesota, I'm sure in Oregon as well, with these huge demonstrations that we saw all over the country. I'm going to ask you to reflect a little bit more on what you said last night and what we've seen here with this reaction to the authoritarian activities of the president. But I wanted to just share what I saw in Minnesota was really remarkable. By all accounts, nearly, maybe up to 100,000 people turned out just in Minneapolis, which is, the biggest city in my state. Minneapolis and St. Paul are roughly, 2.5 million people all in. But we had 80 of these events all over the state. And what I saw, and I'm wondering what you saw in the demonstrations in Oregon, what I saw was incredibly patriotic people showing up, people who love their country and want to keep it, people who understand that in this country we swear allegiance not to a king, but to our democratic values and to our Constitution. And it was remarkable to me to see that love of country and that patriotism. And I also saw that, and I will love to hear your response to my question and comments. I also saw a lot of people turn out at these big events who don't typically come to these, don't come to political demonstrations. It's just not their thing. But they felt compelled to do this, maybe because of what you were talking about, Senator Merkley, earlier, which is they understand that there needs to be a fierce reaction. And the year that an authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution, and they were there to demonstrate their allegiance to our Constitution. So maybe I'll pause there, Senator Merkley, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Minnesota. And the commentary I was giving is more my distillment, my impression of the information in this book, rather than a straight-out quote from it. But that essentially you have in the past the death of democracy came at the hands of men with guns. Now it's coming through people who get elected. And after they get elected, they work to erase the separation of powers. They try to get a legislature that will be more of a rubber stamp and say, we'll do what you say. Well, suddenly the whole vision of Congress laying out the programs and the amount to be spent and the policies is supplanted by Congress just saying, well, what did you want us to do? Okay, we'll do that. And then the Supreme Court hands more power. And we've seen that happen here in the U.S. as well, certainly with the Trump versus United States, where the Supreme Court found invisible ink in our Constitution. I'm pretty sure neither of us can go through here and find anywhere in Article 1, and certainly not in Article 2, which addresses the executive, that there is any sign that they want the president to be considered above the law. And yet that's what the court said. So, to the broader question of how, once you are in this authoritarian takeover, what are your odds of stopping it? And in general, the authoritarian works to entrench the authoritarian rule. So people get knocked down when they speak up, and then other people are afraid to stand up and become more timid. The press gets a little more careful after getting sued. Wall Street Journal got sued for $10 billion. Maybe gets a little more careful about what it says in its newspaper. The network, which is threatened with the possibility of losing its broadcast license, or the network that's threatened with the possibility of a merger opposition, may say, okay, we're going to change our programs. We're going to get rid of that program that Trump doesn't like, or we're going to get rid of that comedian that insulted Trump. And you start to see these effects pile up, and they grow over time. So in that first year, if there is not a reaction from the people, then people assume two things. Oh, that sounded outrageous to me, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe that telling universities what to teach, having the government tell them that isn't so bad. Maybe telling the broadcast news what to put on air isn't so bad, and so forth. It's like, maybe kicking people out of the country for exercising their free speech on college campuses isn't so bad. No, if nobody's protesting, it's like, oh, well, maybe that's not so bad. And makes it easier for the authoritarian power to get a deeper and deeper grip on the system and become the status quo. And that's why you need a protest in the first year to say, no, this is breaking the norms. This is breaking the law. This is violating the Constitution. And we are not going to take this assault crushing our freedoms. We are going to stand up and say, hell no. And then people go, oh, well, I thought those things were pretty outrageous. And look, there's somebody or some group or some force I can get behind to help know that I'm not alone. Because as a normal citizen, what power do I have? But if someone else is organizing and speaking out, and that's why this march, No King's March, was so important. 7 million people, 2,700 locations. You had an incredible set of demonstrations in Minnesota. We had a credible set of demonstrations in Oregon. And I went to one at a very small town. It's kind of just a few stores and gas stations. And it's in a pretty conservative county. And boy, 200 people were out on the road with their created signs. And I was really struck, especially by talking to veterans who said, you know, I volunteered. I went to war overseas because my country asked me to do it. And it was framed as you have to defend this country and this set of freedoms that we cherish so much. And I'll be damned if a president of the United States is going to take away what we fought and died for, a president who never bothered to put on a uniform. And I thought those were powerful words that I appreciated from our veterans. But that's why that first year is so important, that people know that this is not okay and that others are willing to organize and resist and push back. And then the second piece of that is the next election, because the goal of an authoritarian president is to make it more and more rigged, the elections. And if you want 3 examples, one right now is the president's trying to consolidate a voter registration list from states around the country, making it easier potentially to manipulate that list in the next election. A second factor is Trump's trying to get states to gerrymander in order to produce, basically divide up blue districts by attaching little pieces of it to red districts so that the blue district disappears and you get more Republican House members and less fair representation of the diversity of America. So the gerrymandering. And then he's complaining about vote by mail. You have vote by mail. In Minnesota, we have vote by mail. You're one of the highest turnout states. We sometimes say we're the highest turnout state, and then sometimes I look at the stats and go, I think Minnesota might have beat us out a little bit on one election or another. But the point is that the integrity of vote by mail is so high because it cannot be manipulated on election day. And we see that manipulation in so many forms on election day, where precincts are moved so people don't know where to go. False information is put out where to go. They're put where there's no parking if you don't want people to vote. The machines don't work. The staff doesn't show up. The lines are long. People are intimidated. They're told they can't pass out water to people standing in line, which just seems like a horror of a possibility that people passing a law saying you can't give people water who are standing in line wanting to vote. And all of those factors really play a big role. That's why Trump wants us to vote on Election Day. More ability to manipulate the outcome of the election. So those are 2 incredibly important things. And then I wanted to just say, what is going on with Argentina? That we are sending them money, $20 billion and maybe $40 billion, in order to help them with their debt, which is owned by a bunch of Trump's friends. So they bought it for pennies on the dollar. And now they're going to become mega rich. And where did we pass a bill saying you can send $20 or $40 billion to Argentina? What happened to America First? This is Argentina first? I mean, this is the corruption of the president's friends first? What policy is that? I want to see that on a hat. It is an outrageous. I mean, you think about $40 billion. That's approximately $100 for every single person in our country contributing to bail out Trump's friends who bought up Argentinian debt. No, hell no. I don't know what authority he's doing that under, but let's take it away. Let's get our Republican partners to join us in saying that we should take it away.
If the senator would yield to one more question.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
I want to just follow up on something that you talked about with the attempts by the Trump administration to consolidate and get some control over our voting process in this country. One of, I think, the strengths of our country is while we should have high national standards for free and fair elections, we have control over elections at the local level. And that gives our electoral system a lot of resilience. I want to just thank our Secretary of State in Minnesota, Secretary of State Steve Simon, for refusing to provide to the Trump people our voting rolls and data about our voters as a way of protecting our local control over our ballots. And I want to just follow up also with what the senator from Oregon was talking about with the way that the president is ignoring the rule of law, ignoring the Article 1, ignoring the powers of Congress. And, I was thinking a lot about what the preamble of our Constitution says. I mean, the preamble of our Constitution says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." That is the promise that we all make each other in this great democracy. And what I think we see happening, I wonder if the senator would like to comment on this, what I think we see happening is that President Trump is trying to undermine that promise. And he's trying to exhaust us and distract us and make us feel like we actually don't have any power to have much of an impact on what he and Russell Vought and his administration does, and that will cause us to just give up and give in. But of course, Americans are stronger than that. Americans are more resilient than that. Americans care more about their democracy than perhaps Donald Trump believes or expects. And one of the powerful things that I see happening, that I saw happening this weekend and I see happening all over the country, is Americans standing up and saying, basically, we know a bully when we see him. He's not as strong as we think that he is. And he's not as strong as he wants us to believe that he is, and we're going to stand up to it. And that, Senator Merkley, gives me a sense of faith and a sense of hope as I see people put their faith in this democracy into action every single day in the ways that is meaningful for them personally.
My colleague from Minnesota, appreciate the question, but I particularly appreciate the recitation of the preamble. And I grabbed my pocket Constitution here that I've been bringing up various points through the night. And the line that I have highlighted here from some previous time was, "and secure the blessings of liberty." Secure the blessings of liberty. You know, psychologists may say there's a hierarchy of needs. You need food, you need water, you need shelter. But we're Americans, and I can tell you liberty is at the top of this list. Like the idea that I can't say what I want, the idea that a private university can't teach what it wants, the idea a private law firm can't provide its contributions to the legal help to the nonprofits it wants to provide help to. It goes on and on of the compression of liberty. People around the world have come here dreaming of liberty. They have seen Lady Liberty with her torch held high, welcoming people from around the world. Where you may be oppressed back home, but you come to this shore, and you can say what you want, you can worship as you want, you can have your company operate within the law, making its own decisions without government oppression. And suddenly, all of that is being challenged. And so I do appreciate a lot your emphasis about that this component, which may seem more abstract, if you're a family struggling with health care and your children are hungry, but even for families that are dealing with the challenge of getting onto their feet, the basic challenge, they still have the DNA of American liberty throughout their body, knowing that they may not have all the food they want, but they can say what they want. And they can criticize the President of the United States. And that president damn well better not put them on an enemies list and proceed to tell the Justice Department to go on some kind of a search to get them arrested or charged or tried or in prison. And yet that's happening right now. An enemies list. Let's be blunt about it. The president has been transparent about it. The other things he may not be transparent on. When it comes to an enemies list, he's transparent as hell. He lays it out to the press. These are the folks I'm going after. He does his tweet to Pam Bondi. Why haven't you acted yet? Why haven't you done it yet? I read one of those tweets sometime in the hours past. And it's stunning that the president clearly feels he has full ability to weaponize the Justice Department as his personal revenge factory. And he's all in on it, and we have to stop it. Thank you. And I noticed that my colleague from Massachusetts has arrived, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much for raising all of these issues about the threat to our democracy, authoritarianism run rampant, healthcare, education, our environment, all being threatened in violation of the United States Constitution. And so I would ask if the senator would yield for a question.
I would be delighted to yield for a question.
Thank you. So Republicans are shutting down the government to cut Americans' health care. In fact, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans have been shutting down our government since day one. We are witnessing a Robin Hood in reverse as Republicans make deep health care cuts and steal from those most in need, all to pay tax breaks to CEO billionaires in our country. And as a result of Trump's big ugly bill, over 320,000 Massachusetts residents could lose insurance coverage. That's almost 5% of the entire state. The Commonwealth could lose over $2 billion in Medicaid funding annually, with Massachusetts hospitals losing $424 million each year, erasing 19,000 healthcare jobs in the state of Massachusetts alone. And after ripping healthcare away from hundreds of thousands of Massachusetts residents, MAGA Republicans are now willing to dramatically raise health insurance costs for even more families. If the premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan expire at the end of this year, 337,000 additional Massachusetts residents will see their health insurance costs spike. And in the process, our residents collectively will lose $425 million in tax credits each and every year, averaging over $1,300 per enrollee each year. Some could see their premiums surge over $1,000 a month, leaving them an annual premium of more than $25,000. So this healthcare premium bomb is about to go off all across our country on kitchen tables. Dramatic increases in the costs for healthcare for families. And that's just unacceptable. The price of groceries is up, the price of electricity is up, And now Trump and his MAGA Republicans want to jack up the cost of health insurance, forcing families from Boston to the Berkshires, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon, to make difficult choices to make ends meet. So right now, thanks to these tax credits, a couple in their 30s earning $50,000 in the city of Boston with 2 children could pay just $4 a month for their health insurance premiums. But soon, if Trump and MAGA Republicans decide to let these credits expire, that couple will receive a notice in the mail that they will have to pay $176 a month, a 4,000% increase, costing thousands of dollars more per year. A 62-year-old couple living in Watertown who earns $86,000 a year could pay $1,700 more each month. A 58-year-old living in the Berkshires making $32,000 a year could see their premiums increase by 170%. And last week, Democrats on the Small Business Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, released new data showing that over 10 million small business owners and their employees rely on the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits to afford health insurance. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our economy, but Republicans are turning Main Street into Pain Street. Republicans are making a Jenga tower out of our health care system. They remove one block, access to Medicaid, and then another, health insurance tax credits. They already have put us into a health care crisis. But they don't stop there. Republicans have cut or frozen over $1.3 billion in grants to Massachusetts from the National Institutes of Health for life-saving medical research and clinical trials. They're gutting our public health workforce by revoking temporary protected status for Haitians and Venezuelans and directing ICE to terrorize lawful immigrants who are disproportionately health care and human service workers. We know these cuts will have even worse impacts on Black and brown communities. Right now, 60% of Black children rely on Medicaid for their health care. 60% of Black children in our country rely upon Medicaid for their health care. If these cuts go through, millions could lose access to checkups, asthma treatments, and mental health care that keep families healthy and children in school. It would leave parents with impossible choices between medicine and meals, and restrictions on Medicaid don't just trim budgets, they cut into lives. And with each Jenga block Republicans remove from the tower, Americans' health care becomes more and more unstable. And we know how Jenga ends. The tower collapses. That's where we are heading right now. But Democrats are not going to let our health care system collapse. The Republicans want to loot the health care system of tens of billions of dollars and then hand it over in tax breaks to the Republican billionaires who are their supporters. Well, the Democrats are not going to drive the getaway car in the biggest health care financial heist in the history of our country. We are not going to do that. We're fighting to keep the premiums affordable. Republicans call it a government shutdown because they don't want to admit what they and Trump are doing. It's a healthcare shutdown. And Speaker Johnson has Republicans in a political witness protection program right now. They're scattered all over the country. We want them to come here so we can negotiate with them to solve this healthcare problem. We can solve the government shutdown and the healthcare crisis with one vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. It wouldn't take more than that. They just have to come here. Right now, what we have is a president saying, well, there's nothing to negotiate on the shutdown. And so ultimately, that's going to be the challenge which this country is going to be facing because the Republicans are refusing to come to negotiate. So we're calling on Donald Trump and Republicans to reverse their cruel cuts, return the funding they looted from our healthcare system, restore access to essential care for all Americans so So I have a question for my colleague. As this ticking healthcare time bomb gets closer to exploding, how will it hurt Americans' wallets and our national economy?
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague, who certainly laid out a lot of ways that it's going to have a huge impact across the country and in your state of Massachusetts. And I was thinking about several of the points that you were making, which really are parallel for Oregon, but they're parallel for every state. In some cases, the states that are most affected are not even states that are blue states. And that is certainly true for we're talking about these tax credits, because 75% of the folks who access the tax credits on the exchange are in states that President Trump won. So we're not advocating to restore affordability to health care because it's an issue in our states, although it is certainly an issue. We're advocating because it's the right thing for every American, that health care is a right. It is a foundation for a family to thrive. When I think about the things that enable a family to do well, it's health care. It's a decent home, a decent community, that is housing. It is education, the opportunity for good education, and it is a good paying job that sets your family on its feet. Health care, fundamental foundation. In my state, the projected loss of people because of the slashes to Medicaid is 235,000 people losing their insurance in my state. A projected increase that isn't as high as the rest of the country, and now that we're starting to get numbers directly from the exchange, from the insurers, maybe we'll find out it is as high. But the projection across the country was a more than doubling, 114% increase. And why is that? Because the premiums go up and the tax credit comes down. So a gap that was this big becomes a gap that is that big. 114%. In my state, projected 68%. Now, am I happy that that's less than 114? Yes, if it's true. But here's what I know about inflation in a fundamental item. People get pretty nervous when they have 5% inflation. They get really upset when they have 10% inflation. When they have 68% or 70% or 100% or more inflation, they're not going to buy the healthcare policies. And you mentioned Main Street is Pain Street. Maybe I heard you say that in the past. If so, thank you, because I've been using that phrase. I'll try to give you credit for it, because it may well have been in something I overheard you say. And I talked yesterday, because we had folks representing small businesses visiting here on Capitol Hill. And one of the individuals said there are two things that are causing us a lot of pain. And I couldn't resist. Main Street turned into Pain Street. And he said one is tariffs, and the second is the health care. He said so many of us small business owners, we don't have enough to negotiate with a Kaiser or Blue Cross. We have our folks, our employees, go to the exchange. And he said he'd talked to 3 of his 4 employees, if I got the numbers right. And he said it doesn't sound like any of the 3 of them are going to buy health insurance. They're going, if it's that expensive as what it appears when I go online right now and I see the premiums up and the tax credits down, and the gap in the middle that I have to fill in too big for what I earn, I'm just going to take the gamble. In various forms, it sounded like that's where his staff were in. And he knew that any one of them might win that gamble. They might get through a year without a health care problem. But if there's a group of them, a few of them are going to have significant problems. And then they're not going to go to the doctor because they don't have health insurance. And then the problem's going to get worse. And when they do go, a small problem becomes a big problem. And when they do go, they're in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to provide health care. And the preventive care disappears, which is such a big piece of what we tried to do on the exchange. Either you could insurance in which you are covered for pre-existing condition, insurance that your children can stay on your policy to age 26, insurance where preventive actions are free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and tax credits that make it affordable. You eliminate that affordability factor, we're back where we were. And I tell you, that impact on rural Oregon, it is devastating, because rural Oregon is less affluent than urban Oregon. So there's a higher percentage of folks who are on Medicaid, our Oregon health plan. And when it comes to children, we're talking 70% of the children in rural Oregon have the Oregon health plan. What does knocking 235,000 people off do? And what does it do to the revenue of the clinics and the hospitals that have to shut down projects? Or according to the Sheps Institute, 300 hospitals across the country will probably be forced out of existence, and they won't even have a hospital. They won't have any programs. Where are you going to go 70 miles down the road to find your next hospital in rural America? So it is a very big deal indeed. I'm so glad you raised it. And there is a tie-in to the authoritarian structure that I just want to emphasize. And that is, when you have an authoritarian who starts their year with a speech backed up by billionaires, and then does a bill that's about savaging programs for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires, well, those two things are connected, because an authoritarian doesn't feel like the need to pursue government by and for the people. If you're pursuing government by and for billionaires, then savage the programs for the people and fund the billionaires. They're your friends all around you, including friends who bought up Argentina debt that we're going to ship 20 billion or 40 billion off to. Outrageous.
Would the Senator yield for a question?
I would be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I'd just like you to follow up a little bit on that University of North Carolina Shep Center study. I requested them to do that study, and it came back, and it was a blistering, scalding indictment of the Republican support for these dramatic cuts to our healthcare system. And it concluded, as you said, that over 330 hospitals, rural hospitals in our country, would close. That was 30 in Kentucky, 30 in Louisiana, disproportionately rural America. And so could you talk about that maybe a little bit more, especially in terms of your home state of Oregon, but what that portends for the rest of the country in terms of the provision of healthcare services and then the flooding of the other hospitals' emergency rooms, the increase in the premiums for those who can afford health insurance, but the costs are just going to skyrocket. And just elaborate, if you could, just a little bit more on that looming crisis.
On to your question, I want to repeat my main mission statement for being here through the night, and that's to ring the alarm bells of alarm at this authoritarian takeover and at this strategy of doing authoritarian bills in which families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care or their nutrition benefits or their Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But I am so glad you requested that study from the Sheps Institute at University of North Carolina. They're highly accredited, highly capable, a great place to go to for this sort of information. And I think back to a couple years ago where we had a hospital in Baker City, Oregon, and they announced very suddenly they were having to shut down their maternal care unit. Now, it's quite a ways down the highway to the next hospital. And depending on the roads you take, can you even get down those roads in winter when there's ice or there's snow if you're having to go 40 to 70 miles depending on your undertaking? And boy, the idea that when you're trying to get prenatal care, you got to go that far, round trip, the idea that maybe it'll be harder to get classes that you're supposed to take to help you prepare for being a good parent. The idea that when you go into labor, you only got a limited time, and are you going to make it to the hospital? Anyway, it's a big deal to this medium-sized town to lose their maternal unit. But why'd they lose it? Well, that is inherently an expensive program. So what happens when hospitals are looking at increasing costs, and they've got significant personnel costs? They may now have increasing costs from the tariffs, because the tariffs affect some of the drug prices, and they're going, well, we're not balancing. Where are we losing the most? And so they cut a program like that. Or maybe they cut their drug addiction program, and folks who needed drug addiction just have nowhere to go. Or maybe they cut their mental health program. But the point is, sometimes they are so close to the line, they're like, we cannot make it anymore. We have to consolidate into a single hospital further down the road, or we have to partner with someone else. And we got to shut the whole thing down. And so that's where I think this 300, the possibility of using 300 or more hospitals comes in, particularly in rural Oregon. You have a whole bunch, or rural America, you have a whole bunch of families that don't have insurance. They're going to the hospital for care, they're going to get care, but then they can't pay the bill, and suddenly the crunch is too big. 235,000 people in Oregon lose health insurance through Oregon Health Plan and can't pay their bills. Maybe additional group, significant group, loses the ability to get health care through the exchange. That's a lot of uncompensated care, and maybe that hospital just can't make it. That's what's happening. We've been losing hospitals in rural America for that reason. They're already at the edge. And so this type of blow, which in the Republican bill was placed for January 2027. Now that may have seemed like a long time from now, but that is basically 15 months from now, we're going to be seeing the implementation of this dramatic assault on health care. So that's why I see it seems legitimate to me that we can see that sort of damage to health care across the country with hospitals in rural America shutting down. I appreciate so much my colleague having joined us. And I see my colleague from Connecticut. If you happen to, let me see what the right thing to say here is. If you have I'd be willing to yield for a question if you have one.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Merkley. And let me just say how much I appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, many Americans appreciate the labor that you have put in to raising these alarm bells tonight. And I would appreciate the chance to ask you a question. Listen,
A question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Having done this before, I know that the language is important. You and I have had a number of conversations over the past 6 months about the importance of being straight with people about what is happening in this country. I'm sure that a lot of our Republican colleagues on this floor look at what you have been doing overnight, look at some of the similar speeches that I and others have given on the floor, and think that we are engaged in pretty remarkable hyperbole, right? This is the United States of America. Our democracy is going to survive forever. This is not authoritarianism. This is just a different version of democracy. But I think it's important to talk for a moment, and this will be the foundation of my question, as to how you know when you've lost your democracy, how you know when you are on the wrong side of a transition to authoritarianism. There are a lot of folks who will say, well, listen, we're still going to have elections in a couple weeks. We're probably still going to have elections in November of next year. Well, there are troops in Washington, D.C. right now. They aren't inside the Capitol building. We are still operating. Well, many of Trump's critics have been taken down off the air, like Jimmy Kimmel temporarily and Stephen Colbert soon to be permanently. There are still plenty of people who oppose the president's policies who are on television and are talking openly about their disdain for his policies online. And so I understand many of my colleagues say, well, this still looks like a democracy, maybe different than it was a few months ago, but it's not authoritarianism. And I guess what concerns me is that there's not going to be this day when democracy turns off. There's not likely going to be a cancellation of elections because President Trump is following a playbook that many other would-be autocrats have used successfully to transform democracies into either autocracies or deeply illiberal democracies in which the opposition party never wins. That's what happens in a place like Hungary or a place like Turkey. They still have elections. There are still critics of the regime. In fact, the opposition party can still win a mayoral race or a local election. But the rules are rigged such that the opposition party never has enough oxygen, never has enough support, never has enough ability to air their case that they ever win at the national level. And you can see, as you have articulated overnight in this heroic effort, you can see this very detailed plan to constrict the space that the opposition, which is from an organizational standpoint, the Democratic Party has to operate. And it is a plan that Donald Trump didn't create himself. It is a plan that has been midwifed in other nations that he is copying. It's first and foremost about punishing dissent, targeting individuals who have been critics and using government power, whether that be the Department of Justice or the FCC, to silence those critics. It's about commandeering the spending power of the federal government to say, if you criticize me, you are not going to get federal spending. Right? Just a few weeks ago, the president canceled all energy projects in Democratic states. Just in Democratic states. A clear signal and sign that if you speak up against me, you are not going to get federal funding. It's about using the military to try to disincentivize protests and mobilization, especially in places like American cities where there are a lot of folks that oppose the president. And then it's about rigging the rules. The president has been openly targeting Act Blue, which is the primary way that Democrats raise political contributions. It seems as if he may try to shut down the vehicle by which people make contributions to Democrats. He is instructing Republican states to do something exceptional, which is to change congressional boundary rules outside of the normal schedule, so that even if he's deeply unpopular, even if Democratic congressional candidates get the majority of votes nationwide, that his party will still control Congress because they have rigged the rules of how these boundaries are set. And so whether it be the seizure of spending power, the use of the military, the manipulation of federal regulatory and law enforcement powers to quash political dissent, or the rigging of the rules to make it much harder for Democrats to be able to win in elections, it's a comprehensive plan. And I guess my question to you, Senator Merkley, is this. How do we know when we've lost our democracy? Do you agree with me that it is very likely that we are still going to have elections? They just aren't going to be free and fair elections. That not every single opponent of the president's will be thrown in jail, just enough so that it quells the interest of the public and of corporate leaders and of civic leaders to speak out. That not every critic of the president will be taken down off the air, but enough such that media companies will figure out that if they want their next merger approved or if they want their license to broadcast continued, they better just tilt the coverage towards the president and just make sure that they don't have too much criticism on the air. This is my worry, that there are a lot of, frankly, our colleagues, and there are a lot of Americans out there who believe that our democracy is still alive until the day when it dies. But we're not going to know that day. There is just going to be a moment at which the president has successfully rigged the rules, punished dissent, seized so much power that the minority party doesn't have the ability to win a national election. We'll still exist as a Democratic Party, but just like the opposition parties in Hungary and Serbia and Turkey, we won't be in a position to engage in a way that gives voters an actual choice. So my question to you is, do you share that view of how his campaign of repression of political speech is happening? And do you worry that people are just waiting around for that epiphany, that conflagration where the democracy disappears, when that may not be how this plays out?
My colleague has described very well the way this works. In the past, in general, you had military coups. People with guns stormed in, took over, shredded the Constitution, tossed it out, had command of the armed forces, and indeed, it was an observation even at the start of our country. I had this quote from Madison during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The temptation to use that military. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. And so men with guns charged in, took over. But now we have a very different form in which democracies fail. It's the erosion of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So let's take a look at how those are being eroded. Well, we see that we have changed the rules of the Senate, so we are now doing mass confirmation of the president's list of desired individuals. I think, did we not have a list that was well over 100 the other day? No consideration really of whether they are suitable at all to serve in the desired positions. Well, that's an erosion. Then we have the power of the purse. And the vision is that in a democracy, the decisions on what programs should exist, how they will operate, and how they will be funded are made by the Congress. The president executes. So you deliberately fence off those decisions from the president. But what do we have right now? We have those decisions being made by the president of the United States of America. The programs he doesn't like, he's exercising a version of a line item veto by slow walking the funding disbursements, by canceling grants, by impounding funds, by waiting till the end of the fiscal year and filing a request to have funds reversed, funding authority reversed, and then during that waiting period, the end of the fiscal year comes and poof, the funds authority evaporates. All of these are strategies to put the power with the presidency that belongs in a democracy here, right here and down the hall in the House of Representatives. And let's take a look at the Supreme Court, whether they are continuing to defend the separation of powers. No, hell no, they're not. They made a decision, and the decision is called Trump versus the United States, where they said the president is above the law. There is no clause in our beautiful Constitution, our We the People Constitution, no clause at all that says the president is above the law. No one ever thought the president was above the law until Trump versus the United States case goes to the Supreme Court, and originalists who know the founders were terrified of a president trying to become a king suddenly give him the power to violate the laws at will, no accountability. And with pardon power, meaning the whole executive branch is above the law. That's another erosion. The liberal use, the use of the pardon power to essentially give a free pass to hundreds of people who stormed this Capitol while you and I were sitting here in this chamber and were calling for the execution of the vice president. Those are all erosions. And then we can look at the freedoms. Are the freedoms deteriorating? Well, one freedom is to criticize the president without the power of the state coming after you. And yet the power of the state is now coming after the people on Trump's enemies list, and he's telling in public tweets his attorney general to go get them. Go get them fast. Now I want action. They couldn't have gotten off. Let's get them. Well, that's the tone of those tweets. And we have one of the people who's high on that enemies list is a fellow senator. If you have the whole power of the executive branch coming after you, targeting you not because you've done something wrong, but because they want to take you down. That's an authoritarian state, and it's happening right now here in the United States of America. When you have a president who is telling the universities, we will cancel your research contracts, millions or even billions of dollars, if you do not teach the way and operate the programs the way we want, well, that is tyranny. If you proceed to have a president say to the networks, if you want that merger or you want that broadcast license to be sustained, you better get that program off the air or that comedian off the air who insulted the president. That is tyranny. When you have folks being shipped out of this country because they express an opinion on policy in the Middle East, and it's being done with no due process, that is tyranny. So I would say yes, authoritarianism is here now. Let's ring the alarm bells.
Would the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about, and I'm sure you've talked about this many times already, but what is happening, what has been happening in your city, what is happening in Chicago. I wrote a book a couple of years ago about the story of violence in America, and in it, I talked about the founders' worry about a standing army. And I did that because, while I actually believe there's a common law right to private gun ownership in this country, I do think that's guaranteed in the United States of America. I know the real history of the construction of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment actually was written to make sure that this country could muster a militia, given the fact that our founding fathers were very specific about their desire for there not to be a standing army. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the founding of this country. We now have the biggest standing army in the world. But you've spoken a lot about the conversation our founders had, having watched the experience, having lived the experience of British monarchical rule. And they did not want a standing army, specifically because they had seen how that army had been used against them and had been used throughout Europe to try to destroy the ability of people to dissent. That it was used sometimes in foreign action to defend the country and the nation or to conquer, but it was often used domestically to try to control speech and control political opposition. And so our founding fathers, I think, would be watching the deployment or the planned deployment of the U.S. military into the streets of this country with the same kind of alarm that you are bringing to this speech overnight, because this doesn't have to do anything with public safety. This is a means to try to intimidate people into not speaking out. You've described scenes in Portland where you have the military essentially trying to provoke conflict. And they're trying to provoke conflict in part to just make it seem as if things are out of control in neighborhoods where things are not out of control, but they're also just trying to scare people into not coming out and protesting. Listen, it's absolutely understandable that an American citizen who has never engaged in political speech or political protest but thinks this moment is extraordinary and wants to raise their voice would think twice before going out onto the streets if they were potentially facing the barrel of a gun from a member of the U.S. military. That's intimidating, and it's intended to be intimidating. And so as you've talked about our founders' worries about how this country could fall into despotism, what do you think they would say about the use of the military today, 250 years later, to try to politically intimidate U.S. citizens in our cities?
Well, I thank you for that question. And I start with their strong thought, let's not let this happen. Let's not have a standing military. It's expensive, and it's too big a temptation for our executive to use it against the people the way we had seen in so many other places. That second stanza, or that second phrase of what Madison said during debate at the Constitutional Convention, the means of defense against foreign danger, that's the Army, have always been the instrument of tyranny at home. That's using the Army against your own population. So that's why they were so worried. Over time, the security demands of the country and a variety of various wars, we did pursue a standing Army and a standing Air Force, and we expanded and so forth. Got the Marines, got the Navy, and we have the militia, the National Guard. And I think they would say, you've been pretty lucky so far that the understanding was so deeply rooted that these could not be used against your own population, except in extraordinary situations. And one of those extraordinary situations would be if the civil rights of individuals were being disturbed and you needed a deployment to help restore them because the local forces wouldn't protect those civil rights. And it's written into the law in just that fashion. And that's why there was a deployment to help students go to school, black students be able to go to school when folks were trying to block them to go to school in the South. That's what that deployment was about. But then you have this other standard that they can only be deployed if there is an invasion or rebellion. And just an understanding that that's a high test to meet. But the concern is you can have an erosion of the common understanding that it's a high test. And we saw that in two of the justices in the three-judge panel out in the Ninth Circuit. And they said, well, you used a definition, district court, that was appropriate for the time the laws were written, and that would normally be enough, but maybe you need to have a more flexible version of rebellion, of definition. And maybe you need to go back in time a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that gives a stronger case to recognize that the president might be able to deploy. And you should give high deference to the president's interpretation, separate from the facts. And I mean, just that last point, high deference to the president's view. And what it says is it destroys the barriers put in place, the standards put in place. No longer do you need a rebellion to be allowed to use federalized National Guard in America. No longer do you need evasion. You just need a president to say, looks like a rebellion to me. And we have, therefore, that's what happens with an authoritarian president. They're not hesitant to say that. Former presidents have been hesitant to say that because they have a deep sense of their role in protecting the norms and the values that include defending our freedoms. But an authoritarian president, we have right now, does not have that compulsion to protect the norms, violating the norms, violating the law, violating the Constitution in action after action after action, and maybe stopping when the courts tell him to stop. But even then, we had a 9-0 decision saying facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. And what did the president do? He ignored it. Those are all indications of the scary state in which we are at this moment. I thank my colleague very much from Connecticut, and I see that my colleague is here from Maryland, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Well, I was going to ask if my colleague would yield for a question.
I will yield for a question.
Well, I want to start my question by saluting the senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for standing strong and long in defense of our democracy and our Constitution, and ringing the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here, and it is here right now. We are facing a lawless president who, when he was asked whether he had to comply with the Constitution of the United States, said, I don't know. And a president who every day is attacking the foundations of our democracy and of the rule of law. And I know my colleague from Oregon joined 7 million Americans last Saturday to say no kings in America, I was very heartened to see thousands of people come out across the state of Maryland, joining their fellow patriots from around the country in saying, in America, we have no kings. And you've been highlighting all night the way the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is assaulting the foundations of that democracy and our Constitution. And on No King's Day, we reminded one another, all fellow Americans were out there saying that we're not going to go back to the days of King George III. We fought an American Revolution to secure the blessings of liberty. And it was out of that experience that our founders developed the Constitution of the United States and then the Bill of Rights. So I want to zero in on a couple of those things and then ask you a question about one of those pillars that is being attacked right now by Donald Trump. You just mentioned the attack on due process. And we did witness that in the case of Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was abducted off the streets of Maryland, ended up locked up in a gulag in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court of the United States, by 9-0, said that his rights had been violated. A Fourth Circuit judge who had been appointed by Ronald Reagan said that what happened to Abrego Garcia was a textbook case of violation of due process. And despite that overwhelming evidence, for a period of time, the Trump administration took the position that they would never allow him to set foot back in the United States. We prevailed, and ultimately, he is now back here before the courts of the United States. And in fact, the federal district court judge down in Tennessee recently indicated there was strong evidence to indicate that the Trump administration had brought this other claim against him purely for malicious reasons, and that it was a vindictive prosecution, in other words, a political prosecution, that they were prosecuting him simply because he had exercised his due process rights. It should not be a liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican idea that in the United States of government, in the United States of America, we are not deprived of our liberty without due process. Right? As you've been saying all night, that was a foundational principle based on the experience that we had under King George III, where people could just be abducted and without due process arrested. You've spoken about the assaults on the First Amendment. We saw very early in the Trump administration the crackdown on students who were expressing their views on college campuses. The administration didn't like the views they expressed about what happened in Gaza, and so they literally locked them up. Now, again, fortunately, the courts have intervened, and most of them have been released from prison. Their cases are still pending, but the judges have made clear that what these students experienced was a gross violation of the First Amendment in the United States. And of course, we saw that continuing, as you've indicated, with the weaponization of the federal government, whether it's the FCC or other instruments of the federal government, to try to deter, crack down, stop speech that the President of the United States doesn't like. We saw the whole Jimmy Kimmel case, where for a period of time, ABC did take him off the air. And I want to thank all people across the United States who rose up and said, that is wrong, that is unconstitutional. Many people canceled their Disney subscriptions. And this is a moment where all of us as Americans need to stand up and recognize, as you are this evening, that we are right now living under an authoritarian president. We've seen, and you've experienced it firsthand in your state of Portland, the president trying to implement the statement he made, the outrageous statement he made, that we are going to use American cities as training grounds for our military. I mean, regardless of someone's political views, they should recognize how un-American that is. And the list goes on, but another major assault by the President of the United States on our Constitution is one that you've been speaking about. And as the ranking Democrat on the Budget Committee and senior Democrat on the Budget Committee have been really leading the way on, is this direct assault on Article 1, this direct assault on the power of the purse. Because there were very good reasons that the framers invested the Congress with the power of the purse, and that power of taxation and the power of spending the people's money, to make sure that our budgets reflected the will of the American people. And as you pointed out, it is simply illegal for the President of the United States to look at that budget and say he's going to cherry pick the parts he likes and implement those and discard the parts he doesn't like. That's not how it works, and you've talked about the Nixon line item veto and how the Supreme Court shot that down. But this president is trying to do that, is doing it right now as we speak. And as part of the proposal that Democrats have put forward to reopen the government, and we want to reopen the government, we also would like to establish some guardrails to ensure that the President of the United States cannot engage in that illegal activity. And I call it illegal, and I'm on strong grounds to say so. The GAO, which is an independent watchdog, has reached that conclusion that the president has illegally impounded funds. That's the technical term, and they have found that the so-called pocket rescission is illegal. And I do want to also just quote from Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, which we both serve on. And she goes into a good description of why this unilateral impoundment of funds is illegal and unconstitutional. And she says, and I'm quoting here, "Any effort to rescind appropriated funds without congressional approval is a clear violation of the law." It's one of our Republican colleagues, Senator Murkowski, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, has also pointed out that this is an illegal action. It's one of a series of illegal actions the president has taken. And I want you, if you could, to talk about measures that we need to take to put up some guardrails and protections about it. You've done that through an amendment, the Merkley Amendment, with regard to the other part of the rescissions process. You've spoken eloquently about this issue, but if you could just go to the heart of the matter, why the president's unconstitutional withholding of funds is a direct assault on our democracy and the vision our framers had of checks and balances. When they said checks and balances, they didn't mean a blank check for a lawless president. So maybe if you could, Senator Merkley, if you could talk to that and answer that question.
I very much appreciate your zeroing in on this question of how the president is violating the law and the Constitution by taking the power of the purse. But before I address that, I want to thank you for going to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia in prison, because if you'd not taken that initiative to highlight it, I don't know that he would ever have gotten out of there. The phrase used for that prison is, there's a one-way door going in and only coffins come out. That's the type of horrific situation. He may have easily been killed. He may have suffered the deprivations of that prison, been affected by health issues, and he may never have gotten the attention necessary for the administration to finally help facilitate his removal by elevating that issue. you did two things. One is you helped that man return to his family, which is a huge victory. And I know he has more battles to come because of his being targeted. But second of all, you brought in an American recognition that due process matters, that court decisions matter, and that we're paying attention and we're going to keep making as much good trouble as we can when we see violations of fundamental rights for Americans, for the benefit of the individuals involved and for the benefit of everyone else, where we will hopefully dissuade the administration from violating the rights in the first place. So thank you so much for that trip and that undertaking. And in regard to the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian state, it often comes down to who controls the money. You control the money, you make the decision about what the programs are and how the programs are implemented and how much they're going to get. And in a democracy, you have a whole collection of voices from different parts of the country coming together to share their collective knowledge, the difference of their economies, their personal life experiences that give them insights on needs that are relevant, the needs that have been expressed that they have heard in their conversations with citizens, and that collected knowledge is placed into a plan for how we spend our resources in order to build a better America. And the values of our country are deeply embedded in those spending and program decisions. But in an authoritarian state, you have one individual, a man, potentially a woman, and that individual says, this is the way it's going to be. I like these programs, and I'm going to fund these. Those other ones, forget about them. And that, then we're in a dictatorship. And the president is exercising every effort to secure that power over programs. And it's not doing it secretly. Mr. Russell Vought, who was the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, and who is the architect of Project 2025, is very open, even before his hearing before the Budget Committee, saying, I believe in the unitary executive, and that the president can make the decisions and can impound funds. I don't agree with the Supreme Court decisions of the past, and I think we get the Supreme Court, we're going to get a different decision this time around. And we did get a little taste of that just recently in a shadow docket decision in which the question was, if the president submits a request to reverse a funding decision, that's called a rescission, but reverse a funding decision, submits it within the last 45 days, and there's a 45-day grace period in the law that the president doesn't have to disperse the funds, and therefore you reach the end of the fiscal year and poof, now you're outside the window. And that money evaporates. The authority to spend that money evaporates. So that was the strategy that was tested with the court. And I expected the court to say the following. In the rescission law, it says no rescission, no undoing of the existing spending, is in fact legitimate unless it's been submitted to the House and Senate and voted affirmatively by the House and Senate. Now, the House and Senate don't have to, well, they don't have to do the whole proposal the president sends. They can pick pieces. But the pieces that pass both chambers, then the president can shut down that spending. But in this case, there was no vote of the House and Senate to undo existing law. And yet the court said, well, we're giving deference here to the president. And since the fiscal year expired, well, we'll not cancel that strategy. So they empowered what is essentially, yes, Mr. President, you can slow walk the funding, file in the last 40 days a proposal to undo the funding, never get a vote on it, and you can wipe it out on programs you don't like. So the court has given much more power on this, where previously the courts said it's very clear in the Constitution. The power of the purse is with Congress. It says it right there in Article 1. And hell no, you can't delegate that to the president. And hell no, you can't impound the money. But in this case, a court that is much more deferential to giving power to the executive did exactly that. So this is a huge concern that the court has greenlighted a fundamental violation of the vision of the Constitution and delivered a tool that we might see used repeatedly. My hope, like yours, is all 100 senators will join together, or at least a significant majority of both sides, and say we are going to protect our constitutional prerogatives. And so we are going to put in a clause into any spending bill and say, yes, there is a 1974 bill that says the president can submit a proposal to undo spending that has been approved, but the provisions that we pass in this bill are exempted from that power. They cannot be undone through a simple majority, what was passed through a supermajority. They cannot be done in a partisan basis, what was done on a bipartisan basis to address the wealth of understanding about what different parts of the country need. So that's the proposal that we need to put into each bill. Every bill saying, yes, these can be undone by future spending, but we do that all the time, by the way. We do a FY26 bill and we say there's 2-year and 3-year money in there, and it's clear that that money's not needed for that program, and we undo it. But that's done by a bipartisan basis to undo a bipartisan decision, not a partisan.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I would be delighted to yield for a question.
First of all, my question starts with a thank you, Senator Merkley, for raising the issue of the growing threat of authoritarianism in our country. I thank you for noting and being a champion of the very principle that our country was founded on, which is that we are a country, a government of, by, and for the people. And as I think about what that principle means, I think about the fact that in a democracy, what our founders wanted to ensure was that our governing bodies, our elected officials, would in fact be accountable to the people. So what does being accountable to the people you represent mean? Well, about 50 years ago, this Congress came together and in a bipartisan way passed something called the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Why? Because families all across this country, from every political persuasion, understood that their children with disabilities could learn and thrive if they had access to public education just the way other kids did. And because families spoke up, because individuals spoke up, we now have seen 50 years of IDEA, special education, in our schools. We have more work to do in that direction, to be sure. We need to get more resources to our local schools the way the IDEA originally promised we would from the federal government. But because families demanded it and their elected representatives heard them and listened and acted and believed they were accountable to them, the quality of life for children and families with disabilities has improved exponentially. Then I think about Medicaid expansion. When I was governor of New Hampshire and the Affordable Care Act passed, one of the things that states had the opportunity to do was adopt expanded Medicaid so that people who had mental illness, for instance, or substance use disorder, addiction, could get care under Medicaid, or people who were working part-time and had chronic illnesses could actually get health care. And at first, in a divided legislature, a legislature that was one chamber Democratic and one chamber Republican, the Republicans blocked Medicaid expansion. But gradually, the people in my state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, spoke up, spoke out, and said, this is really important to our families. And as a result, we found bipartisan agreement to expand Medicaid, provide health insurance coverage so that people could get better and could get fully employed and could then go on to private insurance, something critically important. Again, this happened because the people in my state, the elected leaders in my state, believed they were accountable to their constituents. Now, I think a lot about authoritarian regimes and their lack of accountability, because authoritarians don't believe that they are accountable to the people. They believe that the people are their subjects and are accountable to them. And that, of course, is what we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. I think about the fact that in 2022, we passed in this body the PACT Act, and it was signed into law. That is the law that provides health care to our veterans who have been made ill by toxic exposure during their service. These are our brave heroes that we owe everything to, we owe our very freedoms to, and this body came together because veterans all across this country and their families and their supporters came forward and said, we have been made ill in our service, we need health care, and we came together and on a bipartisan basis because we believe and know that in a democracy we are accountable to the people, that we then delivered something that the people, the veterans, our heroes, the people we owe the most to, we owe our way of life to, could get the health care they needed. That is the difference that having elected leaders in a democracy makes. And so, as I think about this administration taking health care away from millions of Americans right now, one of the challenges we're facing is that people's health insurance premiums who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov, those premiums are due to at least double on November 1st. In my home state, that means that a 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 a year is likely to see their health insurance go up by $14,000 a year at a time when a recent report says that if you are a family of four in New Hampshire and earn $100,000 a year, you cannot make ends meet because of the cost of housing and groceries and energy, daycare, health care. So we now have an administration led by a president whose authoritarian tendencies you have laid out so well, who is standing idly by while this healthcare calamity is facing us. Because, of course, it's not just people who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov who are going to see their costs skyrocket. It's going to be the entire health insurance premium marketplace that is going to see increases. So we are looking at a president who is busy building ballrooms, buying vanity airplanes for his Secretary of Homeland Security, doing all these things to satisfy himself and the people around him, but who doesn't seem to believe he's actually accountable to the people. I always thought that in the United States of America, we weren't subjects to be ruled, we were citizens to be heard. So, Senator Merkley, can you speak a bit to how this administration's attacks on our democracy have real impacts on the day-to-day lives of Americans?
I appreciate so much this passionate question from my colleague from New Hampshire. And there's no one here among the 100 senators who have spent more time working on issues of disability, bringing their own life understanding to bear to help millions of people across this country. And when we expanded the folks eligible under standard Medicaid, it had a huge impact on the availability of health care for disability. And then the additional work we did to try to say health care is a right, it's a foundation. Let's build a system where everyone has access. But the way you have framed the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian power is powerful. Under democracy, leaders are accountable to the people. And I'm pretty sure that these 100 senators all think about the fact The people elected them because they said they would lead on certain issues and carry the fight, and that they have a responsibility to follow through and make it happen, to honor that social contract they have with their voters, that they're accountable to them. And if they're not accountable to them just in terms of their work that they do here, they're going to be accountable at the next election. But the attitude of the president is very different. And as you put it, in an authoritarian regime, it's more like the leader believes the people are accountable to the leader. And wow, what a difference that makes, because suddenly there's no need to worry about the health care of the people. And you can lay out legislation that does damage to the people, but takes good care of the rich and powerful, because that's the world you live in, and you want to help those folks, and that's just okay because you're not accountable. And that's the connection we see between the authoritarian presence of the president, who proceeds to attack and diminish due process, free speech, academic freedom, free press, proceeds to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his list of perceived enemies, and then strives to create conflict in order to send the military in to address the conflict and expand his authoritarian power. So that's one world. But on the other end, we have the legislation he championed. And how could a leader accountable to the people do a bill, support a bill that cuts 15 million people off health care in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, or run up 30 years of debt, 30 trillion over 30 years, to run tax breaks for billionaires? That debt is going to haunt us in the future in terms of being able to do basic programs in healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, job creation. And the answer is because he's an authoritarian leader. And that's how these two things are connected. And these real impacts that you're talking about are so evident. Child nutrition programs, savaged to do tax breaks for billionaires. And here we are in this Republican shutdown designed to ensure that the cuts to health care continue. And there's more damage to come to ordinary people. States will run out of their women and children funding. States will run out of other basic programs. Food banks are going to run out of food probably because of the additional burden that they're sharing. And not one element on the president goes, I'm accountable to the people. I'm supposed to be here driving welfare for our entire nation. I can't let the health care go double in price, as you pointed out, on average across the country. I can't allow a program go into effect 15 months from now. In January 2027, there was millions of people losing their Medicaid. And then even in that bill, he has a third attack on health care, which is to change the way that states can receive or develop their match. And if states can't raise enough money to do the match, they've got to really shrink the programs. And that's like a 2028 impact. So it's like impact, savage, the health care in multiple layers. And this is the connection between the authoritarian mentality and the real effects that devastate families in our country.
Well, would you yield for another question, Senator?
I would love to yield for another question.
Because as you were talking and as I have been thinking about the various ways in which a true democracy delivers results for its people, I mentioned in my prior question the fact that we passed in 2022 the PACT Act. And, you know, I was with a group of veterans right after we passed the PACT Act, and I thanked them for all the advocacy that they had done to get it over the finish line. And then we got talking about the war in Ukraine and why it was so important to stand up with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for the very freedom, for the very form of government that we so cherish, our democracy. And I found myself asking them the question, and I'll ask it to you now, Senator, would Vladimir Putin take care of his veterans the way the PACT Act proposes to take care of our veterans. So what are your thoughts about that?
Thank you for posing this question, which has not come up in the many hours that I've been standing here, but is very relevant to the question of what happens under authoritarian control. And worst, recognize that Russia retained some trappings of democracy, but it's clearly a dictatorship. And that's the danger. When you have that authoritarian presence, certainly Putin is that personality. And he did get the Duma basically to become the rubber stamp. And he did get the courts under his control. And everything that flows out from his authoritarian presence. And when it comes to how he views the Russians that he's sending to war, he sends them expendable pawns. I mean, they were sent on unbelievably unsupported missions to be shredded. And over time, certainly the Russian military has gotten much better. But in those phases where he just wanted to pour people into the front and enormous numbers were dying, I still think actually the number is pretty high per day, it was like, again, he's not accountable to the people. And one thing he did, which was very effective, is control over the press. Because I expected the mothers of all those folks being sent in to be shredded to become a massive force, that resistible force that would shake the foundations of Russia. But they didn't, in part because the information was so dramatically controlled. And this is where even these early stage efforts to control and discourage dissent, or I guess you could say uncomplimentary programming by our networks or by our newspapers, the suits that have been filed against CBS and ABC and told basically you have to pay off these suits if you want the government to do its basic function to approve your mergers. Then the attack on public broadcasting and the attack on the Wall Street Journal and more. I mean, the list is long. But when a president, an authoritarian president, wants to control the press and at least discourage, make people think twice about challenging him. I mean, a $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal, I don't know where that will end up, but I imagine there are folks thinking, do I need to be more careful in what I say in this story? Oh, my news agency might get kicked out of the White House briefing. Oh, that's another strategy to cut off. So the answer is no, I do not think the PACT Act, which said, hey, our soldiers were exposed to these chemicals, and there's a lot of diseases that flow from that, and we should absolutely make sure they get treatment, and we shouldn't put them through a long list of, oh, maybe somehow, somewhere you have to prove it. How do you prove that disease, when we probably started, but how do you prove it? PACT Act, great act. And on Ukraine, I mean, here is a country that threw out a president who was trying to put them under a thumb of Putin. Here is a country that said, we're not asking you to come to fight with us, but give us some arms. We are fighting for our own freedom. This is a country that said, we reject the idea of having a dictatorship, Putin style. We want to preserve democracy with our freedoms, and we're willing to die and fight for it. That is the American vision. That is Lady Liberty. That is the best of what we have in America. And the Ukrainians stood up to Russia and have done a phenomenal job against extraordinarily large country with massively more resources, and they are still in the fight for their future and their freedom. I see my colleague from New York is here.
I had a few questions earlier this morning of my great colleague, and once again, his strength, his indomitability, and his caring about this democracy, which we all know is at risk, is just amazing. And so my question relates to something he touched on before in his discussions with our great senator from New Hampshire. There are so many ways this administration is trying to rip apart democracy. And one of them, you mentioned a minute ago, is the threatening of media to just do what Trump wants. And the man who's head of the FCC seems to be an instrumentality of that. Trump has said, things they say I don't like should not be put on the air. And they've held over the heads the broadcast licenses of some of our great media companies. In other ways, they're getting some of their friends to take over some of our media companies. And isn't one of the greatest blows to democracy, I would ask my colleague, one of the greatest blows to democracy when we don't have a fully free press? And has it been a hallmark of so many of the countries that he has mentioned that are autocracies or absolute dictatorships to have no free press, so no information can come out? And doesn't that dramatically hurt the American people when government is shielded and can do whatever it wants and hurt as many people as it wants because you don't have a free press? Doesn't it really shouldn't it really frighten every American that this is a large step on the road away from democracy, towards tyranny, and towards authoritarian government?
My colleague from New York, absolutely. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. And I'll just roll into that, speech and the press. And we have seen what Trump has done. He sued CBS News for $10 billion because he didn't like the way that a program was edited on the television. There is no way that that suit would ever have held up in court. But what happened? CBS said, we are involved in a merger, and that merger involves Paramount, controlling shareholder, and they wanted approval for a sale of Paramount to Skydance. And Paramount was CBS's parent company. So here is President Trump holding the approval of that merger over the head of the network to get a payment for himself out of the company. And that was a $16 million in the end. But then CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, top-rated late night show. Surprisingly, 3 weeks after CBS canceled it, the merger was completed between Skydance and Paramount. Trump didn't like all the things Colbert did to make fun of the president. You know, you can judge a freedom of a country by how much people feel that they can say funny things about the president. And I've thought many times, I come to this floor and I criticize the President of the United States. I've come to this floor and criticized the Democratic presidents for things they're doing. And I do not leave here thinking someone's going to jump out of a car, grab me, throw me into a van, I'm going to be disappeared or tortured. Yet that is so common in authoritarian settings. And it's so actually disturbing to me is one reason that I constantly raise the fact that I hate that we are seeing forces deployed across the United States that do not have an individual identifier, because that makes me think about when people jump out and grab people, and they did this at the protests in 2020 in Portland, no label, threw them into vans, unmarked vans. You didn't know what the hell was going on. But ABC, well, ABC had their own challenge with Jimmy Kimmel. And there was a situation where Nexstar and Sinclair, they own dozens of ABC affiliates. So let me just say that the list is long, including excluding companies or broadcast writers, reporters from the White House briefings. And now, most recently, telling all the reporters at the Pentagon that they have to not ask any questions in the Pentagon or they're going to lose their access to be reporters on the Department of Defense.
I thank my colleague for, once again, a great answer. The freedom of the press is at risk And if the freedom of the press is at risk, so is our entire democracy. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts has come, and I know she will have some excellent, thoughtful, and perceptive questions. So I will yield back to my friend from...
I'm so glad that you emphasized the issue of freedom of the press, and amazingly how it's under attack in all these different ways. Here in the United States of America, it's unbelievable. And it's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. The authoritarianism is here now. Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here.
Yes.
And I would welcome a question if you have one.
I do, Mr. President. I'm seeking recognition.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much. My friend Senator Jeff Merkley is ringing the alarm bell. He is carrying the momentum of millions of peaceful protesters at No King's Day directly onto the floor of the United States Senate for all of the spineless Republicans in Congress to see. I want to be clear here. Peaceful protest is patriotic. Holding the floor to protest the Trump administration's lawlessness is patriotic. Standing up for what is right, that's patriotic. And I am proud to join my friend Jeff Merkley in saying this part out loud. Donald Trump is not a king, he will never be a king, and America does not bow down to kings. So thank you, Jeff, for reinvigorating that energy and bringing it to the floor of the Senate today and every day. You are a true patriot. So let's talk for just a minute about what's going on here. New reporting from the Wall Street Journal this morning says that the average cost of a family health insurance plan is now $27,000 a year. That's a stunner. $27,000. And that's after years of rising costs. The cost of health care is rising faster than inflation. Health care is too expensive, and families are barely hanging on. So what do we have to do? We have to protect Americans' health care and lower costs for families. Seems pretty obvious, right? Not to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans are doing the exact opposite. Their genius plan was to pass legislation that will rip away health care from 15 million Americans, jack up premiums for millions more, force rural hospitals and community health centers to close down, and shut down the entire government instead of coming to the table to save health care and lower costs. Now, Republicans just keep right on bowing down to Donald Trump. They seem to have lost their spines. Every one of them needs to go to the doctor and get a spine transplant. But instead, they are willing to make it more expensive for everyone else to go to the doctor. Make no mistake, our healthcare system is already broken, but Donald Trump and the Republicans are making the problem so much worse. Families in Massachusetts are now starting to get notices this week telling them that their healthcare premiums are going up next year. We are taking hundreds of dollars a month. Some families are seeing their premiums more than double. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And it's not just Massachusetts. Americans across the country are counting on us to lower health care costs. And I want to share some of their stories right now. From a family who gets their health care through the health care exchange, quote, "If our premium doubles, we will simply not be able to afford it. Either my husband or I will have to scramble to find a job with benefits in a saturated market, or we will be going without insurance for the time being." So that is the story of a family who could get kicked off their insurance altogether because their costs will go through the roof. More uninsured people means more costs for everyone else, and that is a lose-lose for the American people. Here's another one from a teacher. My healthcare costs are going up by 39%. How do I even live? Families across this country are asking themselves exactly the same question. Democrats are here right now fighting for every single one of those families. Here's a story from someone else. Quote, if my premiums go up, I'd have to cancel my insurance because my check would be gone and I have an autoimmune disease. It would be over for me. How could I raise my 2 boys and care for my parents? I'm the stronghold of the family. That is the reminder that this kind of increase that the Republicans are imposing on American families, this increase in health insurance, it has echo effects. It's not only the person who can't afford insurance for themselves, it's what happens to her 2 children, what happens to her older parents that she's taking care of. Families hanging on by their fingernails cannot afford insurance premiums jumping by hundreds of dollars a month. Those are the families that Democrats are fighting for right this minute. And Republicans won't even come to the table. Republicans are off on vacation. Here's another story I received from a type 1 diabetic. I have an ACA plan that makes my insulin affordable. Without it, my insulin would be $1,000 a month. Please don't give up this fight, and please continue to stand for people just like me. We will not stop fighting for you. Here's another one. Ours will go from $1,300 monthly to $3,600 monthly. It is harrowing. Look, $1,300 monthly, $1,300 a month for health care is already too much. But this family will now have to pay nearly triple. For families already struggling with the rising cost of everything, they cannot afford to shell out an extra thousands of dollars every month for health care. So you're hearing all of this right. Americans are struggling to get by. Republicans won't come to the table to fix it and end the government shutdown. And instead of working to lower health care costs for Americans right now, Trump is bending over backwards to dig up $40 billion to bail out his political buddy in Argentina and to help out Wall Street hedge fund investors. $40 billion. So, what could $40 billion do for us at home for a whole year instead? Well, $40 billion could stop health insurance premiums from doubling. It could restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Trump's cuts. It would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. It would fund public media. It would restore cuts to humanitarian aid and USAID. And to put it even more perspective, that $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending off to Argentina, it could fund childcare for military families for almost 20 years. It would fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, meaning one for every governor of all 50 states and a backup plane for each and every one of them. So there you have it. Remember Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well,
pursuant to the order of 4 February 29, 1960, the work of, what is that word? The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate has, having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. eternal God, who alone spreads out the heavens and rules the raging of the sea, we cry out to you, refusing to believe that the problem of this government shutdown is too difficult for you to solve. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for years to come. Today, give our senators a faith that will not shrink, though pressed by many a foe, that will not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe. We promise to give you all the glory for the great things you have done and will do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The Senator from Massachusetts.
Very much. I want to go back to this point as I tee up the question for Senator Merkley here, and that is Donald Trump right now is sending $40 billion to Argentina. And I just want to go through the list again about what could we do with that $40 billion if we kept it right here in the United States. $40 billion would stop health insurance premiums from doubling. $40 billion would restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Donald Trump's cuts. $40 billion would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. $40 million would fund public media. $40 million.
Mr. President, retaining the floor, I yield to the question that's being posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Massachusetts has the floor.
I yield the floor.
If the Senator from Massachusetts wishes to, oh, no, I think.
I yield for a question to be posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here and has gotten half of a question out. And if you'd like to continue the question, I yield you to, I invite you to give me a question.
Okay. Almost there. Am I recognized to do that, Mr. Chair? Or Mr. President?
The Senator from Oregon has the floor and has yielded you for a question.
All right. So as I was saying, I was talking about what the $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending to Argentina could be used for here at home. And that is to stop the doubling of health insurance premiums, to restore food assistance for families that the Trump administration is cutting, to cancel student loan debt, to fund public media, to restore humanitarian aid and USAID. Or, to put it in a different perspective, that same $40 billion could fund childcare for military families for nearly 20 years. It could fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, one for every governor in the United States, plus a spare jet for them. So there you have it. Remember Donald Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well, instead, Donald Trump is bailing out his, quote, favorite president, unquote, and bailing out rich Wall Street investors who invested in Argentina debt. The American people are begging us to do something about the skyrocketing cost of living. They are crying out for help. But Donald Trump can't hear them over the sound of the bulldozers that are demolishing a chunk of the White House to build his brand new ballroom. A $250 million ballroom, a monument to Donald Trump himself, paid for by big corporations that are trying to suck up to the administration for special favors. The American people told Donald Trump to cut the cost of living. Instead, he's cutting off part of the White House for his new billionaire's ballroom. Families are missing car payments, But Donald Trump is too busy building his ballroom to notice. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom in the White House. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom where the White House is supposed to be. Farmers are going bankrupt, but Trump is too worried about the construction of his ballroom to help. The cost of baby strollers, or as Donald Trump calls them, the things you carry babies around in, those are going up, but Trump is too busy building his fancy ballroom to notice. So my friend Jeff Merkley is exactly right. We are not in normal times. All of us need to stand up, speak out, and push back. My question for you, Senator Merkley, is how is the fight to lower costs for families all around this country linked to the fight against Donald Trump's authoritarianism?
I thank so much my colleague from Massachusetts for the question of how the price of goods around the country is linked to Trump's authoritarian undertakings. And it kind of boils down to this. And a colleague came to the floor and used this term a little while ago, a colleague from New Hampshire. And she said, in an authoritarian structure, the authoritarian believes that the people are accountable to the authoritarian. And in a democracy, the leader believes that the leader is accountable to the people. That's the difference. And so if you are in a situation where you have an authoritarian for the president, first thing they do is try to erode the checks and balances of the constitutions to concentrate more and more power in the executive. Of course, we see that in all kinds of ways we've been discussing this morning. Then they proceed to try to change the rules for elections so that they can rig the next elections. And then they start to attack any form of dissent, suppress freedom of assembly, and freedom of press, and freedom of speech, and due process. And we see that. And then they say, now we want to free the military. But in all of that is this sense that the people are simply pawns for the authoritarian president. And then, in that setting, it becomes just fine to do a bill that savages health care for the people to fund tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to do a bill that savages child nutrition to do tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to run up debt over the next 30 years, $30 trillion, to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's the way that the authoritarian personality is connected to the policies that emerge from bills that authoritarian champions. They're not bills by and for the people, they're bills by and for the powerful. I see that my colleague from Connecticut has come to the floor, and I would be happy to yield if you have a question.
I am very grateful for the opportunity to ask a question and for the senator from Oregon yielding to me. And first of all, I want to thank him for his leadership, his fortitude and determination exhibited so eloquently over these last 24 hours. He's really providing a model for all of us in standing up and speaking out. Let me say, after listening to the eloquent words of my colleague from Massachusetts, that the destruction that Donald Trump is doing to the White House is emblematic of the wrecking ball he is taking to our democracy. Put aside the waste of money that could be used to improve our education system, solve food insecurity, guarantee the election integrity of this nation. The damage that he's doing to this iconic symbol of America is so costly to our image and esteem around the world. The White House is a symbol of America, and he is destroying a part of it. What he intends to build as a replacement to the East Wing is a gargantuan insult to America. And it is, unfortunately, emblematic of a lot of the other destruction that he is doing in so many other areas as we watch the norms and laws that protect our great experiment in democracy erode under his destructive actions. In some ways, it's a little bit like the frog in the pot. The water begins to heat without our noticing it. The acts seem benign when taken individually, but cumulatively, they will boil and destroy our democracy. The president has turned the Oval Office into an auction house. He has put a for sale sign on the White House lawn. Influence and power are the way to a quick profit, whether it's crypto or pardons or many of the other perks of office. He is using it for his own personal ends and weaponizing the Department of Justice against his personal opponents, his political adversaries, a violation of basic norms of the Department of Justice and of our democracy. He is prosecuting political enemies in courts that he's filled with MAGA zealots and a Department of Justice that's run by his personal lawyers, and he's punishing constituents of Democrats by canceling billions in federal programs and firing dedicated public service during a government shutdown when he simply fails to find them worthy. Last week, he announced that the administration is sending $20 billion in bailout money to Argentina, perhaps another $20 billion in private funding. And what he is doing in tariffs has been eclipsed by all the other stuff, but it hits Americans in their pocketbooks. Groceries are skyrocketing in price. Americans are finding it more difficult to put food on the table. And farmers are being crushed by these tariffs as well. Healthcare, the tax credits that make healthcare insurance affordable to millions of America, will end at the conclusion of this year because he has failed to provide leadership in extending them. And that's why the government has been shut down by Republicans, because they have refused to agree to extend those health care tax credits. But maybe most alarmingly, as is visible in the streets of Oregon, California, Chicago, Los Angeles, is the deployment of our military, our National Guard. And the senator from Oregon has spoken so powerfully and eloquently to bring a critical lens to this desecration of democracy and the impact on our military itself, because they are being used for a purpose that goes against the fundamental purpose of our military in this country. The Founding Fathers were deeply worried about the use of a standing army, potentially within the homeland. And many were opposed to a standing army because of that concern. And so we have laws, posse comitatus, that forbid the use of the military against American citizens on American soil. The health of our republic depends on the proper use of our military against foreign adversaries and threats from abroad. But the President of the United States, in effect, has decided that he will use our National Guard as a police force, supplanting local and state police. And the damage is done not only to institutions, which should be supported And we should be providing more resources to local and state police, more training and equipment to them so they can do the job of keeping order and maintaining our democracy, but also to the military itself, which is demoralized and potentially degraded by the misuse of these resources that are designed to support them in countering adversaries abroad. And of course, to the faith and trust of Americans in the military as they see it misused. And so I want to ask my colleague from Oregon about perhaps his personal experience as he watches this deployment of the National Guard in his state. How are the people of Oregon reacting to the misuse of our National Guard? Is their faith and trust in the military affected by the President's deployment of the National Guard in a circumstance that a federal judge has found is unnecessary because whatever protests have happened in the past weeks and months have been peaceful and without the necessity for this kind of military intervention?
Well, I really appreciate the question from my colleague. And we're in an interesting moment right now because unless there's a decision that has been made while I've been speaking, and that's certainly possible given the amount of time and the shift, there has not yet been a decision by the district judge to dissolve the second temporary restraining order, and so the National Guard has not been federalized and able to deploy, but it was going to depend upon what happened at midnight last night, in which the judge had said, the district judge had said, I want to see if the circuit court decides to do an en banc panel. And that's a fancy way of saying that instead of 3 judges evaluating the situation, a panel of 12 judges, the Chief Justice and 11 other justices from the Ninth Circuit, selected randomly, would examine the issue. And if that was on the verge of happening, my impression was she was going to hold off. The other thing that was unfolding was that the Seventh Circuit, including Illinois, and of course Chicago's been really affected by this, the Seventh Circuit made a decision in support of the district court there, but that looked like it was going to the Supreme Court, and they might do a shadow docket decision very soon, any moment, which could affect also what happens. So my guess is soon. If none of those happens, my guess is that soon, in fact, the second temporary restraining order will be dissolved, and that will give the ability of the National Guard to be in their mission. And I think there has been a lot of effort put into saying, these are our Oregonians. These are our soldiers, our folks that we've gone and supported them as they've gone on missions to Iraq and missions to Afghanistan and missions elsewhere in the world. And we go and we welcome them home. And that we think that they will have a very deep understanding that whatever they're instructed to do, they will not deliberately do provocative things. The thing that would really sour the situation, and I'm putting up a little picture here that I know you can't see, but it's a picture of one of the federal agents, not the Oregon National Guard, walking up and just spraying a protester straight in the face. She had gotten out of the way as she was requested. She was, giving saying she was sharing her opinion in a vocal manner, but not doing it, not in the way of anything had moved as requested. And when people see that, or other things where agents start assaulting peaceful protesters, that's when things get dicey. And so far, the Portlanders have said, this is what Trump wants. He's almost instructed people, these other federal agents, to come and provoke a riot. In fact, they even staged a fake riot last week, which was an extraordinary thing that should trouble every American. They asked the protesters to back up several hundred yards, and they did without conflict. So there was no tussle, there was no breaking the line, there was no throwing things. They backed up. But behind the line of the federal agents, probably Federal Protective Services, were videographers. And the goal was to tape a fake riot. So after they'd been backed up, on command, the Federal Protective Services threw down flashbangs, which sound like gunfire. They threw down tear gas, which big pluming smoke, and of course very irritating. And they fired pepper balls at the crowd. Well, that net result of that is the protesters scattered by being videographed so that they could look, the Trump's team could say, look, there was a riot. And I just can't believe that our government would stage a fake riot like that. But it was carefully observed and reported on by Oregon Public Broadcasting. So I have confidence in what I'm saying about what happened. I don't think anything like that will ever happen with the Oregon National Guard. I think they will be extraordinarily careful to execute their mission in a professional fashion. If they're asked to provide a little bit of encouragement for the protesters, get out of the way of the car, I think they'll do that. That's my belief, that our own Oregon National Guard. Now, there's also Oregon National Guard from California. The president said he was going to send some from Texas. That could still be possible. I just hope that they all are well trained. That is red line, you never attack a peaceful protester. That so far, the Portland protesters have decided to engage in joy and whimsy. And they have just frustrated the hell out of the Trump team because they want riots. And no, there's the pastries and pajama team, and there's the puppy dogs for peace team, and there's the wedding taking place, and there's the unipiper doing the bagpipes on his unicycle, and there's the folks putting down candles on the ground and flowers in the air, and just basically and doing the cha-cha slide. And I have no idea how to do that, but maybe I'll learn down the road here. But this type of joy and whimsy has been terrific way to respond to Trump trying to provoke violence and failing to do so. And I think the Oregon National Guard will be extremely professional.
If my colleague would yield for one more quick question.
Yes, I'll yield for questions.
And I think he is absolutely right to call attention to the extraordinary professionalism of the National Guard, which hopefully will avoid the provoked violence that President Trump, unfortunately, would welcome, apparently, here. But we know that the President has said that if the courts deny him the opportunity to deploy the National Guard, he will consider using the military under the Insurrection Act. And yesterday, I came to the floor in support of reforms that I have proposed to the Insurrection Act that would reduce the unbridled and unchecked powers that he has right now. The Insurrection Act makes modifications to the posse comitatus law in ways that potentially provide him with unbridled authority. And so my reform bill would require accountability, would enable use of the military in the event of a claimed rebellion or insurrection for a limited amount of time, require the president then to come to Congress and make the case and Congress to approve a set of reforms that would protect the American people against misuse of the military in the event that he could not deploy the National Guard in this way. And so I want to ask my friend from Oregon, and I believe I know the answer because he has supported reforms in the past, whether these kinds of reforms to the Insurrection Act are important and necessary to protect the American people and the military itself against the kinds of misuse of powers that could occur.
The reforms that my colleague speaks of are incredibly important because we have a standard under Title 10. Under Title 10, which is the federalization of the National Guard, the standard is there has to be a rebellion or there has to be an invasion. A rebellion, a sizable group, well-organized, well-armed, seeking to overthrow the government. An invasion, a significant military force coming across to attack us. They're well-understood terms. Even with that Title 10, I am very nervous because even though the law does not say give deference to the president in Title 10, 2 judges said you should give deference to the president, which I find absurd because what it means is these standards that were crafted in legislation here, I'm sure broadly and intensely debated and said, no, it has to be a rebellion or it has to be on the verge of a rebellion. And the understanding what that would look like. And to say it's a rebellion just if the president says there's one when there's nothing, like that type of deference, that's just throwing open the gates to say an authoritarian president can roll out the military under Title 10. That's scary as hell. But the Insurrection Act, in a way, is even scarier because it does have an explicit deference to the executive. And so while it has a standard, it says in interpreting that standard, there should be deference. And I have read a number of analyses that say there is no way that the Supreme Court's not going to essentially say if the president interprets what's happening, given the language that exists there. I mean, that was written with the belief we would always have a capable, responsible defender of the Constitution in the Oval Office, and we don't. So reforming that act and closing that loophole, absolutely, incredibly important to save our republic.
I thank the senator from Oregon, and I yield back now to my other colleague from Oregon.
I note that my colleague from Oregon, following proper protocol here, has arrived on the floor, and I would be happy to answer a question should you have one.
I thank my colleague very much, so I just want to make sure from a parliamentary standpoint, would the senator from Oregon yield for my question?
I would be happy to yield for a question.
Mr. President and colleagues, I want to start by commending my partner from Oregon, who has now been on the floor for close to 18 hours. What he is doing in ringing the alarm bells about authoritarianism in America is an important public service. Let me begin by saying the Wyden family certainly knows a thing or two about watching a democracy slide towards authoritarian rule. I wrote in my book about how the courageous women in my family, in the face of the Nazi takeover of the German Republic, recognized the very real threat of the growing authoritarianism in Germany. They pushed the rest of the family to recognize what was happening to their democracy when some of the men didn't want to face reality. Because of the vigilance of women, I am standing here today in the Senate. Now, further on this point, as my colleague knows, during the protests in Portland this past weekend, federal agents dragged a 4'6" blind man named Quinn across a driveway and detained him for over an hour. Apparently, they thought he didn't move out of their way fast enough. It's hard to imagine, it's been reported in publications in the Oregonian and the like, how anyone could see Quinn as a threat. As he put it, I think they wanted to make a point, so they picked the weakest person they could find and make a big show about it. What Donald Trump and the Vice President are offering us is indeed an authoritarian playbook. Attack the weakest in order to intimidate the rest of us. And that is why it is the obligation of all Americans to pay attention to all of the discussions on this topic and to speak out and not yield. The American abolitionist told me that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty, to keep the powerful from stealing from the many for the few. Senator Merkley, I'm interested in what you think Americans should do to secure the benefits of liberty for themselves and their families and future generations. And what do you want Americans to take from your speech today?
Thank you so much to my colleague from Oregon for this question. And it's very powerful to think about how fast the menace grew to the Jewish community in Germany, and how if one did not recognize that threat, and if I understood right, the women in your family were the ones that said, we have to get out of here.
That's correct.
And saved their future and therefore your future. And why do we have to have a world where powerful engage in these assaults based on race or religion or ethnicity? I sometimes hear Rodney King in my head, why can't we just all get along after he'd been badly beaten? And the fact is, it seems like we have a long ways to go to erase prejudice from our hearts. And when people gain positions of power who carry that prejudice in their heart, it often becomes open hatred and amplifies the ability of others to more openly discriminate or engage in provocative acts. So anyway, I hope that generations to come will find a better path. But in your question on securing liberty, this most important message is, and I'll have my team put it back up, is the alarm bells are now. The authoritarian actions are not down the street. They are not around the corner. They are not something to worry about 2 months from now. They are here right now. All the basic characteristics of authoritarian control are present at this moment in the United States of America. Stealing the power of the purse so that the president makes decisions on what programs are funded. Taking and ignoring due process, which is our guarantee of freedom from authoritarian state. Attacking the issue of liberty for the press to be able to write what they want and not be compelled through using licenses or mergers as a way to coerce them to put up what the government wants. Telling the universities that they need to shape their education the way the president wants and support his political agenda. Are you kidding me? And so forth. And then weaponizing the Department of Justice to go after an enemies list. So it's here now. That's the main thing. And what Americans do with sincere liberty, what you did on Saturday. What you did on Saturday, 7 million people taking to the streets, the largest demonstration in the history of this country, saying no kings in the United States of America. Our presidents are not kings, our laws are not suggestions, and our Constitution is not optional. Because that outcry, both inside a chamber like this, but very importantly in the streets, is the outcry that tells the rest of the country this is not okay. This is not acceptable. This is breaking the law. This is shredding the Constitution. This is attacking our freedoms, and we, the people, will reclaim our Constitution, our separation of powers, and our freedom. That's why the action of demonstration and the action of speaking out are so important at this moment, and it needs to work towards the next election where people of any party, if they believe in our Constitution, campaign and win on the basis that they are going to secure for the next generation, our generation, the next generation, the freedoms and the characteristics of our Constitution and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Senator Merkley, you said it very well, and it seems to me America is the last bastion of liberty in the world. There is nowhere to flee to, no mighty republic that stands if American democracy fails. I want to commend my partner from Oregon for taking this exceptionally important stand, and this is a message particularly for all of America, and it's high time it be made on the Senate floor, and I commend my colleague.
Thank you so much for my colleague from Oregon. And I so appreciate so many folks coming down to echo and amplify that we have to ring the bells now of the alarm bells so the American people will be very clear what is going on. And I see my colleague from Rhode Island, and I'd be happy to yield to him for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question? I think you will, sir.
I will indeed yield for a question.
Thank you very much. First, let me say that you are demonstrating incredible courage and conscience today and last evening as you stand here and point out the grave situation this country faces. You have clearly indicated, and I believe you're right, that the direction of this administration is towards authoritarian rule. Step by step, unfortunately, we seem to get closer. One of the great ironies of the administration is President Trump loves to sort of fake people out, if you will, while he's doing something he doesn't like or we wouldn't like. For example, for 56 times he's talked about the deep state, the deep state. While at the same time, it appears he might be building such a deep state. For example, the Washington Post reported that the former chief data officer for Social Security Administration has said that Elon Musk and his Doge gang copied a mainframe database containing the personal information of hundreds of millions of Americans, including names, birthday, addresses, and more. In fact, if you step back, Doge has pilfered information in every federal agency. And we're in a situation where I believe Trump is prepared to weaponize that information against the American people in so many different ways. And I just asked, did you fear my distress that Trump could use this information to attack his opponents? Could he use this information to disrupt the elections in 26 as a path to further authoritarian influence in the United States?
I say to my colleague from Rhode Island that when an authoritarian president starts collecting data in this fashion, they probably have a plan for it. And that plan is not going to be one to enhance liberty for the American people. One of the things that I'm deeply concerned about, and I'm not sure if this is the same database you're referring to, but it's a collection of voter registration databases. Is that the same? Yeah, from across the country. And
Senator would yield.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
Doge, in my observation of the activities, has pilfered information from every major federal organization, and the Social Security Administration, a former employee, has indicated they've taken the most critical files that have detailed information on every American. And I think you're right. There's only two things you really do with this kind of data. You sell it or you weaponize it, or you do both. And the concern I think we both share is weaponization. In addition, I believe that the administration has sought from secretaries of state throughout the United States information about their voting rolls, which is specifically directed perhaps at electoral interference, but I shall
appreciate,
yield back.
That clarification of the question. And it is absolutely concerning. You can imagine the many ways it can be weaponized. Like any hostile agent from outside the United States can use that data in all kinds of ways. What happens if suddenly your Social Security benefits aren't there, or the files regarding your disability benefits, or your age and birth records, or who knows what all could disappear or be modified, or banking records possibly included if you've had banking transactions in paying your taxes, or it could be incredible amounts of stuff. And we have had fairly protective practices of these databases, which is why when DOJ went in with laptops, there was a lot of resistance, and some people who provided that resistance, got moved aside physically to enable DOJ to access. And then there's this other database effort, which is the voting registration database effort. And the idea of collecting that, and they've been pushing the Secretary of States. Many states have said no, they're going to court, they're resisting. Well, thank goodness they are, because a national registration voter database can be used just like a state could purge names from it, which several states have done, saying, oh, these names look the same. Maybe it's like you got 2 Jack Ryans, or more commonly, it's done to Hispanic names. Or said, well, hey, there's the same name in Georgia as there is in Mississippi, so we'll purge this name. I mean, hostile purging that people don't know that they're no longer registered until they go to the poll to vote, and it's often too late. So I'm very, very concerned. I want our states to maintain their own independent voting registration databases, because that would be a phenomenal way to manipulate the next election I used to, and I say used, like months ago in February, when people in my town hall would say, aren't you worried about an effort to postpone the next election or declare an emergency? And I said, no, I just can't imagine that taking place. Now I can imagine that taking place, because we've seen emergency measures abused. We've seen the president assume powers he does not have. For example, the tariff power is not delegated to the president. It's always been done by law here in this chamber and down the hall. So when the president is that authoritarian, taking powers the law doesn't grant, arguing in court, the court's giving him more power, consolidating information on voting, I am very, very worried about that. And I want to encourage the Secretary of States in every state, whether you're a blue state or a red state, hold on to your data, protect it, back it up, double secure it, and tell the feds to keep their hands off.
Well, I concur. If I may raise one very brief question, that is...
Yes, I yield for additional question.
You see firsthand what's happening in Portland. It is outrageous. The situation has been completely distorted by the president to suggest that there is major civil upheaval, and that's not the case at all from the reports I've heard. And it also, by suggesting that military personnel can enforce the laws of the United States, violates the Posse Comitatus Act, which has been a barrier to police powers by the military since the 1870s. And I know, like myself, I assume you are particularly disturbed that he is, again, not only weaponizing data, he's weaponizing our military forces to go in and carry out civil laws. And your comments, Mr.
Yes. In regard to your question, I am extremely worried about the Trump administration's effort to pave the path with the courts and with the discipline of the military to have them in the practice of being deployed to, if you will, well, in theory, quell unrest. But the law on Title X is very clear. You need to have a rebellion or you need to have invasion. And it's very clear you don't have either of those. But even then, 2 judges on the 3-judge panel in this court said, well, let's kind of give a little more flexible definition of rebellion. And by the way, maybe you should give more deference to the president's evaluation. After all, they run the building. And I'm like, once you say the president can simply declare there's a rebellion, then the standard set in law means nothing. You're just throwing open the doors to a authoritarian president deploying troops against the American people. And we've already seen with the provocative actions of assaults on peaceful protesters how dangerous that is. And then, of course, the Insurrection Act, as an exception to posse comitatus, is extremely scary because it explicitly has in the law a certain interpretation by the president, or deference to an interpretation by the president. The core assumption was that a person in that position would always be a person who had high regard for the Constitution and for the boundaries and for the liberties and for the freedom and would defend it like with their whole heart, mind, and soul. But that is not a person we have in the Oval Office today. So I do support efforts that a number of folks, and I believe you might be well involved in, striving to plug some of those loopholes so that that power does not get deployed.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. And I note that we have a senator from Wisconsin, and I would be happy to yield for a question if she had one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I will happily yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Merkley, you and I are both members of the Senate Appropriations Committee. And I have a question for you about how critical a functioning Congress and a functioning appropriation process is to our separation of powers, our checks and balances, and therefore to our very democracy. The federal government is currently shut down because Republicans who control the House, the Senate, and the White House are hell-bent on raising health care costs for the American people. In fact, 22 million Americans are about to see their health insurance costs potentially double, triple, or more. And the only way for us to get out of this mess is for Democrats and Republicans to sit down together and negotiate a solution. And so far, Republicans refuse to come to the table. The House has been out of session for over a month, out of town. And President Trump is leaving the country again at the end of this week. The longer this Trump shutdown continues, it appears more likely that our Republican colleagues will totally give up Congress's power, which of course is the power of the people, in the government funding process. In fact, this morning, reporters are circulating the Capitol, speculating that Congress will give up on passing fiscal year 2026 appropriation bills and instead attempt to pass a full-year continuing resolution. And this would be a failure on the part of the House and the Senate majority, controlled by Republicans. And really, it would be a failure on the part of President Donald Trump. And it would be a failure that undermines one of Congress's core democratic functions, setting priorities through the power of the purse. So my question for you, as you hold the floor to shine a light on the ways in which this president continues to undermine our democracy and disregard the Constitution, how is Donald Trump undermining Congress through his attacks on the bipartisan appropriations process? And when he does that, and the majority, the Republicans in Congress, allow this to happen, how do the American people lose?
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Wisconsin. And part of the discussion earlier was you can detect the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian government in the following fashion. Are the decisions about which programs are funded, how they will operate, and how they are funded decided by the Congress or by the President? That is the power of the purse. And it's so clearly laid out by our founders that you put it in Congress's hands, because if you put it in the president's hands, you have a strongman, one person, not 100 people in this chamber bringing their diverse life experiences, their knowledge, their particular interests, and saying these things are important to our various parts of the country. You just have one man from New York deciding what's important, one man who hangs out with a group of billionaires deciding what's important. So incredibly essential distinction between a democracy and authoritarian government is that the decisions about the programs, their design, and their funding are made by Congress. What we have seen is that the president and his head of Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vogt, are attempting to take that power out of the hands of Congress and have the president decide which programs are funded and how much. Every time you hear the president say, I canceled these grants because they're out of sync with the priorities of the president, that is an authoritarian statement, because it's not the president's prerogative to decide how to spend that money. It is the power of the people through their elected representatives in the House and Senate. And then in addition, Mr. Vogt has coordinated a series of strategies to essentially cancel programs by slow-walking the dispersion of funds, by freezing the funds, by impounding the funds, by delaying to the end of the year and then submitting a request to legislatively have the funds undone, but then the clock runs out on the year and poof, the funds disappear. He has a fancy name for it, a pocket rescission. But think of it more like the carriage in Cinderella that hits midnight and poof, the carriage is gone and you only have a pumpkin. In this case, we only have a lump of coal when we hit the end of the year. And then there is a requirement under the law for the president to lay out an expenditure schedule so that we can see whether or not funds are being delayed or frozen or impounded and so forth. And that schedule has disappeared. That website has been shut down. So the president is hiding, in contrary to the law, what's required so that we can protect the prerogatives of our Constitution. So these are the ways the president is directly attacking the power of the purse and trying to turn, this is one of the ways. He's doing a whole series of other things in attacks on freedoms, military weaponization of the Department of Justice to go after enemies, sending the military into the streets. But this is a key one in terms of the checks and balances of our Constitution. He's trying to take the power of the purse and has made substantial progress in doing so. I see my colleague from Hawaii has arrived, and should she have a question,
yield for a question?
I would be happy to yield.
First of all, I commend you for holding the floor to raise issues of such concern to the American people. I want to focus my question on the corruption of the Trump regime. And this corruption is rampant and unending, from making untold sums off meme coins to the latest outrage demanding the Department of Justice pay him more than $200 million. That is taxpayers' money that he wants to get his hands on. We have a president putting his financial interest before the best interest of the American people. This is the classic Trump playbook, using the power of his office to make a profit at the expense of the American people and as a distraction from the chaos and cruelty that he is sowing every single day. It's a classic authoritarianism, using the tools of government to enrich himself, reward his friends, and punish his enemies. So I'm asking my colleague, what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
If the senator from Hawaii will repeat the last sentence of her question, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. So the rampant corruption of this regime. So what kind of threat does this blatant corruption pose to our democracy, our institutions, and the American people?
Thank you so much for the question. And when I hear that word corruption, and I admit I'm starting to feel a little dazed after these many hours on the floor, my head goes first to the financial corruption of the president, but there's all these other forms of corruption he's engaged in terms of corrupting the basic balance, separation of powers, and the checks and balances. But let me speak first to the financial corruption. One thing that we have seen is that he's using the presidency to enrich himself and his companies and his family. And the most blatant example of this is when he said, I have this product that I want people to buy, and I'm going to hold a competition, and the people who buy the most of this product, a crypto coin, will be invited to a very special dinner at my golf club where I will be present and you'll have access to me. So he sold access to the presidency to the people who bought the most of his crypto coins. And in that case, it was a meme coin. And that means basically the coin is a collectible. It basically has no value. But then he engaged in another form of crypto corruption, and that involved saying, we're going to have a stable coin, and a stable coin means you give me $1 and I give you a crypto token that you can use in international transactions. And then there was a transaction involving I hope I still have this right, the United Arab Emirates, and they basically bought several $billion of these coins, and what happens then is the president can hold those dollars until the coins are redeemed and benefit from the interest earned on those several $1 billion. And meanwhile, there was a desire by the foreign government to get access to highly capable AI chips. And the answer was no, we're not doing that. But then after they bought all these coins and enriched the president of the United States, well, then the president said, let's give them the coins, or let's give them these advanced chips. So very much certainly the smoke, and I'd say even the flame of selling access and favors out of the presidency, now to the tune of having made billions of dollars in the roughly 9 months that he's been in office. I would be happy to yield for another question if you were talking about a different type of corruption. Okay. I yield. Oh, no, I don't yield yet because I have to do this protocol right. I see my colleague from New Hampshire is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield.
I'm normally your seatmate, but I thought it might be easier if we talked this way. So I am down here in a different place than I usually am to ask a question. But I want you to know how much I and all of your colleagues appreciate your standing up for democracy. Because we are in a pivotal moment, as you've said, not just in this country, but globally. And I know that you care about not just what's happening domestically in the United States, but you also care about what's happening in the world, because you and I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee together. And I just came from a meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who shared that Europeans are now spending more on defense than the United States for the first time since President Eisenhower. And they are working together to strengthen sanctions against Putin and his bloodthirsty gangs who are wreaking havoc on Ukraine and Europe. And I have some good news that I wanted to share with you from the Foreign Relations Committee this morning, since you weren't able to be with us. And it applies to what's happening in Ukraine and Europe. Because this morning, in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the committee considered 3 bipartisan bills to address Russia's continued expanding aggression, for the first time in this Congress, so the first time since the beginning of the year, we have actually taken action in the Foreign Relations Committee, action that you supported with your proxy votes, and I appreciate that, to take action against Russia's aggression in Ukraine. One bill will designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism because of what they've done to kidnap Ukrainian children. One will stop Chinese entities from supporting Russia's brutal war machine against Ukraine. And the final one will authorize a continued quarterly transfer of Russia's foreign assets that have been seized in the United States to support Ukraine. So I think all of these bills passed, they were bipartisan, they passed unanimously out of the committee. And I think it's a critical time in history for this Congress to be taking a stand on Ukraine. So, Senator Merkley, given this important moment in history, what more can we do in the Senate to support our allies and to protect the Ukrainians from further bloodshed from Vladimir Putin?
I so much appreciate the good report and question from my colleague from New Hampshire, and appreciate her leadership on the Foreign Relations Committee as the top Democrat, working hard to partner across the aisle for the common cause of international security. And every time I think about Ukraine, I think about how fiercely, including the Orange Revolution, in which they did so much to say, no, we will not be taken over by Russia. We will not be put under the thumb of Russia by one of our presidents. They have said, we see the system to our north where there is no freedom, where people are not in charge of their own destiny because they are ruled by a dictator, and we reject that and will fight with our lives. And so many have, in fact, perished on the battlefield to defend our freedom. That inspires me every time I think about it. And at the moments in which President Trump has been less supportive of Ukraine and more supportive of Russia, I have tried to send him magical vibes. No, understand the difference between standing with a nation fighting for freedom and snuggling up with a dictator. We are a light to the world when we fight for democracy and support democracy. So I'm really pleased to hear about these three bills passing. And I hope that other factors can be worked out in the international community that will help slow down the Russian war machine. They are an incredibly large country, and they have built huge factories to produce cruise missiles. And so nightly, Ukraine is hammered with hundreds now. And so it just means more resolve by the United States, more resolve by Europe. I am surprised to hear that the Europeans collectively are spending more on defense than the U.S. I am like, if that had been a trivia question, I would have failed, but there it is. And that certainly has been partly to recognize the threat from Russia. If Russia is willing to slice off a piece of Georgia, as they were in 2008, I believe, if they're willing to throw thousands of soldiers into a fight in Ukraine, really with no consideration, I mean, it's just like fodder to the war machine. Now we're seeing that they're overflying some of the other European countries. And these are incredibly provocative. So I think all of that goes towards hopefully forging a unity of purpose between Europe and the United States. Something you may not know, one of the skeletons in my closet is I spent a rotation working at NATO in Brussels when we were trying to develop a treaty for intermediate range missiles because of the nuclear threat, to stabilize the threat. It's the middle of the 1980s. And the United States and Europe worked so closely together. That is the type of partnership. It's the type of partnership that has taken some hits in the last few years. We want to restore that vision of that careful, detailed, determined coordination so that we advance the best strategies. And of course, battlefield strategies are also changing dramatically as we go, being able to adjust to this changing world. So that's my hope, that building on the work that the committee did today, and hopefully those bills will be here on the floor, hopefully they'll be on the President's desk, that we can continue to strive to a peaceful conclusion with security for Ukraine and not allow the war machine of Russia to overwhelm it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nobody else? Well, Mr. President, for the first time in several hours, I don't have a colleague who's asking me a question, and so I'm going to return to the conversation that I was holding forth on regarding the Department of Justice. And I have here this page called Justice Connection, urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying attacks on the Justice Department. I believe I asked unanimous consent to have this put in the record, but if I did not, I'm asking it now.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And here is how that reads. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. DOJ's mission is to, quote, uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. And it's failing on all three fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the President's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fires its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantle drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce the laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. And it cannot protect civil rights when it drives out 75% of the attorneys from the Civil Rights Division and refuses to enforce the nation's civil rights laws as Congress intended, using them instead as a cudgel against marginalized groups. The administration is taking a sledgehammer to other long-standing work the department has done to protect communities and the rule of law. Its plans to eliminate the tax division, which saves the country billions of dollars by pursuing tax evaders, will lead us poorer. Gutting the public integrity section and FBI public corruption squads has paved the way for government graft. Canceling hundreds of millions of dollars in grants has left at-risk communities less protected and crime victims less supported. The list could go on. As for its treatment of its employees, the current leadership's behavior has been appalling. This administration lies about the deep state and exaggerates about government inefficiency, and exaggerations about government efficiency have eroded the respect our country once held for public servants. And demonizing, firing, demoting, involuntarily transferring, and directing employees to violate their ethic duties has already caused an exodus of over 5,000 of us, draining the department of priceless institutional knowledge and expertise, and impairing its historical success in recruiting top talent. We may feel the effects of this for generations. The Justice Department's backbone has always been its career workforce, and those who were part of it are best positioned to explain why the current leader's actions are catastrophic for the nation. We call on these leaders to reverse course, to remember the oath we all took to uphold the Constitution, and adhere to the legal guardrails and institutional norms on which our justice system relies. We call on our fellow alumni to join us in sounding the alarm and in mobilizing to support our colleagues still there. They deserve respect and gratitude. Neither of which they're getting from the administration. We call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities far more vigorously. Members in both chambers and on both sides of the aisle must provide a meaningful check on the abuses we are witnessing. And we call on all Americans whose safety, prosperity, and rights depend on a strong Department of Justice to speak out against its destruction. Our democracy is only as strong as the rule of law, and the rule of law can't survive without the principal institution that enforces it. Well, that's a powerful letter from these 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice. I was very struck about the phrase that says, we call on Congress to exercise its oversight responsibilities. That came up about an hour ago in one of the conversations, that we could do so much more, and we should try to be partnering with our Republican colleagues to provide that essential function of oversight. That's one of the checks and balances, and we should be deeply engaged in making it as effective as possible. Because here is quite a list of the things going wrong in the Department of Justice. These things beg for hearings to be held, for issues to be understood, for the press to be able to report, for solutions to be able to be found, for lines that prevent unacceptable conduct to be clearly delineated. But that can't happen unless Congress exercises its oversight ability. Do we have one more chapter? Okay, we have chapter 8. So we are headed back to the book. And the book is this book, How Democracies Die. And with each chapter, I'm trying to give some sense of the chapter, though not every element of it. So I'll read some of the pages, maybe scan through some others, and try to address a few of the issues that are raised. This particular chapter addresses President Trump's first year in his first administration, and it's titled Trump's First Year, an authoritarian report card. So remember, this was just his first year in office. We're now in his 5th year in office, headed towards his 6th year in office, and we've seen such an acceleration. So the items identified in the first year, well, we may well see that they become more serious over time. Donald Trump's first year in office followed a familiar script. Like Alberto Fujimori, Hugo Chavez, and Tayyip Erdogan, America's new president began his tenure by launching blistering rhetorical attacks on his opponents. He called the media the enemy of the American people, questioned judges' legitimacy, and threatened to cut federal funding to major cities. Predictably, these attacks triggered dismay, shock, and anger across the political spectrum. Journalists found themselves at the front lines, exposing, but also provoking the president's norm-breaking behavior. A study by the Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy found that the major news outlets were unsparing in their coverage of the Trump administration's first 100 days. Of news reports with a clear tone, the study found 80% were negative, much higher than under Clinton, 60% negative, and George W. Bush, 57% negative, and Obama, 41%. Soon, Trump administration officials were feeling besieged. Not a single week went by in which press coverage wasn't at least 70% negative. And amid swirling rumors about the Trump campaign's ties to Russia, a high-profile special counsel, Robert Mueller, was appointed to oversee investigations into the case. Just a few months into his presidency, President Trump faced talk of impeachment. But he retained the support of his base, and like other elected demagogues, he doubled down. He claimed his administration was beset by powerful establishment forces, telling graduates of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy that no politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. The question, then, was how Trump would respond. Would an outsider president who considered himself to be under unwarranted assault lash out, as happened in Peru and in Turkey? President Trump exhibited clear authoritarian instincts during his first year in office. In Chapter 4, I'm just reading how the authors are presenting this. In Chapter 4, we presented 3 strategies by which elected authoritarians seek to consolidate power: capture the referees, sideline the key players, rewrite the rules to tilt the playing field against opponents. Trump attempted all 3 of these strategies. President Trump demonstrated striking hostility toward the referees, law enforcement, intelligence, ethics agencies, and the courts. Soon after his inauguration, he sought to ensure that the heads of U.S. intelligence agencies, including the FBI, the CIA, and the National Security Agency, would be personally loyal to him, apparently in the hope of using these agencies as a shield against investigations into his campaign's Russia ties. During his first week in office, President Trump summoned FBI Director James Comey to a one-on-one dinner in the White House, to which, according to Comey, the president asked for a pledge of loyalty. He later reportedly pressured Comey to drop investigations into his recently departed National Security Director, Michael Flynn, pressed the Director of National Intelligence, Daniel Coats, and CIA Director Mike Pompeo to intervene in Comey's investigation, and personally appealed to Coats and NSA head Michael Rogers to release statements denying the existence of any collusion with Russia. Both refused. President Trump also tried to punish or purge agencies that acted with independence. Most prominently, he dismissed Comey after it became clear that Comey could not be pressured into protecting the administration and was expanding its Russia investigation. Only once in the FBI's 82-year history had a president fired the Bureau's director before his 10-year term was up. And in that case, the move was in response to clear ethical violations and enjoyed bipartisan support. The Comey firing was not President Trump's only assault on referees who refused to come to his personal defense. Trump had attempted to establish a personal relationship with Manhattan-based U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara, whose investigations into money laundering reportedly threatened to reach Trump's inner circle. When Bharara, a respected anti-corruption figure, continued the investigation, the president removed him. After Attorney General Jeff Sessions recused himself from the Russian investigation and his deputy, Rod Rosenstein, appointed the respected former FBI Director Robert Mueller as special counsel to oversee the investigation, Trump publicly shamed Sessions, reportedly seeking his resignation. White House lawyers even launched an effort to dig up dirt on Mueller, seeking conflicts of interest that could be used to discredit or dismiss him. By late 2017, many of Trump's allies were openly calling on him to fire Mueller, and there was widespread concern that he would soon do so. So in this section, we're hearing about all of the attack on the referees during Trump's, and this is just a classic part of an authoritarian government, attack the referees. And of course, we saw in year 5, this year, immediately Trump took out the special investigators of the various agencies and did so in order to make sure that there wasn't the type of oversight that would point out to the public or to Congress where things were going wrong. Take out the referees. That is the authoritarian strategy being laid out here. President Trump's efforts to derail independent investigations evoke the kind of assaults on the referees routinely seen in less democratic countries. For example, the dismissal of Venezuelan Prosecutor General Luisa Ortega, a Chavista appointee who asserted her independence and began to investigate corruption and abuse in the Maduro government. Although Ortega's term did not expire until 2021, and she could be legally removed only by the legislature, which was in opposition hands, the government dubiously elected Constituent Assembly sacked her in August 2017. President Trump also attacked judges who ruled against him after Judge James Robart of the Ninth Circuit of the U.S. Court of Appeals blocked the administration's initial travel ban. Trump spoke of, quote, the opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, end of quote. 2 months later, when the same court temporarily blocked the withholding of federal funds from sanctuary cities, the White House denounced the judgment as an attack on the rule of law by an unelected judge. Trump himself responded by threatening to break up the Ninth Circuit. The president took an indirect swipe at the judiciary in August 2017 when he pardoned the controversial former Arizona Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was convicted of violating a federal court order to stop racial profiling. Arpaio was a political ally and a hero to many of Trump's anti-immigrant supporters. And as we noted earlier, the chief executive's constitutional power to pardon is without limit. But presidents have historically exercised it with great restraint, seeking advice from the Justice Department and never issuing pardons for self-protection or political gain. President Trump boldly violated these norms. Not only did he not consult the Justice Department, but the pardon was clearly political. It was popular with his base. The move reinforced fears that the president would eventually pardon himself and his inner circle, something that was reportedly explored by his lawyers. Remember, this is year one of it would have been the 2018, January 2017 through January 2018. Such a move would constitute an unprecedented attack on judicial independence. As constitutional scholar Martin Reddish put it, if the president can immunize his agents in this manner, the courts will effectively lose any meaningful authority to protect constitutional rights against invasion by the executive branch. You know, this discussion over pardoning himself and the risk it creates of misbehavior is an interesting prelude to the fact that essentially the Supreme Court pardoned Trump, saying that the president cannot commit a crime. If you can't commit a crime, then you can do whatever, and you don't have to be pardoned because you haven't committed a crime. So the Supreme Court essentially gave him the same protection and created the same risks for an authoritarian state that Trump pardoning himself would have resulted in. The administration responded by launching attacks on the OGE, Office of Government Ethics. House Oversight Chair Jason Chaffetz, a Trump ally, even hinted at an investigation of Schaub. In May, administration officials tried to force the OGE to halt investigations into the White House's appointment of ex-lobbyists. Alternatively harassed and ignored by the White House, Schaub resigned, leaving behind what journalist Ryan Leza called a broken OGE, Office of Government Ethics. President Trump's behavior toward the courts, law enforcement, and intelligence bodies, and other independent agencies was drawn from the authoritarian playbook. He openly spoke of using the Justice Department and the FBI to go after Democrats, including Hillary Clinton. And in late 2017, the Justice Department considered nominating a special counsel to investigate Clinton. Despite its purges and threats, however, the administration could not capture the referees. Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist, largely because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions, but the president had other battles to wage. And I think this is an important moment to remember back in 2017 that colleagues across the aisle played a role of reason in pushing back on some of the unacceptable things that Trump was trying to do. They protected Comey. As it said, Trump did not replace Comey with a loyalist because such a move was vetoed by key Senate Republicans. Likewise, Senate Republicans resisted Trump's efforts to replace Attorney General Sessions. And early in the conversation, we were talking about the importance of one of the checks and balances of the Constitution, which is for the Senate and the House to hold hearings on what's going on. The two-page letter from the 283, I believe it was, 282 former career employees of the Department of Justice, they laid out a host of things that are going wrong. It's essentially an invitation. Please hold hearings because a lot of bad stuff is happening inside the Department of Justice. And so I encourage colleagues on both sides of the aisle who serve on the Judiciary Committee to take them up on that invitation to bring these former members and others to share what's going on, because that is our responsibility under the Constitution, to provide that type of spotlight, insight, and hopefully advice to help the administration, well, more effectively and legally pursue the enhancement of the American system of justice. Of course, this whole litany of the way Trump attacked the referees was a prelude to the absolute assault on the referees that occurred during this year in such a systematic fashion, in such an expanded fashion. The Trump administration also mounted efforts to sideline key players in the political system. President Trump's rhetorical attacks on critics in the media are an example. He repeated accusations that outlets such as the New York Times and CNN were dispensing fake news and conspiring against him. These comments look familiar to any student of authoritarianism. In a February 2017 tweet, he called the media the enemy of the American people, a term that critics noted mimicked one used by Stalin and Mao Trump's rhetoric was often threatening. A few days after his enemy of the people tweet, Trump told the Conservative Political Action Committee, or CPAC, "I love the First Amendment. Nobody loves it better than me. Nobody. But as you saw throughout the entire campaign, and even now, the fake news doesn't tell the truth. I say it doesn't represent the people. It never will represent the people, and we're going to do something about it." Do what exactly? The following month, President Trump returned to his campaign pledge to open up the libel laws, tweeting that the New York Times had disgraced the media world, gotten me wrong for 2 solid years. Change libel laws, end of quote. When asked by a reporter whether the administration is really considering such changes, White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said, "I think that's something we've looked at." Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa used this approach. His multi-million-dollar defamation suits and jailing of journalists on charges of defamation had a powerfully chilling effect on the media. Although Trump dropped the libel law issue, he continued his threats. In July, he retweeted an altered video clip made from old WWE footage of him tackling and then punching someone with a CNN logo superimposed on his face. President Trump also considered using government regulatory agencies against unfriendly media companies. During the 2016 campaign, he had threatened Jeff Bezos, the owner of the Washington Post and Amazon, with antitrust action, tweeting, "If I become president, oh, do they have a problem." He also threatened to block the pending merger of Time Warner, CNN's parent company, and AT&T. And during the first months of his presidency, there were reports that White House advisors considered using the administration's antitrust authority as a source of leverage against CNN. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. This is written in 2018, but you see the strategies as they're reporting on January 2017 through January 2018. You see how the strategies were being explored that have been so fiercely pursued this year. You see that here he was threatening a merger, which is something he did with CBS. You see that here he was threatening libel law changes. And while he didn't do that, apparently, what he did in the most recent year was to do a lawsuit, a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal because he didn't like something that they said. He also attacked, of course, 60 Minutes over them and how they edited an interview with Kamala Harris. So the strategy of attacking the press in 2017 continues up Trump re-entering office in 2025. See if we get any more down. And finally, in October 2017, Trump attacked NBC, and other networks by threatening to challenge their license. There was one area in which the Trump administration went beyond threats to try to use the machinery of government to punish critics. During his first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing federal agencies to withhold funding from sanctuary cities that refuse to cooperate with the administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. If we have to, he declared in February 2017, we'll defund. The plan was reminiscent of the Chinese government's repeated moves to strip opposition-run city governments of their control over local hospitals, police forces, ports, and other infrastructure. Unlike the Venezuelan president, however, President Trump was blocked by the courts. Although President Trump has waged a war of words against the media and other critics, those words have not yet led to action. No journalists have been arrested. No media outlets have altered their coverage due to pressure. Trump's efforts to tilt the playing field to his advantage have been more worrying. In May of 2017, he called for changes in what he called archaic Senate rules, including the elimination of the filibuster at the expense of the Democratic minority. Senate Republicans did eliminate the filibuster for the Supreme Court nominations, clearing the way for Neil Gorsuch's ascent to the court, but they rejected the idea of doing away with it entirely. Now that topic is something I know a little bit about, having immersed myself in exploration of the ins and outs of the filibuster. And one may wonder, why did the Senate Republican majority not proceed to eliminate the filibuster? Well, here's the reason why. Mostly, my Republican colleagues do their policy through tax bills. Tax bills can be done through reconciliation, and reconciliation is a simple majority mechanism. So therefore, they largely don't need to dump the filibuster because they can do their policy by simple majority already. You saw that this year with the so-called big beautiful bill that we called the big ugly betrayal, done solely on a party line. And if I recall right, although this is a 53-47 Senate, I think we ended up with a 50-50 vote broken by the vice president. So it passed by the narrowest of margins, but it was done entirely on simple majority by one party. Meanwhile, Democrats tend to like policy ideas, and policy ideas require a supermajority. So if you are a Republican leader, you can pursue your objectives by simple majority through a tax bill. And then when you're in the minority, you can block the Democrats' policy bills using this supermajority requirement. So it's essentially heads, we win, tails, you lose. That's a pretty good arrangement. Who would want to mess with that? Now, Trump didn't understand that. I'm sure if he was asked, he couldn't explain it. But that's why it doesn't make no sense for Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, because it's inherently advantageous for them, given the difference in how Democrats and Republicans pursue bills. Perhaps the most anti-democratic initiative yet undertaken by the Trump administration is the creation of the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, chaired by Vice President Mike Pence, but run by Vice Chair Chris Kobach. To understand its potential impact, recall that the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts prompted a massive shift in party identification. The Democratic Party became the primary representative of minority and first and second generation immigrant voters, while the GOP voters remained overwhelmingly white. Because the minority share of the electorate is growing, these changes favor the Democrats, a perception that was reinforced by Barack Obama's 2008 victory, in which minority turnout rates were unusually high. Every now and then, we see the parties flip on a significant issue. And it's always kind of an interesting question to explore how that happened. So here's the Republican Party that was founded anti-slavery, Republican Party that fought for civil rights bills against the Southern Democrats who resisted civil rights bills, including filibustering them to keep them from happening. So you would think that in that situation, once civil rights were actually conveyed by the Voting Rights Act, it might be the Republican Party that quickly absorbed the new voters, since the Republican Party had been the premier champion for civil rights. But that's not the way it worked out. Democratic Party, with Johnson, took the lead in overturning the bans on voting participation by minority Americans. The Democratic Party, although being the party that had long oppressed and suppressed civil rights, became the party that pushed through the 1964 Civil Rights Bill and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And it's the Democratic Party, despite its long history of suppressing civil rights, that became the welcoming party for newly enfranchised minority voters. Another interesting flip in my mind is on international trade. When I came to the Senate, it was primarily Republicans that wanted the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In fact, very important trading strategy for very powerful companies. And it was mostly Democrats who opposed it. Not purely, but that was certainly the weight. But then Trump, when he ran for president the first time, he started advocating against the TPP and started advocating for bringing factories back to America, including using tariffs to make American factories more competitive. And so the Republican Party, after his election, became the party that was driving against the TPP, and it was more the Democrats who still had folks who were supporting it. Anyway, another flip worthy of thinking about as over time special events take place that change the direction. The first special event was the passage of 64 and 65 bills led by Democrats that converted the anti-civil rights party into the pro-civil rights party. And the flip on the Trans-Pacific Partnership being driven by the Trump's effort as a Republican candidate to become an opponent of the TPP rather than the traditional position of the Republicans to be for it. Perceiving a threat. Some Republican leaders came up with a response that evoked memories of the Jim Crow South. Make it harder for low-income minority citizens to vote because poor minority voters were overwhelmingly Democratic. Measures that dampen turnout among such voters would tilt the playing field in favor of Republicans. This would be done via strict voter identification laws, requiring, for example, that voters present a valid driver's license or other government-issued photo ID upon arrival at the polling station. The push for voter ID laws was based on a false claim that voter fraud is widespread in the U.S. All reputable studies have concluded that levels of such fraud in this country are low.
Will the senator yield for a question?
I see the senator from Arizona on the floor, and yes, I will yield for a question.
Well, Senator Merkley, I appreciate everything you're doing to highlight the many ways that this president has been undermining the Constitution and the rule of law. We've now experienced about 9.5 months of this presidency. And I'm going to ask you a question about one thing in particular, and it's about the U.S. military and the leadership of the U.S. military. But I want to kind of set the stage here a little bit. The United States has the most lethal military in the history of the world. The president presiding right now has experienced that as a U.S. Navy SEAL. You know, I myself, as a pilot flying off of an aircraft carrier in the first Gulf War, no nation, at least today, matches the combat capability, the professionalism, the effectiveness of the United States Navy, Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and now Space Force. And I'll include the Coast Guard too, because we like to count the Coast Guard, especially when they partner with us on things that really matter to the United States. You know, one of those I'd like to discuss, where we should see more involvement from the Coast Guard, is what we are currently seeing in the Caribbean with regards to drug trafficking, which is a problem and presents a clear and present danger to the citizens of this country. And it's something we need to do more about. I was on one of the cable shows last night talking about this specific issue. So to date, there's been about 6 or 7 strikes in the Caribbean that have killed 32 people. And, you know, some of those were trafficking drugs. Those routes, by the way, Senator Merkley, are used generally to traffic cocaine and marijuana through the Caribbean to Caribbean islands and onto Europe. They are not the routes that traffic fentanyl to the United States. And over the last 6 weeks or so, we have conducted kinetic strikes against these boats without what I recognize as the legal authority to do so.
It's not something I've seen in my experience in the United States Navy. I spent 25 years in the U.S. Navy that I've seen during my career. I'm now retired. But during my career, I never saw a president command the Department of Defense to do things that I felt were outside the boundaries of what we would consider legal action against, illegal action against people. We have traditionally done this with the United States Coast Guard, sometimes in conjunction with the United States Navy, where in a partnership, they do what we would call law enforcement. And members of the Coast Guard come aboard Navy ships. We interdict drugs that are coming through the Caribbean, or more often on the Pacific side, on the western side of Mexico, up into California. And we interdict those drugs, and then we prosecute those individuals. And in my view, I think the administration has not made a case to the U.S. Congress and to the American people as to why this is a legal action. A couple of weeks ago, when we were being briefed on this, I felt that they were pretty much tying themselves into a knot in trying to inform us on why this is allowed under the law. Now, here's one of the things I really worry about. I worry about these young sailors or naval aviators or drone operators that are the trigger pullers, the guys who are dropping the small diameter bombs from airplanes, could be a F-18 or an F-35 or some other weapon system, or folks that are operating an MQ-9 drone. If you're the guy that is pulling the trigger in a combat operation, you typically expect that the people above you have done all the due diligence necessary to make sure that you are not going to be in some kind of legal jeopardy. And I really worry about that today. There might be some young Navy lieutenant out there, or Marine Corps captain, or Air Force, for all I know, MQ-9 operator, that might someday find out that they have done something that is not consistent with the law and are now in legal jeopardy. And that's a big problem. I never saw that during my 25 years in the United States Navy. The 2 ships I sunk in the Persian Gulf, not for 1 second did I feel like I was getting some bad information from the battle group or from anybody above in the chain of command, whether it was General Schwarzkopf or Colin Powell or the President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush. It was not a concern of ours. It is a concern today. And I can tell you, as I watch this from my vantage point on the Intelligence Committee and on the Armed Services Committee, there are members of our military that are now in some sort of potential future legal jeopardy. And it's because we have a president that I believe doesn't do his homework, doesn't follow norms, and possibly is making decisions that are not legal. We've seen the politicization of the United States military over the last 9 months that really disturbs me. The speech in Quantico, where the Secretary of Defense dragged in hundreds of our senior leadership from all over the world, admirals and generals and senior enlisted staff who have very important jobs, who are working every single day to make sure that our nation and our allies are safe and secure, and have to make some really complicated decisions every day about the posture of our force, how to equip them, make sure they are ready to fight. And the Secretary of Defense, for some reason, decides that he needed to give a TED Talk about gym clothes and PT and other stuff that has no bearing on whether or not we are a capable military. And I don't know why he feels this way, but in my experience, from the time I first put on the uniform in 1986 to the time I took it off in 2011 and then beyond, since I've been retired from the United States Navy, our effectiveness has never been diminished. Our innovation and our professionalism and our ability to train well is something that really makes us stand out. And I've got experience with some of our allies, but I also have a little bit of experience with our adversaries. While I was at NASA, flying the space shuttle, over a decade, my first flight in 2001 to my last in 2011, every one of my missions, I had a lot of interactions with Russian cosmonauts. And most of these Russian cosmonauts, not all of them, but most of them were members of the Russian Air Force, pilots, some of them test pilots. I flew with these guys. They weren't the best pilots in the world, I have to admit. I was shocked the first time I flew with a guy who I will not share his last name. His first name was Vladimir. But I was really shocked that this guy, who was a MiG-25 pilot, could not fly formation in an airplane. Something so fundamental and basic to a military pilot, that they did not train enough to be capable enough to do something that was so fundamental to be an effective fighter pilot. And then after, that was early in my NASA career. Later, as I started flying in space with these guys, I realized that Russians, and the Russian military in particular, because that's where my experience was with these military guys, they were motivated by different things. It explains a lot of what I see out of Russia today. Now, as Americans, whether you're in the United States Navy, whether you're a naval aviator, in the Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Space Force, even in U.S. industry and in organizations in the United States, and I don't think this is unique to us, but everybody doesn't share this value. Americans are usually and most motivated by mission success. We care about the mission first. We care about the mission before ourselves. We care about the mission more than anything. I think it's true for American companies, too, that they've got a set of goals and they have a plan and they're going to execute the plan. Not true of our Russian adversaries. Took me a while to learn this, but I found that they were motivated primarily by a couple things. One was the appearance that they were in charge. That mattered to them more than anything else. That I look like I'm in charge of whatever this operation is, not mission success. The second thing would be, who could I blame if things go wrong? Where to place the blame? And the third thing, which was really interesting, was what can I steal from my employer? That to me, was three principles I saw in my Russian cosmonaut colleagues. They talked about the stealing. I wasn't so sure they were actually stealing anything from the Russian Space Agency or not. But they talked about it as something that's fundamental to their system and their economy. And I bring this up because I often feel that we're unique as a service, as a fighting force in the world. Our allies, some of them are really, really good. But there is nothing that I have found in my experience in my career, I'm 61 years old, that is as professional as U.S. service members and as motivated by mission and doing the right thing and making moral and ethical choices. And that's all at risk. You know, in Senator Merkley's state in Portland, they're sending armed, uniformed soldiers to do what we traditionally feel is police work, intimidating the population, using tear gas against U.S. citizens for no reason. And by the way, National Guard and active duty service members, they're not trained for this mission. My 25 years in the Navy, I never once did anything that you would consider to be close to police work. And I would know I'm the son of 2 cops. So I would get a sense for what that was. Never happened. And unless you're a military policeman, it doesn't happen for infantrymen, for special ops, for submariners, and certainly not for active duty infantry. So at this time in our history, I am, really worried about legal jeopardy that our young service members are being put in. But I'm also, worried about does this fundamentally change the nature of the United States military, which has been, in my view, a force for good around the world, where we come to the defense of our allies. We do it in a way that garners a tremendous amount of respect, I think even from our adversaries. And I think that that is all at risk. So I wanted to ask Senator Merkley, you've been here, 16 years now in the United States Senate. You've got tremendous experience at this. And my understanding is you've got a very close relationship with the people you represent in Oregon. How worried are you about the changes that could happen to the United States military? And also I'm interested in, what are you hearing from your constituents about this? They've been the focus and have been highlighted by this administration, not just this year, but in Donald Trump's first presidency as well. So with that, I yield back to the senator from Oregon.
Thank you so much to my colleague from Arizona for your question. And I so appreciate the decades of experience and knowledge you bring in regard to the services. I have only a small chapter in my life of 2 years working for Secretary Weinberger as a presidential fellow, but I didn't wear the uniform. I was a civilian working on a host of different programs, transited every 4 months or so. And they were great assignments. I learned an awful lot, but everything you're talking about comes from your deep connection, involvement in the uniformed services, and such a wealth of knowledge just listening to you. So I appreciate that you bring that to bear. In terms of my concern about the military, is I felt from my much more limited world, mostly in the Pentagon, was that folks worked incredibly hard not to be partisan. Certainly, the Secretary of Defense brought a set of missions that tied into President Reagan's administration and his goals, but people didn't overtly talk about their parties or press on in terms of the sort of derisive commentary we have now and we heard on cable television on both sides. And when I think about these last few years, I'm concerned that the military has been substantially politicized. I may be wrong about that because I don't have that view from inside. But I think about how the president gave the speech to the 800 generals. And he basically said, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. If you leave, I'll strip you of your rank and your career will end. And to me, that was, I want you to be loyal to me, not the Constitution. I want you to be loyal to me, the President of the United States, which is, I felt very inappropriate and out of sync with the military that I saw, ready to work in partnership with administrations of either side. But I don't know if we see, for example, the speeches at the military academy. I recall some story about folks cheering and clapping for what was a partisan set of political points being made. I don't know. I'm going to leave it to your analysis because you have a much better sense of that. But when it comes to the effort to create a pathway to use the military against civilians inside the United States of America, that is of grave concern to my constituents. And they look at the current dynamic now in which President Trump said, Portland, it's a war zone, it's war ravaged, it's a complete chaos. And while he was saying that, there might have been 2 or 3 protesters outside of the ICE building conducting themselves peacefully. There had been weeks with no arrest. And it's like, whoa, that's a real invention. And when our governor talked to President Trump, she pointed out that, and I gather he was like, well, I've seen the tapes. Well, I don't know what tapes he was watching, maybe 2020 tapes when we did have actual conflict in the city. But here you have Portlanders who have been so restrained, even when they have suffered being hit by pepper balls, being tear gassed. They've not engaged in the scuffles with police, and they've been protesting with joy and whimsy. I mean, it is a strange feeling to see people bringing their pets down and having keep your paws off Portland signs, or folks handing out pastries in pajamas, or otherwise proceeding to celebrate their joy as a way of saying to President Trump, there's no right here. Don't use anything that you have said as a foundation for deploying troops to our city. And in fact, the district judge simply said that the president's description of the city is untethered to the facts. So there's huge concern that the president is striving to get the courts to have decisions that will open the doors and say there'll be deference to the president so he can deploy under Title 10, the National Guard, the federalized National Guard, against peaceful protesters. Or that the president will proceed to use the Insurrection Act, which does inherently give more support, deference to the president. So a lot of concern to my colleague from Arizona about what's going to unfold. Meanwhile, I am delighted to see my colleague from New Mexico on the floor, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Senator, yield for a question.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
Well, first, I want to begin by thanking our friend. And I say our friend because it's more than my friend, Senator Merkley. Friends from across our nation's capital and across America. Some that are here listening to you themselves, others that I'm sure that are tuning in, and whether it's on social media or it's on C-SPAN or one of the news outlets that's carrying the conversation that you're having on behalf of the American people, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your courage, for your conviction, and your tireless leadership in speaking up today on behalf of all that's going on across America, around the world, but especially impacting your constituents. And if I'm not mistaken, Senator Merkley, it's been nearly 20 hours that you've been on the floor now speaking to the American people. Now, I, like you, I'm proud to be United States Senator. I know the way you speak about Oregon, I'm always battling with you, whether it's New Mexico or it's Oregon. Who's more beautiful? I still believe it's New Mexico, but that's not my question today, Senator Merkley. I'm so proud to represent the people from New Mexico, and every day I'm reminded that the work that we do here, it doesn't just impact our homes. The work that we do here touches every corner of the United States of America. Now, for the last 3 weeks of this Republican shutdown, and the reason I say that is the American people know that the House of Representatives is a majority of Republicans. The Speaker of the House is a Republican. The majority in the United States Senate is controlled by Republicans. The majority leader's a Republican. And the President of the United States, a Republican. Now, as I visit with constituents from across New Mexico, and last night, Senator Merkley, I had a town hall, a telephone town hall. We had thousands and thousands of New Mexicans that were on this call. They all told me that they were worried about what will happen if their health insurance premiums double, even triple. Every news article I read this morning and those that I saw on television or on social media today had similar stories from constituents about concerns about maybe losing their health care. Now, Senator, you know as well as so many people across New Mexico and a few across America that 3 years ago, I survived a stroke. When someone has a heart attack or a stroke or some other chronic episode like that, you learn that time is not on your side. You're not thinking about how expensive those hospital bills may be. All you're hoping is that you can get to see a medical professional that might be able to save your life. And by the grace of God, by the love of my family, Senator Merkley, I'm here. I'm alive today and I healed. It's quite miraculous. But a big part of that was because I was fortunate to have health insurance. I was fortunate to get to a facility quick enough. On the way there, a local paramedic and an EMT from Santa Fe County Fire Department, they helped to prepare me before I got to the emergency room. They helped save my life. Well, right now across the country, it's not just the concern of health insurance premiums doubling or tripling where millions of people could lose coverage. Under this thing called the Big Beautiful Bill, my Republican colleagues here said, well, we're going to have the largest cut in Medicaid funding since the program's been created. In addition to that, how about my Republican colleagues saying, well, let's also go after food programs, and the largest cut to food programs across America were included in that bill. The reason I bring up Medicaid is in New Mexico, we had a Republican governor that actually embraced Medicaid expansion. And so New Mexico became one of the states that had the most uninsured people per capita to one of the most insured because of that expansion. People were able to get care and help. Well, those rural health clinics that also provide care to so many of our Medicaid beneficiaries in New Mexico, all of a sudden when federal Medicaid dollars go away, they might close. So I'm going to go back to my stroke. Time is not on our side. If someone has to travel hours to try to get into a medical facility because the rural health clinics have closed, that might be able to stabilize them the way that that EMT and that paramedic did for me at the local fire department, they may not heal, or worse, they may not live. Now I'm going to get back to one of the conversations we're having right now. How can we work as Democrats and Republicans, work with the president to ensure that health insurance premiums will not double or triple for the American people? One of my constituents told me, Senator Merkley, that it's almost like they're reaching into our pockets and just stealing money. And what I mean by that is, in New Mexico, if these tax credits go away, it's going to cost people about $7,000 a year. $7,000 to hardworking middle-class families. That's taking from their pockets. In addition to that, when they go to the grocery store, well, let me even back up a little there. Remember this president said when he was running as a candidate that on day one he would lower prices for the American people, just like that. Well, at the grocery store, things are getting more expensive. Everything seems to be getting more expensive. Well, that's taking money out of the pockets of the American people. Our constituents, hardworking families, just trying to get by, trying to leave a better life for their kids than they had for their own if they're blessed to have children. Many are worried about how they'll even put food on the table now that those supplemental nutrition assistance programs are delayed, or even this program called WIC. You know, there's acronyms all over our nation's capital. WIC, which is a program for women, infants, and children. How are we going to make decisions across the country to make sure that we're going to provide food to the most vulnerable in the richest nation in the world? Everyone seems to be worried about that except for President Donald Trump. The reason I say that, Senator, is this week, all President Donald Trump seemed to care about was breaking ground on this $250 million ballroom. And some constituents have reached out to my office and, well, what does that mean? And I've told them, well, the president allowed a bulldozer to go and knock down part of the White House so he could build a $250 room to throw some parties in. That's essentially what's happening. I mean, heck, in New Mexico, Senator, if someone's going to do some remodeling to their home, they have to go pull local permits and get permission and follow the rules and all the rest. Not this guy. At a time when people are about to have their health insurance premiums doubled or tripled, food programs are getting taken away, this president says his priority is build a $250 million party room. That's a lot of money. That's more money than most people will see in their lives. I mean, heck, $1 million is one of those numbers. In addition to that, President Trump decided to throw a picnic yesterday for some of my Senate Republican colleagues that wanted to be there. And I was told that he gave away thousands of dollars of his own personal Trump swag. What's that? Hats, signed bags, pens, I don't know what else was in there. Watches, maybe a pair of his shoes. Now, instead of working to end this shutdown that they started, they decided to have a picnic. And it's my understanding that President Trump may be even leaving the country this weekend, leaving for a week, as opposed to bringing people together. I'm reminded, Senator Merkley, that President Trump said not too long ago in an interview, if there's a shutdown, it's up to the president to bring people together to prevent the shutdown. I think in that same interview, the president said something along the lines of, if there's a shutdown, it's a bad mark on the president. Sounds to me like the president should be bringing people together. Now, one of my constituents last night from Albuquerque, New Mexico, shared with me that she'd been furloughed, a federal employee. She told me she didn't know how she was going to pay this month's bills without a paycheck. She felt that President Trump was doing nothing to end the shutdown, and she didn't know how she could continue handling all the stress of not being paid, because that's something else that we're not talking about here. All the stress, mental health challenges that families are going through. One of my constituents in Las Vegas, New Mexico, has 4 children, a mortgage to pay, and his family lives paycheck to paycheck. He said with all the stress and hurt that is being caused by the Republican shutdown, he doesn't know if people will be able to afford their health care if it's taken away. This week, people across America are watching Donald Trump tear down the east side of the White House, making room for that $250 million ballroom. And then there's a story that I just saw coming in, Senator Merkley, that said President Trump, it looks like he's trying to shake down the Department of Justice to get $230 million for himself. And here's the kicker. The person that would actually have to sign off on giving President Trump $230 million in taxpayer money from the Department of Justice is a guy named Todd Blanche. Anyone that knows who this person is knows that Todd Blanche was President Trump's personal defense attorney. Didn't do so well because he got convicted, but he's the guy that would have to sign off. So I'll sum it up this way, Senator Merkley, and I have a question for you, sir. My colleague from Hawaii said it perfectly yesterday. Here's the quote. There is enough money to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. By the way, for people that don't know what that means, to all the ranchers, cattle ranchers in America, President Donald Trump said he's going to go bail out Argentina by $40 billion of their beef. And what is that going to do to American cattle producers? So anyhow, back to the quote. There's enough money to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. There's enough money to buy Kristi Noem, who's the Secretary of Homeland Security, a $173 million personal jet just to fly a little more comfortably. There's enough money to renovate that ballroom, $250 million bucks, but there isn't enough money for you, the American people. It seems to me the priorities are clear. So will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I'm yielding for your question.
Senator Merkley, how are Americans supposed to trust an administration that seems so focused on giving things to themselves when Americans are worried they won't be able to afford basic necessities like food and health insurance? I yield to the senator.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. And you've laid out so many points here about kind of the mismanagement of America's funds. And we could add a few more to them. The craziness of spending more money than it costs to buy a presidential jet to rehab a jet that was given to the president so that he could actually send it on to his personal library after he leaves office. But it is profoundly disturbing, and I appreciate the way you framed it. There's enough money for luxury glitz, for a mega ballroom. I can't even imagine how anything could cost that much to build. I mean, it's going to have an 1/8 inch of gold on every surface or something. I don't know. But that doesn't serve the American people. That doesn't make one single person in America have better health care or better education or a decent home in a decent community or a better job. Doesn't give equality of opportunity. Doesn't tackle any of our environmental issues. It is simply a gross display by a president who has constructed his entire administration on the basis of a theory to govern, which is families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care, so there can be massive tax breaks for billionaires. They lose their Medicaid on top of their ACA health care in order to fund massive tax breaks for billionaires. They lose their nutrition assistance to fund tax breaks for billionaires. And then over the next 30 years, their bill runs up $30 trillion in additional debt to fund these breaks for billionaires. Maybe I should say trillionaires now. And you think about how that debt, that additional $30 trillion in debt, how much that will compromise the ability to have future programs of health care and housing and education. I mean, the folks in my state are looking at the same thing as the folks of your state. We had last Wednesday the information come out a week ago so people could look on the exchange and see what their policies were going to cost. And we don't have a new comprehensive analysis. The pre-analysis, the projection, was that the average cost would go up not 5% or 10% or 15%, but about 68%. And that's because the premium goes up, and the tax credits come down, and you're massively more expensive. Now, maybe a lot more, because the average across the country is that payments will go up 114%, more than double. But how do you explain to anyone that you slashed their health care affordability to fund a giveaway of $20 to $40 billion to Argentina, or to fund that new ballroom? I mean, that's insane. I mean, that is, well, just like the rich rubbing our nose in it for ordinary Americans, that you won't be able to afford health care, but wow, we got that new jet, the jet you talked about for Nome. I hadn't heard about that one. We got the new ballroom. We got the tax breaks for the richest people. This government buying for the billionaires, and it ties in to the authoritarian perspective. Because if you're a regular leader of a democracy, you feel you're accountable to the people, and you would never, ever pursue a bill that defunds health care for ordinary families to put more dollars in the pocket of the already richest Americans. But if you're an authoritarian, and the entire time I've been on the floor has been to ring the alarm bells. Ring the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here now. And I'm told that each time I say this,